brother who they loaned money to 5 years ago, and he kind of blew through it. He has a little bit of a drinking problem because he's a real human to them. They actually know his flaws. You're sort of able to idealize people you don't know. And one of the problems that I see in politics is we take the actual communities that we are in, and social media has made this much worse. We take the community we are actually in, and we lessen its value to us in favor of these abstract communities of strangers who agree with us, who like us on social media, thumbs up the things that we say. I had this conversation with my mom one time. And as all of us do, she got riled up about something that someone we know said on Facebook, and she was upset about it. We've all been in that same position.
So Biden
but
is
in that
ahead
moment, I
by
realized,
129 electoral
that was
votes.
my across-the-street neighbor when I was
94.
growing up. Like, when I was a small child, and I would ride my bicycle in the street,
Ohio
if I'd been hit
results.
by a car, that's the actual person who would have come out and cared for me. And politics would have been meaningless in that situation.
Yeah.
But because of the sort of evil temptation of politics, we're dehumanizing those people in our
So
lives.
it's
and
53%
It's true.
report that
It's the old Charles Schultz peanuts.
President Trump won the
gag.
state by 8
I love
points in
humanity. It's
2016,
people
but
I
the race
can't
against
stand.
Biden
And the fact
has
is, I feel
tightened the final
exactly
weeks
the
of the
opposite.
campaign.
That's it. That's our defining
Biden
element
is
as
ahead
conservatives.
I mean,
by
I have contempt for humanity and love humans.
That's it.
That's my
That's
line
almost
all my
300
life.
Bingo.
thousand more
That's the way
votes
I
than
meet every
Donald
person I
Trump.
meet. I find something incredibly beautiful.
Yes.
He was winning
As a
by
race, we
almost a
really are
10%.
No, you hit it on the nose.
Yeah.
So we're going to get an update from our Daily Wire war room on what's happening in the various states right now. I know as much as you love our insights,
Yeah, I
what you
can
care
hear
the
you.
most about
Yeah.
is
So
who's about to
Wyoming?
beat the president. So, Alicia, tell us what's happening out there.
Hi, Alicia.
I mean, what is fascinating is I'm hanging out in this war room with all the people that are gathering all of the data, that understand all of the data, like our very own editor, Ian Howarth. And like, when I hear him say, wow, 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 and I'm like, what happened? Tell everyone why you're wowed.
I mean, especially as an English person, if I show any emotion at all, you're like, okay, something's up.
What's going on?
So after it looks like Florida was going like in the direction of Trump,
Yes.
fingers crossed there, we took a sigh of relief, blood pressure went down a little bit. Now we're looking towards Georgia and North Carolina. So we've got some data here which we found just fascinating. So New York Times projection for Georgia is 85% Trump, and the New York Times projection for North Carolina is 75% Trump.
Wow.
So just some like data to add some context there. Georgia, 24% reporting, and Biden is outperforming Clinton by more than 10% in Fulton County,
Okay.
which we're Atlanta. So we should take that with a pinch of salt, because if
Okay.
they have huge turnout there, Stacey Abrams, you know, the governor of Georgia, Queen of Narnia, whatever her position is, she's pushing pretty hard for some
The
voter turnout
states
there.
that just
And North Carolina, 67%
went with Trump is
reporting. So
North
the numbers
Dakota,
look
South
a little better
Dakota,
there. Holding our breath, because if those go Trump's
Wyoming,
way, this night's looking
Colorado
better.
went to
Well,
Biden.
I mean, we already said that if Florida went his way, which it is, it was going to be an easier path to victory. I mean, you have been looking at the data in Georgia. So you're saying, like, fascinating that the projections are showing that it could be trending Trump, but you're still waiting on the Atlanta area?
Yeah, I want to see some of those areas. Same as like southern Florida with Miami-Dade. I want to see Biden perform weaker there before I start celebrating too hard. I think, with this
Okay.
state.
All right. Well, I mean, we have some Daily Wire members that are probably in the middle of celebrating right now as they are watching this. Thank you for that update. We'll
you.
come back to you guys when we have more updates, we promise. And for right now, we're going to get some member questions because people definitely want to know. First of all, my mom wants to know if I have done ecstasy, and that's a hard no. Just letting Nana know there. No pot, no ecstasy, none of the things. Never been to Coachella. Don't plan on going at all. Wanted to toss a question to Dennis Prager, if we can, because we have
Yes.
some awesome Daily Wire fans over there, and they want to know from the great Dennis Prager, how long are you staying in California? No, I'm just kidding. You've already gotten enough trouble. You've gotten enough there. But Dennis, is it actually possible to turn California? Do you think, like Dave Rubin was saying earlier, are enough people disgusted with Eric Garcetti and Gavin Newsom that we could see a trend in, two Republicans here?
I don't see it because this is a puzzle up there with the mosquito issue. Why don't people hold the left responsible for what they do? It's a puzzle to me. California has been ruined. To ruin California actually takes an effort.
Right.
It's rich, the greatest weather literally on Earth, with the possible exception of Perth and Cape Town. I've looked into it. the greatest weather on Earth, the greatest natural resources, including farming. I mean, natural in every way. We have everything. And it is the place of joy. Go west, young man. This is where the opportunities were. The left has ruined California. And they're not held responsible. This is what blows. The right is held responsible for what it doesn't do. We blamed Katrina on Bush.
Right.
We blamed, by the way, we blame coronavirus on the president. Why didn't the Republican Party take out ads? Then do you blame the Belgian prime minister for the fact that there are more deaths per million in Belgium?
Right.
Do you blame every country's leaders for the coronavirus deaths, or only America's leader because you hate Trump?
So, Dennis, I'm going to cite Dennis Prager back to you, because you know the answer to your own question, which is this is a religious worldview. They have made leftism their religion, and so it's completely unfalsifiable. If leftism doesn't perform, it's because it has not been sufficiently tried. If Donald Trump is in office, then you get to blame everything bad that happens on Donald Trump. And if Hillary Clinton had been in office, then it would have been she saved 2 million lives. It's a completely unfalsifiable thesis.
That's the answer.
You know, it is.
So it's no longer in the mosquito realm.
Right, exactly.
That is the
All I had to do was cite a man named Dennis Prager, whose
works.
videos are now
That is
available at
so
dailywire.com, by the way.
dailywire.com. His videos will now be available. Dennis, if you'll stick around with us, we have another good treat for our Daily Wire viewers right now, and that is that we are joined by and also joining, because of the magic of the internet, it's a cross stream. I don't know who gets to take credit for it, but, you know, as long as it's me talking, I'm going to take credit for it. We're being joined currently by our good friend Steven Crowder, who is also live all night the way that we are. Look at him, that handsome
Yes, we
Dan.
are live. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I can hear you,
Well,
Steven.
I tried to call in, and then Dennis Prager over there was holding court for some reason. He's got a university or something like that.
That's Phil Jackson.
Dennis, we got stuff to do too. Well, listen, I want to know what you guys expect tonight. I went through why I think it's far more likely for Trump to win than not, and how Biden actually needs to run. The only person who needs to run the board tonight is Biden. Biden needs to win Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. He needs to win all of them if Trump holds on to North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, which I think he will. And I sort of contrasted this with the modeled party votes that we saw in states, and it was accurate, would we say, guys, to the letter with Florida thus far. And I think we'll see it in Ohio. So what are you guys expecting? What's the feeling over there between the two Gentile, well, I guess one Gentile and 2.5 Jews?
So, as you know, actually, Dennis and I together add up to 2 Jews. I'm like half, and Dennis is like a Jew and a half. You know, I think that the feeling.
Wait, are you guys just going to avoid the incredible discomfort that Andrew Klavan converted from Judaism?
Yeah, we just ignore that. We pretend that didn't happen.
Until they need the magic healing, Steve.
All right. We'll see how it all comes out in God's ledger.
You should watch Andrew handle snakes. It is remarkable.
By the way, Klavan will be the first person to find out whether he was right or wrong in this room.
And you'll get a note. You're going to get a note.
So I think that the feeling in this room right now.
At least his note will include a tip. Go ahead.
That's true. Cautious optimism, I think, is the feeling in this room, at least for me. Cautious optimism. Right now, they're saying that North Carolina looks like it's trending Trump. Georgia's trending Trump. Texas is going to stick Trump, which means the next states that we're really going to find out about are Pennsylvania and Ohio. And these are all too close. These are all too close for comfort. So I think I don't want to get over. No.
Ohio is not too close for comfort.
So
Ohio is not a swing state.
Stephen, you spend more time than we do in the Rust Belt. I mean, you have
now,
you have a lot of roots
Ohio,
in Michigan and spend a lot of time there, and we're with their governor routinely.
Trump's behind 45%.
Tell us what you're thinking about those states. Why isn't Ohio a swing state? What are you seeing that we're missing?
Well, Ohio is not a swing state because if you look at the early voting, and I had this up before, actually Donald Trump won Ohio by, I believe it was 8 points last go around, but actually Democrats outnumbered Republicans in 2016, which means there was a huge portion of Democrats who voted for Trump, registered Democrats. And even now with the early voting, without any of today's voting in, we're already seeing Republicans with a pretty wide margin in Ohio versus Biden. So if you believe that Democrats will come out today and outvote Republicans 3-1, then maybe. Otherwise, I don't even think it's close. Now, outside of that, Michigan, there's about a 4-point spread when you look at the modeled party model. But again, Donald Trump won that where he was down about 4 points. Again, so that would mean that if he's down 4 points, he could be up 7 really in Michigan, because a lot of Democrats will vote for Donald Trump. Now, I don't know that Donald Trump will be victorious in Michigan or Pennsylvania. I don't think we'll know Pennsylvania until we look in every single ditch and find a few extra million ballot boxes. Right. But I will. Here's the question, right? Logically speaking, if Donald Trump hangs on to North Carolina and Georgia, which everyone was saying was a swing state, and I said I'm very, very confident in Florida and Ohio long before Georgia and North Carolina. So if those go Trump, I will eat this bag of coffee, Black Rifle, wonderful sponsor, if Ohio goes to Biden. And I also would be surprised to see Arizona go to Biden. So when people say that, guess what? Trump just needs to win either Pennsylvania or Michigan. If that map that I just laid out for you remains true, guess what? Biden needs to win Minnesota, not enough. Wisconsin, not enough. Add Michigan, not enough. Pennsylvania, now he gets over it. What do we think is more likely? That Donald Trump keeps the states that we've all agreed upon here and wins either one Michigan or Pennsylvania, or that Biden runs the entire blue wall? I think the former is more likely, and Michigan could go either way. But I don't think Ohio is too close for comfort, Ben. I don't want to say that you're a defeatist, but come on, there's no way Ohio's going for Biden. I'd be very surprised.
I'm still getting over Ben Shapiro being cautiously optimistic. That for the rest of us, that's party time, you know.
Steven Crowder,
cautiously optimistic for Ben is still very negative.
Steven, I have a question for you that transcends the political. Are you are you strapped right now?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is a wonderful. Actually, I'm going classic. This is a .357 Magnum, Smith & Wesson Model 686. It's an old revolver that carries 7 shots. A .357 Magnum and some moon clips in here. So we have many guns in this office. We don't live in California. I don't know if you're in Nashville yet.
Are you investigating a murder? Like what exactly is going on over there?
Well, you know what? I will tell you this. I wore it once for open carry, and I came home, and my wife just got very comfortable. So
good enough for me, dude.
I continue wearing it.
Cannot argue with that
My wife
logic.
likes suspenders, but who am I, Larry King? So I just wear the open carry, and my wife likes it. She's like, I really like it, and I enjoy it, and it makes me look tougher than anyone else on this stream, which is good, which is really all I was aiming for.
If you didn't look tougher than the people on this stream, you'd be in real trouble. I will say, and I rarely pay you compliments.
Dennis Prager's a big guy. He's like 6'5".
Well, yeah, you don't want to wrestle with Dennis. That's for sure. But I rarely give you compliments on the account of I hate you and all. And I got to see you be waterboarded that time. You don't even need a gun. You're a freaking giant who practices Brazilian jiu-jitsu. I think that you're going to take good care of yourself.
Well, thank you very much.
But it comes quicker.
But that being said, in the street, I've always avoided physical altercations, and I will say this to anyone who tells you this out there: if it does come down to a physical altercation, I'll take a gun. Just like the whole Gracie family who created the UFC. They're like, in the street? What are you, out your mind? I'm going to go bang, bang, shoot, you dead. So, yeah, it's nice to roll around the mats and drunk uncle jiu-jitsu, but otherwise they're getting some .357 or my wall.
The real reason that he knows Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is just because that's how he gets to know people and greets them. Literally, the first time he came over to my house, he put me in a headlock and put me in a sleeper hold. Almost knocked me out. This is a fact. Absolute fact.
That's a lie.
I tapped out.
Ben, correct that lie because you're an honest guy, and I don't want the alt-right people to go out there with ammo and perpetuating a negative stereotype. I did not walk up and choke you. I asked you, and you said, okay, be careful, and you forgot to mention that you had a hernia, Ben. You didn't tell me.
Okay, first of all, I'm Jewish. It goes without saying I have a hernia. It goes without saying I have a hernia. Come on.
This is 100% a true story. And then I was outside of Ben Shapiro's apartment going, I think you live where they shot the original Karate Kid. He's like,
we have the weirdest. Stephen and I have the weirdest non-sexual S&M relationship ever. Like the first time we got together in a room, he put me in a headlock, and then I watched him be waterboarded. Yeah. And frankly, we just need to stay out of the same state as it.
You know what was worse than waterboarding? I was at Ben Shapiro's and I thought we would never talk again because Ben Shapiro put me up for, I won't name it specifically, but he put me up, he recommended me, he was very nice, for a morning radio drive show.
That's true, I did.
Where it was like a news show, and he said, here, he had his whole, I think his show was in Orlando, he had his whole radio set up. And then, like, the day before I did it, I was going to go, I'm going to do what this show is. And they said, we don't want any opinion. It's straight news. I went, And I bombed in Ben Shapiro's den so badly that I remember sitting there for 5 minutes before I opened the door just because I didn't want to look Ben in the face. I was like, you looked me in the eyes, and then they told me do straight news. And I made a joke about, they were like, what? Ben said, what did you know? I was like, something about my penis size. I don't know. I didn't break FCC rules, but I know they didn't like it. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Ben. So, no, I do remember
It's
that.
been a
Those
rocky
were good
road.
times.
It's been a rocky road. Let's just
It
focus
has
in
been.
again on the fact that you have a wife and I have a wife and all that. Let's go back to that.
Against
No,
all,
let's focus
against
in
all
on the
laws.
fact. Let's focus on the fact that you have a very, very good-looking wife.
That's
Ben.
true. I do.
Like,
As do you.
I
So
didn't
does
know.
Crowder. I know this is
Yeah.
it's not a fair world. I mean, I think we have to
It
take
is
that-
not a fair
no,
world.
it's-
Hey,
That is
by the way, I just saw Ben Shapiro's sister for the first time 3 days ago.
Really?
It is
Oh, God.
amazing
She's
how much
not
they
going
look alike.
anyplace
But
good.
it's insane. It's insane. They
I'm
look
not gonna
alike.
say anything
Oh, God.
inappropriate,
They
Ben.
look alike, but she's also beautiful. It's kind of like a
Yes.
square circle. It doesn't make any sense.
I know,
A friend
really-
of mine met the president for the first time. He's a middle-aged guy, and he has a beautiful wife. And he told me he met the president. This was basically the entirety of the dialogue because they posed for a picture. And he said to the president, Mr. President, my daughter is currently interning, which she is, at the White House. He has my 4th grade daughter, this guy. And Trump looks at the guy with total seriousness and says, I hope she got her looks from your wife. That was the entirety of the conversation. With the
Hail to the Chief began playing in the background. Bum, bum, da-dum, bum, da-dum.
That same story happened with Joe Biden. He said, I hope she uses PERT Plus. True story. And then we will have to let you guys go. We were, we taped this video the other day where I was asking people about Charlottesville, very fine people on both sides.
It was
and
a terrific
no one-
video, by the way. I thought you
Thank
did
you
a
very
great job
much.
with it.
I made a horrible mistake. I said Charlottesville, North Carolina. Of course, I know it's Virginia and Charlotte, North Carolina. That's one of those things. So fact check me. So I want to make sure that I'm clear about that. But what happened was, I don't remember what I was going to say. What were we talking about before this? Something. There was a lady saying that Donald Trump was sexist. And I said, okay. And you believe that, and Half Asian Bill, my lawyer, will like this. And I said, and you believe this why? She said, well, I think he hates he doesn't have any respect for women. And I said, okay, but you believe that Biden does? She said, yes, absolutely. And I did all of these equations in my head, I swear to you, within 2 seconds. I was this close to just leaning into her and going, and sniffing her. And then I said, no, wait a second. If I do that, I'll get sued. But then I said, wait, that would be absolutely hysterical because I could get sued for doing exactly what Joe Biden did. However, I don't want to be locked up in lawsuits. So maybe I'll just say, what if I sniffed you right now? And I felt like that would undercut the argument. So I said nothing. But all of those calculations in about 4
I just
seconds,
wanna
I
talk
just wanted to
about
lean and go.
The maturity. Watching the maturing of Steven Crowder is
You're right. I absolutely 3 years ago I would have just been, I would have sniffed her. I would have been like nibbling her earlobes. See,
Steven,
this
thanks
is
for,
one-
thanks for
Okay,
hanging
go
out with us tonight, and thanks for your prediction. I'm hopeful that you know more about the Rust Belt than we do. I'm hopeful that your way of looking at this is the right way, because I think the one thing we all know is that hair sniffer cannot be the president of the United States.
No.
Right. Well, let me ask you one question. One question to everyone. Arizona, how do you think it goes?
Well, I mean, the way that Trump is performing with Hispanics in Texas, I'm a lot more positive than I was earlier today about Arizona. I thought it was a nice edge. I think I got to favor him in Arizona now.
What about the black vote that we've said might be the biggest ever for Republicans?
So it is in Florida, but we don't have enough stats, and we are seeing some
Georgia
movement.
would be significant.
We're seeing some movement, not really in Georgia as far as I've seen, but North Carolina. Some of the majority black districts. I've seen some movement there.
Mensa members, let's stay on Arizona. I wanted to go out on a quick note. I get that you guys know. Arizona, just everyone say Trump or Biden, and then I got to let you go.
Trump.
I'll say Trump. I'll say Trump in Arizona.
Arizona,
Okay.
yeah. The question is
All
the
right,
Senate race in Arizona.
Yeah, that one, I
Yeah,
think
that's
goes
a
the
good
wrong way.
point. All right, thank you guys. DailyWire.com. Where's your stream for people to watch it?
DailyWire.com. Thank you, Stephen, and
Okay.
thanks to all of our friends at The Blaze and Louder with Crowder.
Absolutely. We may check in with you later. All right. Be
You got
well, gentlemen. We will see you.
Be well, be well.
Hey,
So, Stephen
By the
Crowder.
way, Tom Tillis is running a little ahead right now of President Trump's vote total in North Carolina. We haven't paid any attention to the Senate races thus far. Gardner's already out. They already called Gardner as done, but that was pretty much a foregone conclusion.
Right.
The ones to keep an eye on tonight are Tom Tillis in North Carolina. You want to keep an eye on Joni Ernst in Iowa. You want to keep an eye on Susan Collins in Maine.
And I think that our friends in the war room are ready to give us an update on what's actually happening from a data point of view. So let's go to Alicia Kraus.
Hey guys, we actually have a lot of updates right now, and then we're going to toss it to Cassie in just a moment for some social media checkmark updates as well. Cabot Phillips, what is happening?
So we let you know earlier, Florida is still looking very good for President Trump. Again, going to take a near miracle for Biden to pull that off. Now moving a little bit more north, Georgia also looking very good for President Trump. 35% reporting right now. The president is up about 15 points. Now we're still waiting for more votes to come in from Fulton County, where Biden is at about 80%. That's where Atlanta is. So now the real question becomes, how much ground is he able to make up in Fulton County, Gwinnett County, Marietta County, all Biden strongholds? He's going to have to just hope that voter turnout is high enough to keep him there. The New York Times, though, is projecting, if you believe their projections, 81% chance of a victory for Trump in Georgia. Moving up a little bit more to North Carolina, the New York Times projection there, 86% chance of a Trump victory in North Carolina, 78% of the vote reporting. The president does trail by about 3 percentage points at the moment, but a big part of that is what the expected votes that are going to be coming a little bit later. Florida, again, looking like an almost sure Trump victory. In Virginia, interesting situation playing out. Right when the polls closed, Fox News was the only polling service or only news outlet that called Virginia right away. However, a lot of other outlets are holding off on calling it because right now President Trump is up 20 points with 40% reporting.
Wow.
And some of those counties, the reason people are holding off on holding, some of the northern counties, Arlington County, Prince George County, other ones like that, or Prince William County, other counties like that, traditionally places you'd expect Biden to perform, wasn't a huge voter turnout in some of those counties. So we're waiting for a lot of absentee ballots to come in. Those might be a little bit later to bring it more Democrat votes in. That's what the expectation is. But Virginia, much closer than people were expecting. Finally, the Republicans have lost their first seat in the Senate. Cory Gardner in Colorado wasn't polling well and, as expected, has lost. The Republicans down now to 53 in the Senate.
Okie dokie. Thank you for that update. We'll
So
be
they'll
back.
take Alabama, right? We'll get Alabama.
Yeah.
Get a pickup.
To answer that question for you, Dennis, yes, a lot of outlets have already called Alabama, as you can see on the map over there. We're going to continue updating the map. And to update you here now about what's happening on social media, we have our very own Cassie Dillon.
So right now on social media, all the talk is Florida. The left is very mad at Florida right now, to where the Daily Show has even put out a little video of blowing up Florida. So that's quite interesting. And then we also have Nicole Hannah-Jones of the 1619 Project announcing her next writing gig. She wants to write a piece about how the Latino community is contrived of ethnic category that artificially lumps white Cubans with black Puerto Ricans and indigenous Guatemalans, yada yada. So I guess the Cuban vote is now canceled out of the Hispanic community, according to Nicole Hannah-Jones.
There's going to be actual purity tests now.
But our lovely White House press secretary said that she's excited for the surge for President Trump in the Latino community, and it's happening right now, primarily in Miami. And just one more quick update. It looks like the violence that was happening outside of Washington, D.C., outside the White House, has now kind of slowed down, and now it's a dance party. And so we'll see how long the dance party continues when we have more results coming in.
Cassie, thank you for that. Although I have to say that I've never agreed with the left that words could be violence. Violence is just violence. Like violence is when someone's fist connects with your chin. Now that I've seen that line dancing, I'm willing to reassess all of my previous positions on what constitutes violence and what does not.
Here's something interesting. Henry Olsen, who's one of the best poll watchers I know, a very honest, he's a conservative, but very honest, never lets his bias get in the way. He forecast a Biden victory last election. He was the closest to forecasting a Trump victory, and he said Biden's going to be a very comfortable win in the Washington Post. He's dialing that back.
Is he?
He's starting to. He says I don't like to eat crow, but the more I look at the data, the more I think I was too optimistic for Biden. He's not calling for Trump, but he is dialing it back, and that to me is very encouraging because he's just a smart guy who sees things the way they are.
There's an interesting sidebar that I'd like to bounce off you. This is not my own original thought, but I heard this many years ago, and it turned out, I think in the Carter race, that in every presidential race, the happier candidate won. And it's a very interesting observation. If President Trump loses, that would be an exception to a pretty ironclad rule.
Could that possibly be true, or do we grant that Mitt Romney was less happy than Barack Obama?
Have you ever met Mitt Romney? Mitt Romney, I campaigned for Mitt Romney. There's a certain, everybody acknowledges it. I mean, there's a certain woodenness.
That's fair.
To his personality.
He may be more.
Barack
He may be more
Obama,
truly happy.
Oh, nobody knows who's truly happy. So your psychiatrist may know, your spouse may know.
Oh, you know, Bill Clinton is truly happy.
Oh, I don't think Bill Clinton is truly happy. I'm taking back my happiness. I'm writing a different one. I'm going to write a book on
Certainly the more charismatic person has won, and in that case, Trump should win 50 states.
Well, yes, that's true. Well, it started because Reagan was the antithesis of Carter. That's when the observation was made, and that was very true.
Yeah.
You know, what was the national malaise? His talk about.
That's
anyway, has Jimmy? Can you imagine? This is just a thought. I can't imagine Jimmy Carter laughing. I mean, when you think about it, isn't that an interesting thing?
Yeah, he was a grim guy to begin with, but after he lost that election, he became one of the most bitter characters.
That's right, exactly. It's exactly right. So, the other thing is another fascinating question. A sidebar again. I have never seen the passion for a president as exists for Donald Trump, and that includes Ronald Reagan.
That I agree.
And I loved Ronald Reagan. But I never heard massive chanting, "We love you."
Yeah.
This, I have the chills as I tell this to you, of people in cold weather, knowing COVID's around, standing together in the tens of thousands. I have two sons. One of them is, you mentioned, in Florida. One is in Pennsylvania. I purposely did that. This is my contribution to America. I have one son in one swing state and another in another swing state. And you know that there were 50,000 people?
Unbelievable.
In what was it? I forgot, Butler County, I think it was. And my son lives in Reading, Pennsylvania. Reading, Pennsylvania had 15,000 or 20,000 people.
Yeah.
This is. I'm going to send this to you. You got to put it up. He sent me a picture of an Amish caravan.
I saw that.
Did you see it?
Yes.
That may be my favorite picture in American history. An Amish Trump caravan of horses and buggies.
Trump, who has, I will say, a somewhat casual relationship with the truth, has said some very actually profound things in his time. Really. I'm being serious. And I think maybe the truest thing he ever said is, they don't hate you because they hate me. They hate me because they hate you.
Yeah,
that's right.
And that is 100% true. That's why there's the passion for Trump. It really isn't even just because Trump is Trump and he is goofy and he does funny things and he's a good stand-up comedian and he responds to the crowd and all that.
That's right.
It's because
you represent us.
Correct. The outpouring of absolute scorn, hatred. People despise Trump, and we're not falling for the trick. I think most Republicans, aside from a few of the people we were talking about earlier, have not fallen for the trick of believing that the Democrats are only doing that because they have disdain for his character personally. Right. We recognize that the minute that Donald Trump is off the national stage, they will turn to whoever the next Republican is, and that person will become the repository of all evil, which is probably why Donald Trump was nominated in the first place in 2016, because they did this to Mitt Romney in 2012. And we all went, hold up a second. Yeah. You're doing this to Mitt Romney, the most milquetoast human being ever to walk the planet. And so we went, okay, we need somebody who's at least going to punch these people directly in the face.
That's right.
And that's what Trump was about. And then they have gone so insane over Donald Trump that I think everybody who is even remotely conservative looked at this and they went, wait a second, this isn't about Trump at all. Like really deep in the cockles of your heart, it's not that you hate Trump and so you're upset at me for voting for Trump. It's that you hate me. And so you hate Trump because Trump is just a stand-in for me.
The evidence of this is that Donald Trump's character is probably the most widely known character of any character in modern media, right? Donald Trump has been famous 100% of the days of my life. And not just like a little famous, like rap stars rap about him famous, like he represented New York City. Like you could put Donald Trump in a movie, and they did frequently. He represented the idea of New York. He had affairs, we all knew there were strippers, all of that was known, and we loved him, we celebrated him, the left elevated him, they loved him, right up until he decided to represent us. That's only in that moment did they decide that there was a problem with his
To me, one of the most telling statistics in the last 10 years is the fact that so many people were dying of opiate poisoning in the Midwest, in the middle of the country, our life expectancy, the life expectancy of Americans was dropping solely because of deaths by suicide, by suicidal behaviors. And nobody knew it until 2 Harvard researchers stumbled on it and were totally surprised. That means that a vast number of our countrymen were dying and nobody knew because they were in flyover country. But and even we on the right kept saying, yes, but your iPhones are cheaper because we're sending them out to China. We're making them in China. And Donald Trump got it. He did saw that
another
before
thing
anybody
too. People ask all the time. This is the Brett Stephens theory, who's the most disappointing to me because he is a courageous, good man.
He's a good man. Yeah.
I want to say that for the record. And so he asks, what has Trump done to conservatism and the Republican Party? So this was asked to me from my local station in L.A., AM 870, and we had an event. Sebastian Gorka and Charlie Kirk and Larry Elder and I. So we were on stage, and the moderator said, "So okay, going to throw out a question. You got to answer with one sentence," which is tough.
Yeah.
I was, "We'll start with you, Dennis." And I go, "What effect has Donald Trump had on conservatives?" And it's like, I thank you, God, he put these words in my brain. He gave them testicles. The place went crazy.
Yeah.
And I know why they went crazy, because it's true. So here I have been saying for 20 years, we are in a civil war and only one side is fighting. Because of Donald Trump, both sides are fighting.
Yeah. 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 No, I think this idea that he made America manly again is not so far off. You know,
That's right.
The idea that he walks around without a mask, he gets COVID, he shrugs it off, he's back on the hustings.
I actually don't disagree with this. You know, we were talking earlier about how one of the problems that's happened in religion over the last 40 years in America is that we've redefined the love of God as sentimentality.
Yeah.
We've also redefined sin to where I genuinely believe that now almost the definition of sin is masculinity. I think the church has basically said all things masculine are evil, and the worst failures of the feminine are righteousness. So it's almost like the worst. You know, of course, there are negative aspects of masculinity that do touch sin. The difference is they're now saying that even the positive attributes of masculinity are sin, and the most negative attributes of the feminine are righteousness. Yeah. And so to be able to say to conservatives, to be able to say to men that there is masculine virtue, again, we can talk about how Donald Trump isn't the most virtuous person. What we're really upset about is that he represents a different set of virtues and is completely lacking in another set, right? He doesn't have the kinds of virtues that we've come to admire, but he has, in high measure, some of the forgotten virtues, and that's part of why we love it.
That's a great way of putting it.
The people who, forgive me for the language, I don't know what goes on the Daily Wire or the language-wise, but it's not a bad one. But the people who crap on his character, especially.
Oh no, that's way below our standard.
Yeah,
I've already said bullshit 3 times.
Okay,
he degraded us entirely.
Okay, great. Where were they with Ted Kennedy?
Of course, right.
Yeah.
Forget John Kennedy. Ted Kennedy, the lion of the Senate.
Yeah.
I will take
waitress sandwiches.
Yes, waitress sandwiches with Dodd, right?
That's right.
Who, by the way, was advising Joe Biden on his VP pick. Right? Chris Dodd was on that advisory committee.
That's right. And Ted Kennedy and Joe Biden really led all of the great character assassinations in the judiciary right over the last 40 years.
The thing that people love about Trump is that Trump refuses to accept the premise of what the left is saying to him. And sometimes that means he rejects things that are actually true, and that's irritating to people like me because, I mean, frankly, I don't think that you should reject things that are true. But very often, Trump will just refuse the premise of a question in a way where you're like, no other Republican would actually have the stones to do that.
That's right.
For example, there was a lot that came out from that Bob Woodward book. Most of it was stupid garbage. But there was one exchange that the left really played up where Bob Woodward said to him something like, you know, America has a real policing problem with racism, and America is kind of racist. And Trump said, oh, so you bought into that? And I heard that, and I was like, okay, like, you got to love that. You do.
Yes,
I mean, it's hard not to love that a little bit as a conservative, because the fact is that every other Republican pays lip service to myths, and Trump does not pay lip service to myths. And so there are a lot of times in which that is so deeply necessary. And you see his greatest successes are built on that, right? His great success in the Middle East is built on refusing to buy into a prevailing myth and just saying that myth is just a myth, right?
That is
and
so
so,
good,
like,
yeah.
and so we all focus in the media, and people who are Trump skeptical, I think, we focus on the times when he calls something a myth that isn't a myth, right? Where he does like the crowd size thing. It's the biggest crowd size ever. But his refusal to accept the premise of nearly any question that is asked of him adversarially means that many of the questions that are asked to normal Republicans adversarially, and they accept the premise, he refuses to accept the premise.
Yeah.
So it's a package deal.
Back to Jesus the jerk. One of the things I love is that he won't grant disingenuous questions ever in the text.
And that is, again, that is a masculine trait. You know, I'm reading
That's right.
Charles
Thank
Murray's book on the
you. That
differences
is
between men and women,
exactly right.
and women are, as I argued many years, are more amiable. They get along.
What about his forcing NATO?
Ohio.
He's
What a horrible
dissing
thing.
our allies.
Yeah.
Our allies have depended completely upon American money and know-how to guard them while they get rich.
Right.
So he says, excuse me, you made a deal that you spend X amount of your GDP on armaments, but you're not doing it. Why is that wrong? Why should an American leader not say that to our allies in NATO?
Right. Because it isn't nice.
Because it is. That's it.
That's it.
And, and you know,
That's it.
They used to,
You got it.
They used to put this thing out about Trump that he doesn't pay his bills. And I would talk to people, you know, just ordinary working guys, and they would say to me, he doesn't pay his bills because people don't do the work he pays them to do. You know, they know what it is.
I will say I'm very friendly with a guy who's been one of Donald Trump's real estate attorneys for his entire career. Very high end hotel real estate attorney, and he says that Donald Trump is a bit of a Scrooge. He says that he in the Trump organization, he would have to approve $500 expenses at hotels, which, if you think about the size of his organization,
But he's not
is
a
remarkable.
Scrooge personally.
But that's right. He said, but I will tell you, every time he ever brought me to New York, which is dozens of times over the years, flew first class, car picked me up brought me, stayed in the best dinners. He would lavish upon us in that way. But he didn't want to be frivolous with his money on the other side, and maybe he held on a bit too tight in that regard. And listen, I never want to be guilty of covering over what we know are character failings of the president. I think that
that's not the criterion of measuring who should be president. I wrote this 20 years ago.
Agreed.
I wrote a piece, Adultery and Politicians. God wouldn't have chosen King David. He not only committed adultery and had a child with that woman, but had the husband basically killed.
That's right.
I mean, that's pretty serious stuff.
Or go all the way back to Abraham.
He is the ancestor of our Messiah, all collectively.
A man after God's own heart. A man after God's own heart is what the Bible says of David. I actually said this on Twitter today, that some people are saying the Christian church is failing because it supports now Donald Trump, when in 1997 or 1998 they went all in to say that character is destiny and condemn Bill Clinton. But the problem with that argument is it actually assumes that the evangelical church in 1998 was operating in good faith, and the church now isn't. But the church in 1998 was being political. It was trying to get its agenda through.
That's right.
Bill Clinton deserved to be perjured because he broke the law. Deserved to be impeached because he broke the law and committed perjury. That was a hard sell to the American people. And so the evangelical church, pursuing its policy preferences, constructed a theological argument, which is false, which is that God judges a nation based on the moral character of its leader exclusively, which is, you cannot find a single biblical king.
Nope.
You can't find an American president. You can't find a king of England.
God seems to go out of his way, actually. Who did God choose to let the Israelites into Canaan? He could have picked a Canaanite accountant, a Canaanite priest, a Canaanite saint. He picked a Canaanite prostitute.
Yeah. That's right.
There's a message there. There's got to be a message there.
Part of the message is that God is God, and that the virtue of a person does not make them more than what God is. God uses the weak. He uses the broken. He uses the sinful. Because first of all, because that's the only people he can use, because that's all of us on some level. But also as a way of saying, I am the one who's delivering you into Canaan. I'm the one who's giving you the land of promise. That's
so long as recognizing the complexity of human beings doesn't mean dismissing the sin of human beings.
Absolutely. And I'm not saying that the character of a leader cannot affect the destiny of a country. But more importantly,
is a very complex question.
Yep.
Schindler saved how many Jews? 1,000 Jews? The man did an unbelievable act. The guy was a serial adulterer.
Yep. Yep.
And wait till what comes out. This is not revelatory. One of the major biographers of Martin Luther King has already come out with it, and it's going to come out when the papers come out. He was a serial adulterer.
Yeah.
What are they going to say then?
Rape, credible accusations.
Yes, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's really interesting to me just listening to it. There's a lot of IQ points in this room, and then me and Jeremy. And all of us are sitting here having serious conversations about Scripture and God. And every one of us, I happen to know for a fact, measures ourselves according to how we are moving toward God or away from God, or what we're doing in God's eyes. That idea is completely ridiculed by our friends on the left, especially among the elites.
That's right.
You never see a serious conversation about that in the New York Times. You never see a serious conversation.
No, they mocked Amy Coney Barrett for saying it, right?
Yeah, really.
Amy Coney Barrett said that she was trying to live a godly life.
Yeah.
And serve God in her job. And they said, oh, that means you're a theocrat.
Exactly. And
they're idiots.
And I don't know what Donald Trump believes in his heart of hearts, but at least he's welcomed those people.
I think he has become religious
in the
course of the 4 years. I believe
maybe just to piss off the left. Honestly, like they were like, you're such an atheist, godly. He's like, you know what? I love Jesus.
You know,
no, that's right. No. I have a column. Please, folks, on the internet, my column from 10 years ago, How the Left Keeps Me Religious.
Somebody told me that God made Donald Trump president to save his soul.
It's actually an interesting.
It is. I agree.
By the way, worth noting, 538 says that right now the way that North Carolina, Georgia, Florida are trending, the way that the Hispanic vote is trending in Texas and now maybe in Arizona, they're saying it's now a 50-50 toss-up election.
No kidding, really.
Which, which means that it's all going to be horrific for a week, right? Because if it's a 50-50 toss-up election, it comes down to Pennsylvania, and you have the mess of Pennsylvania. It's all going to be lawyers. It's going to be lawyers in the Supreme Court in a mess.
So anytime there's a mess, the person whose point of view I want is Megyn Kelly. And that is because there are a lot of IQ points in this room, and ain't none of us as smart as our friend.
Even all together.
Yeah, all together, none of us as smart as our friend Megyn Kelly, who is back with us again right now. Megyn, thanks for making some more time for us tonight. What are you seeing out there?
My pleasure. I'm following the 538 so far debacle, as Ben just mentioned. It's crazy how much faith people put in these pollsters. And look, I don't know how this night is going to shake out, but it certainly appears that Nate Silver, the guy pollsters on the left, completely blew Florida. And Trafalgar seems to have gotten it right. That's the one polling outlet that has been predicting Trump is going to win this race tonight. What I'm seeing so far in Ohio does not bode well for Trump, but it's very early and the vote's not yet counted. So we'll see, right? It tends to go blue at first and then it turns more red. But their vote counts a little higher in Ohio. So I would be watching that one because obviously Trump's not going to win this race if he does not win Ohio. The thing with the Hispanics is interesting. Already, you've got people counting them as non-Hispanics. They're basically white Hispanics, so they don't count as minorities. Republicans can't claim them as their voters. But hey, they voted, and they voted for Donald Trump, and it didn't just happen in Florida. They're voting for him in other states right now, to the surprise of a lot. And I think there's a question. There's somebody in Florida tweeting about this, that a top Democrat had complained to him privately that it was the BLM support by Democrats there that turned off a lot of Hispanics because they don't want to defund the police, right? That they understand that causes a lot of danger. It causes a lot of danger in minority communities and elsewhere. And, this is sort of a liberal dream that they actually tried in Minneapolis, Minnesota, only to totally reverse it. That was the George Floyd city.
Right.
So we're defunding them. It was a unanimous vote, and then they reversed it. And I think, what we're seeing, we'll find out because they'll ask, what the reasons were, and the exit polls will show it. I don't know if they polled for BLM, but if that actually pushed Hispanics to the polls for Trump, it's going to be a major story.
And
who is voting? Please, just any of you know. I don't know the answer. This is an open question. Maybe Megyn knows. Why is Ohio close? Who is voting? And I mean this sincerely. Other than a leftist, who in Ohio is voting for Biden?
I think it's college-educated whites. I think that the big story of this.
There were that many in Ohio?
I think the big story of this election may be that Trump actually gets the inroads in minority populations that we've always wanted to see a Republican get, and then he had losses among white voters that still managed to cost him the election, which will be an unbelievable story. Will not validate the pollsters who've been so wrong so far tonight, but they'll be able to live to fight another day because if Biden wins, it actually doesn't matter if they blew Florida by almost 6 points, right? They just get credit because they made the ultimate top.
I think that's a major reason. People don't tend to speak about this. When they speak about free college tuition, they really excuse me, they really want everyone to go to college. College produces leftists. Is that an unfair statement?
No, it's not. No.
And listen, I don't think colleges, I don't think the university, I don't think the academy can be reformed. I don't think that the media can be reformed, the legacy media can be reformed. I don't think Hollywood can be reformed. It's time for us to, you can't redeem them.
That's right.
You can't
Time to
reform
leave them.
You have to replace them. And that's what PragerU is doing, where the academy is concerned. It's what Daily Wire and Megyn with her podcast are doing. Where the media is concerned, we have to figure out how to do it with entertainment.
But they
as
will
well.
try to shut us down. If they own everything except the Supreme Court, then they will do whatever they can to shut us down.
The story of this election so far, and obviously it's still early in the night, relatively speaking, the story of the election is the shift in the Latino vote. I mean, it's stunning. And what it really shows is that when it comes to the woke coalition, the strongest, and we know this by polling data, the strongest members of the woke coalition are the white idiots. They are. They're the strongest members of the woke coalition.
Right.
Black Americans don't care about this woke crap, which is why they voted in favor of Joe Biden over Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primaries. Latino Americans are sick to death of this crap. The best tweet I've seen tonight is Republicans are winning the Latino vote and Democrats are winning the Latinx vote. Because nobody who's Latino calls themselves Latinx.
Yes, of course.
Which is hysterical. And it's all these self-flattering and self-flagellating white people who think they're going to lead minorities to the promised land by treating them as not fully capable of making human adult decisions. It's absolutely wild. Megyn, when you look at this right now, I mean, the media coverage so far, it seems like people are really holding back at this point. But we have seen some early indicators of the insanity from Nicole Hannah-Jones and a couple other reporters now reporting that Latino people are not Latino anymore. What do you make of it?
No, of course, it's like a knee-jerk reaction. The fact that somebody like Nicole Hannah-Jones gets the credibility she does, that her Pulitzer Prize has not been revoked for her joke of a 1619 project, which the New York Times is slowly taking out with an eraser without announcing all the mistakes that were in there. And mistakes is being charitable. Intentional lies might be another way to put it. And then you've got Ibram X. Kendi, who was tweeting out when Amy Coney Barrett was nominated, like, I'm not talking about her. I'm just saying historically, when white people adopt black babies, it's out of to colonize and exploit them. And it's like, definitely not tying in, directly to her, only it was 2 minutes after she was announced. And these people are around and get paid thousands and thousands of dollars to educate white people in various corporations and so on how they are racist. I mean, it's like, it's insane, right? And so I do think, though, that the white suburban women have tended to be a problem for Trump. And I think a lot of them have bought into the woke messaging. They've been guilted so much by their neighbors that they're bigots and they're awful if they don't, that they're signing up.
They want to be liked. That's a good point. That's right, Megyn. By the way, you mentioned about revoking the Pulitzer Prize, Megyn. The New York Times has still held on to the Pulitzer Prize of 1934 for Walter Duranty, who denied that Ukrainians were being starved by Stalin. 6 million Ukrainians were starved by Stalin. Read Anne Applebaum's book.
It's a great book. Did you see the movie that came out about this, by the way? They just came out with a movie about this.
Is that right? The Holodomor?
Yeah. It's really, really, really good.
I should bring up, by the way, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Megyn on her Ibram X. Kendi imitation. It was excellent. But secondly, I just want to point out that Ohio is closing very, very fast. It's getting very narrow.
Yeah, they're saying that Trump has the momentum there in the final counties, and it looks like there's a decent shot that he pulls out Ohio. So if he pulls out, Ohio, then obviously the next look moves on to presumably Pennsylvania, and that is, I mean, for the country,
gotta keep an eye on.
right? North Carolina is still there. Although the New York Times is saying that their needle has him about an 80% shot to win North Carolina. So if he wins North Carolina, it goes to Pennsylvania. Given his performance in Ohio and North Carolina, that's very competitive. You saw him close extremely fast in the polls in North Carolina. In the polls, which have been systemically off, they're systemically off this year. If what we're seeing happening is happening,
and the Amish vote in Michigan.
Those horses are moving. They're slow.
That caravan. Thank you, Aaron.
Well, Megyn, thank you again for.
Pennsylvania, we may be sitting around for days and days waiting to see what.
Well, that's right. We may have you on in hour 78. Of our nonstop coverage.
By the way, that is for the country. In some ways, that's nightmare scenario. Honestly,
yes.
If it goes to litigation,
so let me understand. You guys, I'm sure, know this better than I. The judge's ruling in Pennsylvania is that if they will be allowed to open up ballots for how long after Election Day sent in, and they do not have to have a postmark prior to the election day. Is that correct? Did I get that right?
No, so there's controversy.
If it's smudged.
Right. So the question is, right? If it's smudged, and if you see like a wide, spate of 100,000 votes that are coming in all smudged post-election, I have a feeling that's going to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court put it off. They didn't say they wouldn't rule on it. They said that we're not going to rule on it right now because John Roberts is a coward who won't rule preemptively on anything that means that would put the legitimacy of the court in question. Of course, not foreseeing the possibility that the legitimacy of the court will be put gravely into question 5 days from now.
He's
terrible.
To be liked.
He's just terrible.
He wants to be liked. I will say this for John Roberts. It may be slightly more than he wants to be liked. I think he legitimately believes that the left will destroy the court if they make certain moves against the left. I think he thinks in day-to-day cases,
the State Department legitimately believes that if America moves the embassy to Jerusalem, the Arab world will blow up.
That's right.
That's a good.
But Jeremy, that is not the Chief Justice's job. He really, I know the Chief Justice is trying to make himself like the PR agent of the Supreme Court. And maybe it's one consideration that he has that the associate justices don't have, but really his main duty is to uphold the Constitution. My husband Doug said it's his theory of good-looking Supreme Court justices. He doesn't believe we should have any more.
That's a funny theory. That is excellent theory.
They go to the Georgetown cocktail parties, and they start to love being loved, and before you know it, they go from over here to over here. He's like, no more, only unattractive ones.
Yeah, I can definitely get behind that because then I have a shot, as long as you also don't have to have gone to college, be a lawyer, be a judge, or really have any other qualifications. But being homely, that could be my one. I make a good case for myself. Listen, I agree with you that it's not the job of the Chief Justice. One thing that I love about the court swinging with the addition of Amy Coney Barrett as far to the right as it has, is that that's actually not a partisan swing. Like having originalists on the court is supposed to be what the court is. It's supposed to be 9 out of 9. They should disagree about like the nuances of the law, not broad things like do you have religious freedom or broad things like do you have freedom of speech. That was never supposed to be what the court was about. And so I know the left has redefined court packing to mean putting people on the court we don't like, right? But we're actually the ones who are depoliticizing the court by putting originalists on there. And the problem for George W. Bush with John Roberts is he put a partisan on the court. He did not put an originalist on the court. That should be a good cautionary tale to us all.
I don't think he knew that. I mean, I covered the John Roberts confirmation hearings wall to wall for Fox News. I went down to the National Archives and read everything that guy ever wrote while he was with the Reagan administration. Of course, all of his judicial opinions. And I will tell you, I did not see signs of this John Roberts. I didn't see any signs of a potential suitor when I was researching Chief John Roberts. He looked like he was born in his little crib with his little justice robe on, getting ready to become, the Supreme Court Chief Justice one day. He lived a life that was like, sending him in there on like a fluffy cloud. So in George W. Bush's defense, I don't think you could see it coming. Yeah. But I think you're right, because here's what Antonin Scalia used to say from the bench, because I practiced law for a long time, but I also covered the High Court for 3 years, sitting in that courtroom every day. And Scalia used to say, you wanna say that the founders who wrote this document, the Constitution, foresaw a constitutional right to privacy, to an abortion, to same-sex marriage even. You go and convince the citizenry that that is how it should be. You don't get 9 unelected people in robes to reread it. He's not saying it should never happen, I'm against it. He was saying, go convince the electorate that it's time for such a right to be recognized, and then we'll amend it appropriately.
Absolutely.
Yep.
May I ask, Megan, I'd like to ask you a question.
Now,
are you broadcasting, so to speak, from home now?
New Hampshire.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, I just want to salute you. It is such a joy to see books in a house.
Sure.
I can't tell you.
Biden is leading
I recommend
54.1%.
seriously, people, even if they don't read them,
Trump
have at
with
least one room in their
4.2%.
home with bookshelves with books.
The number of votes, Biden
This
has
is a major. Kids need to see books. They need to see them. They need to touch them, feel them. This is a home that says ideas are important. A home with books.
It looks like.
Well, thank you. I wish I could say I've read them all, but I
Oh no! I said it's irrelevant.
It's very close.
He's a writer,
really
and
close.
he took a lot of care in actually selecting which books he wanted up there. The ones he's read and the ones he wants to read. And kids are little aspiring writers too, so far so good. And by the way, up until like 20 minutes ago, my 9-year-old daughter was here going through the New York Times update on which state is red and which state is blue. And I have my own little Bell Hemmer here working the billboard. She was like, oh, great stuff. Something in these books may be sinking in, Dennis.
I think so. That's why I mentioned it. God bless you.
Megyn, thank you again for making so much time for us tonight, and congratulations again on your wonderful new podcast.
Thank you, guys. Always a pleasure. See ya.
And meanwhile, Tom Tillis too close to call in North Carolina.
Really?
Tillis and
Very
Cal Cunningham
close
are
in
separated
North Carolina.
with over
Yes,
95% of the vote in
Wow.
by a grand total of, I
49.5%
kid you not,
vote.
500 votes.
Wow.
Oh, man.
Out of
It's
2.7
so
million cast.
close
I was
in
hoping
North
it wouldn't
Carolina
be an ugly
between
night, but it
Trump
looks like
and
it is
Biden.
going to be. For that, I want to go to our Daily Wire War Room and Alicia
Very,
Krause
very
to look at the
close.
data.
I'm
I-
glad
yeah,
that you.
All right, the
I
three main
assume that
states we're
Jeremy
monitoring
was
here in
trying
the
to call
war
me
room,
ugly
Georgia,
right
North
there,
Carolina,
but I
and
think he was
Ohio.
actually referring to
Pennsylvania
what's happening
is
with the House and Senate
Trump's
seats
leading
across the country.
Pennsylvania
We have an
by
update right
only
now with the electoral map and
1,000
Daily Wire's own
at
editor-in-chief,
least
John
1,000
Bickley,
votes,
here to tell
less
us
than
what's up.
1,000.
Yeah, this is where we stand so far, and some things are looking really good for Trump that are not yet showing up on this map. So if we could go back,
Oh
we
my
want to look at
goodness.
our original
Oh,
scenario.
it just went back to
We talked about it at the beginning.
Biden.
How
So
does Trump
right
win
now,
this?
where we at,
He
Pennsylvania,
wins 7 of
it's
the 12
really
battleground
close
states.
between Biden and Trump.
The ones he needs, Florida, he is, a lot of places have called it. He's on the path to win it. Georgia, he's now at, let's see, 86% chance of winning with a lot of the vote in, about 50%.
Okay.
North Carolina, New York Times are projecting 95% chance of winning that. So these are 3 of the absolutely essential states. He's looking good in Ohio, and we're going to talk to Cabot about that. He's got some specific numbers for that.
Okay.
Texas, he's performing pretty well in Texas. We think he's going to hold on to Texas. What this means is if he can pull off these states he's trending well in, can secure Ohio, if he can get Pennsylvania, and Arizona,
North Carolina
wins.
is
He wins
very
tonight.
close.
both of those he's pulled pretty well in. Pennsylvania, key. We said at the beginning this is going to be essential. It's looking good.
Okay.
We got a lot to watch, but there's reason to be optimistic.
There's a lot happening, and we're still waiting, of course, on final tallies in Georgia and North Carolina.
Right.
But as you guys have been saying, the predictions of the trends seem to be in the direction of a Trump-Pence win in
Exactly.
those states. And now we're going to take it to the other part of the war room where Cabot is going to be giving us an update, because we're starting to see a lot of data, guys, starting to come in from the important swing state of Ohio. Cabot?
I jumped in a little bit early there because I was so excited to tell you about all the new data that we're getting in. Ohio, one of the key states that people have been talking about President Trump needs to have for his plausible map. 74% reporting. President Trump is now up 2.4% in Ohio. He
Pennsylvania,
took the
Trump
lead there
is
about
leading.
15 minutes ago, and since then he's been rapidly climbing. North Carolina, John touched on it earlier, 85% reporting. The president now leads 49.6 to 49.2%. The New York Times projections, which we've been talking about all night, they are now saying President Trump has a 95% chance of winning North Carolina. And in Georgia, 47% reporting, still waiting for some of those larger counties surrounding Atlanta. President Trump is up 14%. We're going to have to wait to see just how high the voter turnout has been in the surrounding counties around Atlanta. And one more fun little nugget out there. In 2016, a lot of the betting markets gave a pretty accurate depiction of what was going on in the presidential election. This year, throughout 2019 and 2020, especially after COVID, President Trump was a big underdog in the betting markets. We can now tell you that President Trump is actually winning in most of the betting markets by a 2.5 to 1 margin. So if you had money on President Trump, I would suggest maybe selling it now, maybe pulling out a little early if you want to get a quick profit. But President Trump is up in the voting markets as well, or in the betting markets as well. So we're going to continue to monitor all of those states. Another race that we're looking at very carefully is John James in Michigan. This is a race that a lot of Republicans have looked at as a potential opportunity to
Yes,
pick up
North
a seat for the
Carolina's really
Republicans.
close.
Right now in Michigan, we have about 24% of the numbers in. John James is leading. Again, we're going to continue to update you as we get more information there. Now, we're going to go to Wisconsin now, where we've started to get some data in. Ian was talking with me earlier about some of the results we've seen. A lot of people were interested in what would happen in Kenosha. And Ian was telling me earlier, Kenosha, what are the numbers we're at about now? About 68%?
Yeah, so if we have a quick look at Kenosha, right now live on the New York Times website, Donald Trump has practically double the number of votes as Biden. And early on in 2016, that was a very, very close race. So it turns down burning down your neighborhood and the Democrats just smiling along doesn't do great for the voting. So interesting to watch that county, of course, in addition to the rest of Wisconsin.
So people have been asking a lot online about Virginia as well. This is something people have been saying. Why aren't we talking more about Virginia? Again, to clarify for people just tuning in recently, right when the voting stopped in Virginia, Fox News was the first news agency to call it for Joe Biden. Since then, no one else has called it. The results in Virginia have been incredibly close. Right now, President Trump up 53 to 45 on Vice President Biden. That's with 53% reporting in. Now, one issue with that is there are a huge number of absentee ballots as well as early voting from Northern Virginia and then down in Newport News, Virginia. Those are two areas where Biden is counting on as strong areas for him. So it's similar to Atlanta, where it's going to come down to voter turnout in Atlanta to see if Biden can turn the tide there. And in Virginia, where he is expected to win, if he can drive up that voter turnout in Northern Virginia, down in Newport News, Virginia Beach, he's counting on it. So, Alicia, we got a lot of data to break down, but right now, continues to be a positive night for the president so far.
Yeah, it's fascinating what's happening. And there are some people on Twitter and social media and even in the war room saying, okay, if the data keeps trending this way, could Trump-Pence have a redo of 2016 where, you know, the polls everywhere are upset? We will be sure to bring you guys more information as we get it. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thank you, Alicia. Listen, guys, somehow it's a nail-biter. We went into the night thinking this could be a 2-hour broadcast. It could be 2012 all over again. The president outperformed the polls well beyond the margin of error in Florida, and it is an actual horse race across the country right now. If you are watching this and you're wondering, why do things look so much different than I thought that they might look? It's because the media lies to you. It's because the establishment, legacy media lies to you. Social media lies to you, prevents you from hearing the truth. It's because they have an agenda. They don't claim their agenda. And for that reason, we need to replace the media. We're trying to do that here at the Daily Wire. We've made some big announcements tonight. Candace Owens now officially joining the Daily Wire, moving to Nashville to do a show for us, which will begin in March and be unlike anything that's ever existed in conservative new media. Our partnership with Prager University, where we're going to carry the entire PragerU library on our SVOD platform for our subscribers. I'll tell you a few of the other things that we're going to be doing with the help of our dailywire.com subscribers, and you can become one tonight if you're watching by going to dailywire.com and use the promo code ELECTION. We'll give you 25% off. Listen, is it self-serving? Sure, but it's not just self-serving. The only way we are going to take back the culture is if we engage in the culture. As I said earlier in the show, the New York Times alone, one publication on the left, has a budget of over $1 billion a year. They have 4,500 employees. They make $100 million plus in profit every year. One single organization. There is nothing like it on the right. There's nothing like the kind of power they have. If we're going to replace them, we have to mobilize and do it. One way you can do that is being a dailywire.com subscriber. We're going to start challenging the stranglehold that the left has on media and culture. We're doing that by launching Candace. We're doing it and getting into the more cultural content. We're doing it academically with our partnership with Prager University. We are also going to be launching a morning show to compete with NPR. We're going to call it Morning Wire. You may wonder, why? Why would you get into that space? Well, the answer is because a lot of people like to, even conservatives, like to listen to NPR because NPR is very sophisticated. It's both sophisticated in the sense that it dives deeply into content, and it's sophisticated propaganda because it doesn't hit you over the head with its point of view. Instead, it brings you in with this deep, thoughtful content, makes you feel smarter than you maybe even are, and then they're able to serve you by selection of story, a worldview, and they do this very successfully for millions of people, in particular, millions of women across the country who don't want to listen to sort of polemical, talking head, angry political content of the type that we're very good at making. So we need to compete in all of the places that the right has been unable to compete over the last generation, and one of them is in that kind of deep content. So in the new year, we will be launching Morning Wire. We will be launching the Candace Owens show in front of a live audience. We will be launching our partnership with PragerU, and we have a few more things that we'll tell you about throughout the night. Please, listen, I'm not asking you to support us as a charity. We want to bring you great value, and we're doing that for our members every day at dailywire.com. Become a member, use the promo code ELECTION, get your 25% off, and if you become an annual Insider Plus or All Access member, you will get Vessel of Vessels, your leftist tears, hot or cold tumbler. listen, why wouldn't you want to drink your leftist tears from a tumbler such as this? Please subscribe. Our subscribers are the reason that this broadcast is free for everyone tonight. Guys, it's a horse race. What is going to happen in Ohio, Benjamin?
Well, the latest that I've seen
Trump's
is that it
leading
remains a horse race in
Pennsylvania
Ohio. Trump seems to be pulling into
at
the lead in
49
Ohio. So it looks like he's going to win Ohio.
He's
The real
also leading
question
North
is whether
Carolina.
the narrow nature
He's
of
leading
Ohio, which is narrower than it was last time, is
Texas,
more of a tell for
Pennsylvania,
Pennsylvania
Ohio,
and Michigan
North Carolina,
and Wisconsin, and whether that
Michigan,
translates
Iowa,
over. By the
Georgia,
way,
and
worthy
Florida.
of note, Lindsey Graham has won his race in South Carolina. So Lindsey Graham 2.0 wins his race in South Carolina, and that is. They spent $100 million on that race.
Yep.
So
$100 million
Kentucky,
to defeat Cocaine Mitch, $100 million
to defeat Lindsey Graham. It's $200 million they just flushed down the toilet. Just right down the toilet.
Yeah, hate to
This
see it.
cigar is actually made out of their money.
So, guys, before we go any further, our good friend Glenn Beck, again, as with Louder with Crowder, this is a cross stream. I can't say he's coming on our show, and I can't say that we're going on his show. It is somehow miraculously. They say you never cross the streams. It could be bad. But in this instance.
It's broadcast fluid. That's what it is. You know, thank you very much, Jeremy. If I can just stop you here for just a second, and let me tell Ben, I was listening to you, Ben, on our local affiliate KLIF that carries you in the afternoon. I was listening to you today. And you brought to mind, because I'm listening to all these young people that were calling in, and they were just confused by the polls, it seemed, because it wasn't reflecting reality in their life. There are so many things that in popular culture and things that we've always seen in the past that just didn't match up with the narrative for the media or the narrative from the polls. Are we starting to see that come apart tonight?
I mean, I think so. It's so hard in this business or any other to make the connection between the anecdotal evidence and the data, right? Because you get this data and you assume that people are trying to put their best inputs into the data, and it's still early, so we'll have to see. Florida's obviously a systemic polling error. I mean, off as much as 5 points. We still don't know how much it's going to be off in other places, but it looks like it's all off, and it looks like it's all off in one direction. And what that says to me is that less than people, experiencing things, because I remember that in 2012, right? In 2012, there were a lot of us saying, well, the enthusiasm for Romney's so high, he's for sure going to win. There's a disconnect with the polls. Even more than that, it is that the absolute disconnect that is felt between our entire elite class, between the entire college-educated pollster elite class and working class white people, working class Hispanics, working class black people, is almost unbridgeable. Because in 2012, I think they got it right because nothing changed fundamentally with the working class or with black or Hispanic Americans in terms of their voting patterns, but something is fundamentally shifting for the Republican Party and for Donald Trump, and it's whether or not he wins the election. There is something very serious that's happening, and it's a political realignment. It's a class realignment. That's right. And it's a racial realignment, and that actually bodes extraordinarily well for the Republican Party, because if Donald Trump is able to start pulling 35, 40% of the Hispanic vote in the way that Bush was, but he's not talking about immigration reform, right? He's just speaking to people as Americans. And if he's able to start pulling 15, 20% of the black vote, even if he loses tonight, it's going to be a lot easier for Republicans to pick up more of the suburban female vote than it was for them to break into these brand new voting blocks.
That kind of goes to a question I asked our panel earlier tonight on who, if Donald Trump were to lose tonight, God forbid, but if he were to lose tonight, who can fill his shoes? I was always against a Trump Republican Party, but the Republicans, I think they'd be excited in a way, some of them, that Trump would lose so they could get back to their own crony kind of business.
Yes, yeah.
And I'm not interested in that, and I don't think America is interested in that. So does this survive and transcend Donald Trump? Or if he would lose, is it back to the old party?
No, I think it does survive, and I think it transcends Trump, because victory has a way of transcending. So the fact that he's reshaped the map, even if he loses tonight, which we'll see. I'm starting to think he's going to win. But even if he loses tonight, I think people are recognizing their vulnerabilities in the Democratic firewall with regard to race and with regard to class that have been breached by Trump. And I think that you're going to see a lot of candidates on the Republican Party side pour through that. Let's put it this way. I don't think you're going to see a lot more of John McCain and Mitt Romney in the Republican Party's future. I think you're going to see a lot more of, people who are Trump-friendly, the Nikki Haley's and the Ron DeSantis, and those are the elites of the Trump-friendly folks. I think you're going to see a lot more of the Josh Hawley types who are open populists. I think that the style of the Republican Party has changed, and I think it's changed in a way that's actually may have been changed quite positively by Trump. It's almost like when you have a piece that's bent out of place on a bicycle, like a bicycle spoke, and it's bent out of place. You don't bend it to where you want it to be. You have to bend it too far the other direction in order to get it to bend where you actually want it to be. And I feel like maybe that's what Trump is for the Republican Party.
What is the ballot number that you guys are voting on where you're actually reintroducing discrimination?
16, yeah.
16.
Yeah.
I've heard that is close. How do you think that's going to do in the election in California? What are the consequences? And really, why the hell are you guys all still there?
I'm not, dude. I'm not.
Funny
I
you
can't
should
answer the
ask.
question. I live in Florida. My state's red, my friend. I am out. I voted in Florida. I voted in a swing state. It was all mine. It was all me. If anyone gets credit for Trump winning Florida, it's me. I moved states just to make Trump win Florida.
If he wins by 1. And Michael and I leave for our new homes in Nashville this week.
So talk to the old man here.
Yeah, I'm detaching. You get old, Glenn. You have a lot of attachments. Hey, can I change the subject for just a minute and congratulate you on entering the Broadcasting Hall of
Absolutely.
Fame?
I was actually going to do it if you didn't.
Which would not be the Broadcasting Hall of Fame if you weren't.
That's right.
Well, thank you very much. I think my name is going to have the plaque on the door of the broom closet. It's kind of, it's one of those things I never thought I would get into, and it's such an honor, but now that I'm in it, it kind of cheapens it.
No.
If they'll let me in,
it's good.
Anybody can get in.
It's good to have humility, Glenn, but the truth of the matter is, and I say this often, in fact, I said it
all the time.
I said it to Michael and Alan Estrin just this week. I think that you're the greatest living broadcaster. You have a unique understanding of the medium that I think is just unparalleled by anyone currently in the industry. And Drew is absolutely right. If they had somehow opted not to put you in the Broadcasting Hall of Fame, the Radio Hall of Fame, then the thing would have absolutely no value.
Glenn, I want you to know that Alan and I did tell Jeremy he was completely insane. This was ridiculous.
Okay, I mean, look, guys, you've got enough alcohol. I know you guys. That's all the booze talking. So let's move back to the election.
Quick note, Josh Kraushaar, just a quick election notification. Josh Kraushaar with National Journal is calling Ohio for Trump. Trump is up by 2.4.
My man.
Yeah.
With the election day vote still left to count. So.
If Donald Trump picks up Ohio, we are one state away. I mean,
well, Arizona, right?
Arizona. But although the Hispanic turnout so far in the election would lead you to believe he may outperform in Arizona.
Okay, if it's going to be Raiders of the Lost Ark, right? I mean, this is going to be the unleashing of the godly force at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark for the media. Like, we're all just going to have to tune in. It's going to be just an infinite regression of us watching MSNBC, right? We're just going to put MSNBC. We have to put MSNBC on the TV, right? If Trump wins, we all have to. People will tune into us watching CNN, right?
We will
not.
I was thinking the same thing. We should put CNN up on one of the.
But we've been talking all night about how we have to replace the legacy media. We won't have to replace it. It will end. It will be so pointless if Donald Trump wins.
Eyeballs will fall out of heads.
It will burn itself down. It already is well on its way of burning itself down to the ground. But I worry about their phase 2. Their backup, which I think is actually their first plan. I mean, you don't put as your vice president the one that every Democrat hated. To back up a guy who everybody knows, I mean, he's probably not going to make it to pudding on Friday. So, you got those two. I think their plan here is to now create doubt and violence in the streets. And that's very concerning to me because I've done enough homework on what they're planning through the Transition Integrity Project, which
Biden
is
ahead 47.8%.
you guys concerned?
I mean,
Florida.
Florida.
I want to just
Trump
say
is ahead
one of the
51.3%.
personality traits of
with
conservatives
Biden
is that
behind
when we see something to be afraid
47.8%.
of, we immediately
Georgia,
assume that it's going to
Trump
work. It's
is
going to come
ahead
through.
58,
And I don't think that's
55.8%,
necessarily the
while
case
Biden is behind
in this
with 43%.
present case. That is their plan.
Iowa,
You got it exactly right.
Biden
But
is
we're now
ahead
living in a world where an
62.1%.
invention that
With
rivals
Trump
the
at
printing press in importance
36.4%, that's
has come about,
14%
which is the internet and the
report.
way the things we're doing right now, right here. And that has changed everything. And I think
New
their
Hampshire-
plan is
New
an old
Hampshire-
plan. I
New
think their plan
Hampshire,
is from the old days.
Biden
I
is
think
leading
information spreads now
53.6%.
whether they like it or not. I think that
30%
their
reporting.
attempt, their
Right now,
open
North Carolina,
attempt to shut down the
Trump
Biden
is
story,
leading
when you look at the polls, it didn't
ahead
work.
of Biden,
People saw it, they believed it, they
49.7%.
knew it was real, they got
He's
the
also
information.
leading
I'm not
Biden
sure.
in
I'm not
Ohio,
sure that
52.1%
old-fashioned ideas
He's
like
also
rioting
Biden
and
in
pushing
Pennsylvania
and
by
lying that used to
51.8%.
work so well are going to work. in
Trump's
this
also
modern
leading Texas,
moment.
50.8%.
We are actually out ahead of the curve
Against
because of what we're doing
Biden.
right here on the Blaze,
And
on
Trump's
the Daily
also
Wire.
leading in Wisconsin,
We are replacing something. We're
51.6%,
replacing something
with
that
only
has
like
earned itself to the
100,000
ground.
votes.
And I don't know. I hate to be optimistic because I know it's
one guy. This coming from the one guy who's like, I'm not ready to leave California.
I'm so Glenn, I'm so ready.
He does
No,
remember
no,
the
no.
printing press.
And also, Trump is ahead.
Guys, thank you so much. And I have to tell you, when I first started the Blaze, I saw a network where everybody could work together, and I didn't know how it would work out, but I am so proud to be in the same business with you, and this is something ABC and NBC never did, never would have done. We're not competitors. We're all on the same side. We compete against each other, but we all go home friends, and it is really nice.
We're proud
to be
to
on
know
the
you,
side
Glenn.
with
We're
you
proud
guys.
to know you.
Thank you for your kinship. And listen, if you want to help us replace the media, go subscribe to the Blaze TV. You're going to get Glenn, you're going to get Mark Levin, you're going to get Steven Crowder, Ali Stuckey, Lauren Chin. It's a great value. I mean, subscribe to us first.
And
but then if you still have a little money left.
May I just return the favor?
Please.
He's exactly right. You should subscribe to the Blaze TV.
The greatest living broadcaster, Glenn Beck. Glenn, thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, we have.
By the way, quick announcement: Maria Salazar has defeated Donna Shalala in Miami-Dade District 27 congressional seats.
Wow.
That was a Democratic seat. There are a bunch of Florida seats that are moving into Republican territory in Florida. Dan Crenshaw won re-election. He was in a bit of a tough re-elect. So Dan Crenshaw, good friend of all of ours, right? Pirate captain and
the shirt sales.
all around awesome dude. Dan Crenshaw has won re-election, so that is excellent stuff. We'll have to keep an eye on Chip Roy, who's in a real dogfight.
Yeah, and he's in a dogfight with Wendy Davis. If we lose Chip Roy to Wendy Davis,
well, his district again borders on Houston, and Houston is
borders on Austin.
Austin, sorry. Also, AP has called the Florida 26th for another Republican, Carlos Jimenez, over Debbie Mercalzo-Powell. So that is another GOP pickup.
That's a pickup. Yeah. Oh, wow.
So this is not 2018 blue wave Democratic territory. The national polls are going to be off and off significantly.
You know, this is
not a Biden 10-point win. This is at best, even if Biden ends up winning, this is like a Biden 4 or 5 point win, which is what puts it in dicey territory.
Here's Henry Olsen, who I promote because of his honesty, and he says, I never like being wrong professionally, but it's clear that Biden is not going to win the national vote by anything like what every major poll's crosstabs implied. That means polling error of mammoth proportions. The industry will have a lot of serious thinking to do. Whether they're capable of serious thinking is
if they were capable of serious thinking. I want to welcome to the show again Daily Wire's very own Matt Walsh. Matt, thanks for coming back. I'm going to hand off both this segment and the show itself to Michael Knowles on account of got to go to the restroom. And we have been live forever.
So now it's the Catholic hour. With
now, we're welcoming Matt Walsh and the Pope for coming on. Holy Father, thank you so much for coming on the show. Matt, thank you for coming on. I do want to take a moment, though, gentlemen, as we've said this, because you know the media are going to completely change the story, whatever happens tomorrow, and they're going to say the polls were actually right. They're going to try to convince us that these polls were right. They're not right. No matter how this turns out tonight, the polls got this wrong. Matt, what are you seeing out from your garage or your car or wherever you are right now?
Well, right now I'm in a real building, so that's a step up for me. Yeah, I'm in a building with a nice view of Nashville. I think the thing with the polls is I don't see after this what role polling plays. I think that pollsters go to the level of like, you know, back a few years ago, the psychics that you would call 1-800 numbers for. I think they go to sort of Miss Cleo. I don't know what happened to Miss Cleo, but they go to a Miss Cleo level. They really do. And I think part of that is they're trying to predict, at some level, they're trying to predict, right, what people are going to do on election day. But that's very hard to do, especially because everybody knows what they're predicting, and people are responding to those predictions as well. So it's just it's a really difficult thing to do, and I just don't know what role polls play anymore.
Matt, you were very on focus when the Black Lives Matter and Antifa riots were going all around. You were digging up stories that the mainstream media were not covering. There has been so much weird in this election season. And obviously, that might explain why these models got things wrong. What effect do you think the riots have had? What effect do you think the lockdowns have had? And what of this is just because Trump is an interesting candidate and Joe Biden can't finish a sentence?
Raphael Warnock.
Well, I think the last thing you said plays a lot into it. I mean, at the end of the day, Trump has a lot of enthusiasm. When you're an incumbent and you also have enthusiasm, that's going to be hard for anyone to overcome. And then when you've got the guy running against him, his brain is made of soggy Cheerios, it makes it even more difficult. But I was skeptical. I was worried heading into the election that because, as I always talk about, as Americans in modern society, we have the memory of houseflies. I was worried that even though we had 3 or 4 months of rioting and these rampaging mobs supported by the encouraged by the Democrat Party, funded even by liberals, burning down cities, I was worried that it wouldn't factor in the end because nobody would remember it. But I think it's still too early to say. But it's when you look at how wrong the polls were and the results so far, it's hard to think that didn't factor in at least a little bit. And of course it should, because, like I said before, it's what have the Democrats actually done to attract new voters over the last 4 years? We talk about what has Trump done to bring in new voters? Well, he didn't need to bring in new voters. He won with what he had last time. So what have the Democrats done? And I think encouraging rioting and engaging in this open bigotry and race baiting and advocating shutting down the country, putting us all, muzzling us in masks,
throwing people out of work.
That's not going to do it. That just doesn't appeal to people. So what I would want Democrats to do is, I know that if they lose, they're going to say it was voter suppression. They're going to say it was bigotry. But reflect on the possibility that you lost because you are horrible and unappealing on every intellectual and emotional level. That would be.
James Carville famously said in the early 90s, "It's the economy, stupid," about how to win an election. I think you might say how to lose an election. It's the looting, stupid. It's the arson, stupid. There is some news coming out from Twitter, and I mean it's not on Twitter. I'm saying it's from Twitter itself. There's a big alert at the top now that says election results might be delayed. With the increase in voting by mail, there might be a delay in the announcement of election results. This means you could encounter unconfirmed claims that a candidate has won their race. I got to tell you, Matt, I'm reading that. It makes me think that the libs think they're losing. How do you read the coverage of the election?
Yeah, it does seem that way, and I would worry, I guess, like everybody else, that if this thing does drag on for days and we go into Pennsylvania and they say they've got ballots they still have to count and everything, you worry about shenanigans there. I haven't been, like a lot of conservatives, I haven't been as concerned about things like voter fraud, but that does become a concern, because when they believe they are trying to unseat evil himself, literally worse than Hitler, then ends justify the means. I mean, anything you can do to make that happen. If you really are running against actually Hitler, then I would say pretty much anything you do to stop him is okay, is morally permissible. And at least that seems to be their attitude. So that would make me concerned about shenanigans.
But as long as he's only the Mango Mussolini, then it's a little bit less fearsome than if he were actually Hitler. I think you're right. I think that is the attitude. There's something that is really confusing leftists tonight, and that is the increase in the Hispanic vote and the black vote for Donald Trump. And this doesn't make sense to them, especially the Hispanic vote, because Donald Trump launched his campaign. We all remember he came down the escalator and he said that there are lots of bad people coming over illegally from Mexico. And they said, okay, he's lost the vote. And yet, for some reason, actually, it all went in the other direction. I know, Matt, you focus on culture so much more than, you know, the kind of wonkiness of various policies or economics, and I'm leaning that direction as well. What is the lesson, actually, regardless of what happens tonight, what is the lesson from just what we know right now for Republicans moving, hopefully in 4 years or 8 years or 12 years, after President Trump? How are we supposed to proceed at the political level? What should Republican candidates look like?
Well, if we're talking about what you brought up, the minority vote and how that's shaping up, I think one lesson, maybe this is more a lesson for Democrats, but also it's on the reverse of a lesson for Republicans too. But Trump spoke to voters. The way I look at it, Trump spoke to all voters basically the same, and he's kind of a brash guy, and he could be vulgar and that sort of thing. But he tries to appeal to everybody the same way, on the same level, like it or not. And but what you have from Democrats, they try to put people into different categories, and they're very patronizing to minority voters, and maybe they're voters that don't like being spoken to that way. They just give it to me straight. Just speak to me straight like a normal person. You don't have to address me as a black voter or Hispanic voter. I'm just an American. You can talk to me that way. Yeah. And maybe we're discovering that's what people want, regardless of their race.
Treat people with dignity like they're human beings. It's such a shocking discovery.
What a concept.
I think all of us here at Daily Wire in 2016 were skeptical of Trump. Even some of us didn't vote for him, some of us did vote for him, but we were all very skeptical. Matt, I know you were quite critical of him. You were quite skeptical. Now, obviously, much less so. He's won you over. This is true of so many of my friends and relatives, even, who didn't vote for him in 2016, who did vote for him this time. Was there one issue, was there one moment that shifted you, or was it just the combination of everything?
It's not so much one issue. I guess like a lot of people who were in my camp in 2016, the concern I had about Trump was being a New York Democrat, and I was concerned about the policy, and I thought that he would govern like a New York Democrat, and he just simply hasn't. So it's as simple as that. It's more like what he hasn't done that has shifted my view of him. Now, there were other concerns and criticisms I've had of Trump. I had of Trump in 2016 that I still have now. So it's not like I've gone, I'm not wearing the MAGA hat exactly, but that was the main thing, and he has not governed like that, and he's advanced policies. What he's done with the Supreme Court, obviously. Look, if I don't know if Trump is actually pro-life deep in his heart, but it doesn't matter, because the Supreme Court justices that he's chosen, especially Amy Coney Barrett, the last one, that is the Supreme Court justice that any pro-life conservative would choose. And so that's how he's governing. Those are the choices he's making. What he actually believes in his heart doesn't matter to me, really, honestly. It just matters what he does. And so we've seen that.
I just want to point out at this point that the worst possible case scenario, which is also the most hilarious possible case scenario, is still very much on the table. There could easily be a 269, 269.
You're kidding.
College tie. No, 100% this could happen.
Really?
Right now, Trump is trailing in Arizona. So if he loses Arizona, if he wins Pennsylvania, and if he receives one of the votes in Maine and both in Nebraska, you now have a 269, 269 tie.
Why is that worst case scenario? It sounds great.
All right, no,
it's perfect.
I mean, when I say worst case, I mean kind of best case, because like the fun just never ends at that point.
Dan,
then it goes to the House, and here's the best part. You ready for this? So then it goes to the House. The House votes by state, right? So the House does not vote by the number of members of the House. So the states right now are divided 26-23 in favor of Republicans. If one of those states if one, I think one is split exactly evenly. If one of those states or two move into the Democratic category, you have a 269-269 tie. It is solved by the next Congress after they are put into place. You have a 25-25 split in the House, and the vice presidency is decided by the Senate, which could easily be split 50-50. Right? So then the Bobcat becomes president, right? Then it's President Bobcat time.
Does
right?
Pence get to vote? He's usually the tiebreaker in the Senate. Does he get to vote for himself as the president pro tempore?
Then he's not. I don't know that he's sitting at that point, right?
Right.
You've now moved past the election, so it's pretty much a mess. But that is the early open all the Pandora's boxes.
You know, I had
someone unlock the tomb of the mummy. Like that's.
Is Arizona? I noticed that Arizona.
It's not looking great for Trump right now.
It's not.
Yeah, but with about 75% of the vote in, he's trailing pretty heavily, particularly Maricopa County, the suburbs around Phoenix.
Right.
That is why Sinema won her last race in Arizona. So Trump won Arizona fairly narrowly in 2016, and then Sinema won that Senate seat. So Arizona could be trending away from him. He can still win. The way that he still wins is he wins Pennsylvania, which he could do. And then theoretically, Nevada is out there. He could pick up Nevada. He could also pick up both of the seats in Nebraska and one of the seats in Maine. If he picks up both seats in Nebraska, one seat in Maine, not Nevada, but yes, Pennsylvania, he wins exactly 270.
Wow.
So, I mean, here's one thing that is for sure true. Everybody who said that this was going to be a complete blowout, everybody who said that this was going to be, that they never had, that there was no reckoning coming for anybody in the media, that the overwhelming majority of Americans were so concerned about the evils of Donald Trump personally that they were going to show up and vote him out of office in massive Ronald Reagan-like numbers, Barack Obama-like numbers. It ain't happening. And these people better get with the program, because here's the thing. If Trump were to lose narrowly, they're not going to have Donald Trump to run against next time, which is both a downside for them and a real, it's an upside for them in the sense that Trump generates an enormous amount of heat. But it is also a real downside for them because this entire campaign has been about Trump's character, not about anything else. If they had to run against the policies and on the basis of their own intersectional bullcrap, they'd be in real trouble.
It's really true. You know, they're not winning. They're certainly not winning on policy. They're not winning on enthusiasm for the bull.
Because right now, remember, Trump is getting Hispanic votes. He's getting black votes. If that happens and he loses because of suburban white women, that category of voter went for the Republicans in every election since 2000 up until this one. Right. So what's more likely, that Republicans are able to pull back some of those votes in 2024, or that Republicans lose all of the gains that Trump made with Hispanics and blacks? Right, that becomes the calculation.
Yeah, I suppose that the question does become what the party looks like after Trump. Because if the party does revert to a kind of Bush era or Romney type of candidate, something tells me Lil Wayne is not going to be endorsing Mitt Romney, you know, or the Amish coming out in large numbers for Romney. I Googled earlier Amish for Romney. It has 0 search results. Nothing comes up. So, you know, obviously Trump is a unique figure. We'll see what happens after that. Ben, I think this is like Chekhov's gun. When you mention
it has to happen now.
It has to happen now. A good friend of mine said to me in 2016, when all the polls were going against Trump, I had already had money on the table for Trump, and I hedged my bet a little bit. I said, I'm going to lose a lot of money. And he said, Michael, you're an idiot. And he said, of course Trump's going to win. I said, what are you talking about? All the polls are against Trump. He said, Michael, his name's Trump. In the movie, Trump has to win. And in the movie version of this, it has to be 269. It has to go to the House. It has to go to the Senate.
If nothing else, this is the only election analysis in which Chekhov's gun has been mentioned.
That is true. Yeah, they don't talk about
Tom Tillis is running ahead of Trump in North Carolina, and seems more and more likely that he's going to win that Senate seat.
That's big.
If Tom Tillis wins that Senate seat, there's a very, very good shot that Republicans retain control of the Senate, which is like a fantastic backstop. If, God forbid, Trump were to lose, having the Senate in Republican hands is a massive, massive win, because at least you can stop the vast craziness that is about to be unleashed on us if, God forbid, Biden were to win.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Matt, looking into the future, since you were so right about all of those riots that were going on in the past 7 months, what do you foresee this evening? If Trump wins, if Biden wins, if we don't know who wins, are the cities getting burned down, or do we get to take the plywood off of our stores and resume normal life?
Well, I think the cities obviously are going to experience the rioting we're all expecting if Trump does win. I mean, if Biden wins, probably there will be some too celebratory rioting. I don't think it'll last as long, but I do wonder, going back to the question of how was everybody wrong, the polling was wrong, and everything. Because for me, I never thought it'd be a Biden landslide, but the one thing, even though I knew Trump was an incumbent, so he's got a huge advantage, he's got a lot of enthusiasm, the one thing that always made me think, I don't know, maybe Biden wins, is that when you look at all of these cities where there has been rioting or mostly peaceful protests, and even going back to the Women's March 4 years ago, 1 million people came out, and all of that, you think, well, there's obviously a lot of enthusiasm against him. Where do those people why are they not showing up to vote? And you start to wonder, maybe these people don't really hate Trump as much as they claim they do. Maybe this is just they love going out for a riot or a protest. It's a lot of fun, especially when you get a free TV out of the deal or a free microwave or something. But actually going to vote, that's like a practical sort of boring step, and you got to go down ballot. And you're looking at Senate races. Who cares about that? I wonder if that's what it comes down to. A lot of these people, they'll grab the Molotov cocktail, but if it doesn't go boom and explode, they're just not as interested in it.
Right.
I don't know.
Every single year you hear the Democrats say, this year all
Trump
the
is
youth are going to
leading
vote and we're going to have a blue
49.9
landslide. And the youth are really excited and they tweet and they Instagram and they TikTok, but they don't vote. They don't actually show up to vote. And that may be the case with the rest of these Democratic voters.
Looks like some good times happening at BLM Plaza in Washington, D.C. I can't imagine why a plaza that's been named for BLM would be inciting violence. Makes no sense whatsoever, because a movement that literally writes on the pavement, BLM equals defund the police. How could things possibly turn violent? Apparently people are hitting each other in the head with bats. I don't understand.
How could that be?
Like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
Here's
Look to the sky, you ask God.
Here's an interesting little stat that in Lackawanna County, Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead by 20%, 20 points. This is a county that Clinton won by 3 points.
Trump still leads 52.7%.
Also worth noting, Univision had a poll the other day that showed that Trump was losing Cubans in Florida by 15%. He's winning Cubans in Florida by 40%. Univision poll was off by 55 points.
That's within the margin of error, though. Right?
I will say that my security guy had a beat on this. He is of I believe Cuban extraction in Florida, and he was like, "Yeah, you have no idea, dude." Yeah. He was like, in Miami-Dade, he's like, people are showing up en masse, Cubans, Venezuelans, to vote for Trump, and it's hilarious to watch the media preemptively melting down. They're preemptively melting down. They're preemptively going like, oh, well, it's the white people. Jamel Hill tweeted out.
But it's
the white
just
people.
not.
It's not the white people. It's the opposite.
Yeah.
So, like, he's actually not getting the white votes that he was getting last time. He's just getting way more minority votes. This is so funny.
He's winning the popular. He's winning the popular vote. He's winning the popular vote.
I can't imagine. I mean, California hasn't come in. But with that said, like the fact that if he wins based on elevated Latino and black vote, after they called him a vicious white supremacist for 4 years and suggested, as Jonathan Chait did, that voting for Trump meant that you embraced his racism. And then he wins not because of a bunch of quote-unquote racist, white, non-educated, high school education level idiots from the rural area. He doesn't win because of even those non-existent mythical people. He wins instead because Latinos and blacks don't see the world in the same terms as the idiot gender studies, Afro-American studies, white idiots in major universities. It's damned fantastic.
It is.
It's huge.
It's damn
I blame the deplorables. You know, those deplorables down in Miami-Dade, they were they're going to start renaming all of them because that narrative is going to fall apart.
Los deplorables.
Los deplorables.
By the way, Trump's lead in Ohio is now up to about 5 points.
I know.
It's now up to about 5 points.
Wow.
So that is bad news for them in Pennsylvania. So keep an eye on Arizona. That's the next one that we should be keeping an eye on.
You know, he can. If he wins Pennsylvania, he can win without Arizona.
If he wins Pennsylvania, and he loses Arizona, he needs to either pick up Nevada or he needs to pick up both districts in Nebraska and one in Maine.
Okay.
Okay, so that's where things stand right now. So if you were to, like, the fact that it would rely on Nebraska and Maine, it's a wild country, man. A very, very wild country. Right now, the polls were tending to show split in Nebraska and a split in Maine, which would not be enough. If there were a split in Nebraska and a split in Maine, and he loses Arizona, but he picks up Ohio, Pennsylvania, I'm doing the math in real time, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Iowa, that puts him at 268. At 268.
How many points does Greenland offer, though? Because that's going to push him over the edge.
How did you feel about Crowder's analysis? You know, I kind of was interested in that because he really doesn't know that area.
Yeah, I mean, no, he said Ohio wasn't competitive. Yeah. So he knows Ohio better than I do. Yeah. He spent a lot of time in Michigan, Ohio, and in that area. So he hit that one on the head. Again, if Arizona is where it's where it's ugly, but it'll be fascinating to see. Will the left? Let's say that Biden wins narrow, which is still very much on the table. So let's put aside the preemptive drunken revelry, which maybe we'll get to that later tonight. We'll see. But let's say that Biden wins narrow. If Biden wins narrow, will the left put aside the intersectional crap? Will Biden use that as an excuse to say, listen, I didn't run on that, and you guys are terrible, and we're not doing this anymore? Well, because that could actually be quite a good thing for the country.
And especially if we have 51 in the Senate. I mean, if we continue to keep the Senate, that'll make a big difference because they just can't. It's just a lot of stuff they can't get through.
Right.
Yeah, those Senate numbers are looking much, much better for the Republicans. So this is, but to watch the meltdown happening in real time, and you can see it. You can see it. The meltdown is happening in real time. Members of the media are starting to lose it. They're shifting the narrative almost immediately. It's going from, look at all these paths that Biden has to win and Trump has no paths to win to, well, Trump looks like he might theoretically have a path to win to, what are Biden's paths to win again?
Yeah.
And and remember, again, this could take weeks. I mean, Philadelphia is not going to report vote totals until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Detroit isn't finishing counting a backlog of absentee ballots until tomorrow night. It could take weeks.
And you remember Joe Biden, the Biden campaign leaked this earlier yesterday, which was that if it looked like Joe clearly won it, he was going to come out, he was going to declare victory, even though the campaigns had said they weren't going to do that. Now, I just don't know where it would stand. As we get to the end of tonight, is there any world in which one of the campaigns can credibly declare victory?
No, then no one's going to be able to declare victory tonight.
Yeah,
I can't imagine it.
You think so?
Yeah, if Trump wins Arizona, then he has the best shot at claiming victory. If he loses Arizona, I just can't imagine that it's just not a clear-cut election. It just ain't. Like I don't see how anyone's going to claim victory tonight. I think that it's going to be long into the night. We might have some indicators as to who we think is going to, like, if Trump wins Arizona, I think at that point you have to start favoring the possibility that he wins the election.
Yeah.
But if he loses Arizona, I still think you have to slightly favor Biden at that point. But this is way, way, way closer than anybody in the mainstream media.
Oh, my gosh.
My God. This is not, my God.
This actually does not reflect the poll. I mean, the polls are not, the last election, I always had a gripe with this idea that the last election, the polls got it right. I mean, to me, when you're saying it's a 98% chance that Trump's going to lose and he wins, I get why they said it was right. I get why they said that some of the numbers were right and they just read them wrong. But still, reading the polls is part of your job, right? I mean, anybody can collect that data, but you got to read the polls. They read them wrong, and you can't just say, "Oh, we were right within the context of our entire wrongness." We were essentially right. But this is different. This is actually wrong. They were wrong, and already, there's no way for them to read this, and that raises a lot of questions. It raises a question, the most important question. I mean, we were having cigars out on my patio talking to Spencer, and Spencer said they are not polling a country that exists.
Yes.
And I think that's really something that we have to examine.
Yeah, I'm really pleased because we have been debating this for a long time, and I am always on the side of polls are ridiculous and data is ridiculous and we should basically ignore the whole thing. And people call me a kook. Maybe I was a kook sometimes. But at a certain point, if the system breaks down, then the problem is they're modeling a country that does not exist.
Right.
Matt, what credence do you give to the polls, if any, still? I mean, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here, but it does seem like they got something wrong. One thing that there we go. We have Matt.
Matt died.
Matt's gone.
Okay.
Like the polls, Matt is no longer with us.
I think that's a good way of putting it. That they're polling a country that doesn't exist. I think it's a sort of a similar thing. We're talking about what happened with the black vote and the minority vote. It's Democrats think, and we've seen this, where they think that Black Lives Matter and black people are the same thing. And so if you criticize Black Lives Matter, then you're criticizing black people. Whatever you say about Black Lives Matter, you're saying about black people.
Yeah.
And of course, that's completely ridiculous and untrue. Black Lives Matter is an actual organization. And then you look at what they believe and what they profess, it's got nothing to do with black people whatsoever. But this is how Democrats think. They think, well, this is what the black vote is. What does Black Lives Matter believe in? They believe in disrupting the nuclear family, and they care about stuff like heteronormative thinking, whatever the hell that is. And no, this has nothing to do with it whatsoever. But in their minds, they think it's exactly the same. It's an interchangeable group, and so they're trying to appeal to minority voters with this kind of stuff. And yet again, it's sort of like appealing to a group that doesn't really exist, or at least exists in much smaller numbers than they believe. And I think that's what's coming back to bite them right now.
I'm looking at exit polls right now, and for what it's worth, this is so great.
Yeah,
so here's the change from 2016 in the exit polls. You ready for this? Okay, Latino women, +3 for Trump. Latino men, +3 for Trump. Black women, +4 for Trump. Black men, +4 for Trump. White women, +2 for Trump. White men, down 5 for Trump.
That's it. That's
crazy. Okay, I'm sorry.
Wow.
Whatever. This is the alternative reality. We're living in it.
Well,
Elon Musk simulation.
This is not the alternative reality. It's
they are the alternative reality.
No, that's right. But it's so counter. It's so counter to everything they've been saying for years.
Yeah.
That it's I mean, it's still astonishing, and it should be astonishing, and it shows why nobody should ever subscribe to the New York Times. But you should subscribe to the Daily Wire. Seriously, you should. I mean, not only for all the announcements that we've made tonight, Candace Owens joining the Daily Wire, moving with us to Nashville and launching a show with a live audience. Not only that we now have PragerU videos available behind our paywall for all of our subscribers, not only that we are adding investigative reporters that we can compete with the mainstream media, and we are forging into new territory, but also because you got to burn these suckers down. I mean,
yeah.
They are just awful at their jobs. They're awful at their jobs. I mean, if you did not know anything about alternative media, if you didn't know anything about replacement media, and you've just been watching this narrative, this night must come like a clock on the head. It must come like a brick to the face, because many of us, like even those of us who tend to trust more in the data, right, in the data that we're provided, like me, even I've been saying, I'm not calling this. No. I literally said before the night started, I am not making predictions tonight because I do not think it is possible to make predictions on the basis of the polls that are in front of us. So I had no solid feeling about the night. I had no real solid prediction about the night. Yep. The only prediction that I made about the night is I thought that Trump would win North Carolina, Florida, Arizona. So we'll see about Arizona.
Yep.
I didn't have a good feeling one way or the other about Pennsylvania. But if you watch the mainstream media, Trump was going to lose every single one of those states, plus Georgia, plus maybe Texas.
Yeah.
And they're just damned wrong. They're just wrong.
I know. You know, this was, I've tried not to make any real predictions. If people ask me my feeling, I'll tell it to them. I made a very modest bet with a Democrat friend of mine who insisted. He said, we got to put some money on it. I made a modest bet. And I bet for Trump. So he said, well, what are you basing that on? I said, absolutely nothing that you would acknowledge. Nothing that you would respect or acknowledge, but that's where the money's going to go.
And you've been pretty steady. I mean, you have steadily, you know, you're the person I called up when I was in despair because you were constantly saying, I think Trump is going to win. And again, it's an open question. I'm not.
Who knows? Yeah.
But this is a repudiation of everything they believe. You know, they won't admit it. If Trump loses, they will not have to bite the bullet.
Yeah.
And they won't, because they're living in an alternate reality, because they're trying to sell that reality to us. But, you know, this is a good thing for replacement media. It does mean that people are going to start to say, you know, that Ben Shapiro, I thought he was a bad guy, but maybe he was actually telling the truth.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, have you ever, I mean,
I won't say that.
I say this only somewhat jokingly. I know that we watch the big clips on the legacy media, but have you ever sat there in recent years and watched like an hour of CNN?
Yes,
an
I have.
hour of,
yes.
It is truly, yes. I was actually scandalized by it because, you know, we were talking to Ron DeSantis earlier. Governor Ron DeSantis, very nice guy, very intelligent guy, very serious man. To watch the way that he is portrayed compared to Saint Andrew Cuomo, whose policies led directly to thousands of deaths in New York from coronavirus. The policies were at fault. And to see how those are portrayed, if I only watched CNN, like some of my friends and relatives, I would believe that as well. So it seems to me that is maybe priority number one, is you've got to crack that legacy media stranglehold.
Well, the important thing is that the Young Turks are completely melting down. I hear a report that the Young Turks are saying that, quote, many people of color hate themselves.
Well,
which is good. It's good. It's good when people learn no lessons from anything that happens in their life. It's one of my favorite things. It's like when they get hit in the face by a rake and then they immediately just jump right back on the same rake. It's like, okay, so you just basically said all black people should vote a certain way because you say Donald Trump is a racist. And as long as you just keep proclaiming Republicans racist, black people will keep voting like that. And Hispanics are all going to vote for you because you're going to call Donald Trump a racist. Plus, you're going to talk about amnesty endlessly. And suddenly all Hispanic people, who mostly, believe it or not, came here legally, are suddenly going to get on board with that. And then if they don't vote like you want them to, you're just going to say they're white.
You're right.
Like that is your solution? This is your solution? Okay, guys.
It's the best they've got.
Go for it.
One of the things I tell my liberal friends, my few remaining liberal friends, is just for a couple of days in a row, read the New York Times op-ed page and read the Wall Street Journal op-ed page. Not whether you agree with them, but the tone of thought, the level of thought. Because the New York Times op-ed page is literally like it's figuratively like being in a nursery with a bunch of people screaming. Where the Wall Street Journal, they tend trend right, but they discuss things at a very, very high level with very nuanced ideas. You don't hear anybody who's being called Hitler. Nobody's being called. At some point, you start to say, well, I want to be with the adults.
Yes, of course, and it's like an age gone by. But speaking of a room full of people screaming, we do have to cut to our war room so that we can find out what is going on the granular level. Matt Walsh, thank you for being with us. I'll see you over at the looting parade later on. We turn now to our war room. Guys, what is the latest? What's going on?
I mean, what is going on? Missouri has now been called for President Trump, and I'm going to talk to our very own Ian Howarth about this, editor here at the Daily Wire. We've been in the war room. we've been getting all the data. We've been looking at the projections. Tell us what is going on. I mean, Missouri.
Yeah, Missouri was one of those that early on we were actually kind of worried about. But last couple of weeks, the polls have really trended in Trump's favor, so it's good to see him tick that box.
And we now have new data coming out of Ohio.
So Ohio is the really exciting one. So we've been watching that, getting pretty excited in there. So 82% reporting right now. Trump is up 6.2%. So yet again, the polls seem to be off by over 5%, which is pretty shocking. In terms of the difference between 2016 and 2020, it's interesting. The gap is a little smaller. There's like around 5% difference between Biden and Trump right now. And Biden is doing well in like Columbus, Cleveland, as expected. So it's not like we're waiting for a ton of votes to come in. So
Okay, you read my mind there, because my question is, when it came to Georgia or Virginia or Pennsylvania and all of these battleground states that we've been talking about and looking at the data, I think everybody kind of wonders, we know that there's those metropolitan left-leaning bubbles, and we don't want to call states, or we don't want to get too optimistic, because sometimes you can have an entire state that looks really red, but where the votes, count, or not, they don't count everywhere, but where the metropolitan population resides, it can skew to the left. But you're saying in Ohio, we're not at risk of that right now?
I wouldn't be quite that careful. I want to hedge my bets a little bit, but
He's British, guys. He doesn't want to be that optimistic.
Just it's impossible genetically. But 82% reporting is a good look for Trump. So.
Okay. And we wanted to talk a little bit about the Senate races. Ben, you touched on this briefly earlier and what the Senate was looking like in Arizona and North Carolina. I've worked on campaigns. Michael Knowles has worked on campaigns. It's hellish. Don't ever do it. You are a data wonk. And when we look at those presidential, the things coming in, typically, lots of people go in, even sometimes P1 voters will talk about, they vote the presidential race and they ignore things further down. But if things are looking good for Democrats or Republicans, depending on what the Senate race is, sometimes that can tell us what the up ballot is going to look like, right?
Yes. I mean, firstly, thank you for calling me a data wonk. That's something I can add to my resume. That's very exciting. So in terms of North Carolina, it's interesting because 89% reported Tillis ahead of Cunningham by 1.1%. That kind of mirrors the presidential race a little bit. Worrying for Trump with Arizona, though, if we assume that logic is true, 74% reported, Kelly ahead of McSally by 10.3%. So that's a definite worry. A lot of the scenarios we talked about involved Arizona. So we're going to have to do some restructuring of our math on that one. Lastly, though, one interesting state to look at, Georgia, 54% reported. Purdue ahead of Ossoff by 13.3%. One delicious fact about Ossoff, I think, is he lost Georgia's 6th district House race in 2017 for an absolute ton of money. He spent a ton of money this time, so it's kind of deliciously funny when someone spends money twice and loses both times.
It's not just him spending the money twice. It's the National Democratic Party choosing to dump a lot of money into that race. It looks like it didn't turn out for them in Georgia. Definitely didn't work for them against Mitch McConnell in Kentucky. So we'll be watching. We'll be watching those races. Sorry, just whenever I hear his name, I have to laugh. We'll be watching those races across the country. And another thing that is worrying, unfortunately, a lot of people projected this. I made my grocery store and gun runs earlier this week in anticipation, unfortunately, of the potential for riots, no matter how election night came down, no matter who won tonight. And for an update on what is happening in Washington, D.C. and what we're seeing on social media, we have our very own Cassie Dillon. Cassie, what do you have?
So right now in Portland, things are starting to heat up. It seems that Black Lives Matter protesters are walking down the street. Some of them are armed and they are chanting Black Power. So things are starting to heat up there, which is expected with that place. But in Washington, D.C., things are really starting to get heated. The protesters gathered in Black Lives Matter Plaza, and now they're starting to move further into the city around different neighborhoods. So right here in this video, you can see police are arresting somebody. They're on the ground. And then the next video, it looks like a smoke bomb has gone off. It's not tear gas, some sort of smoke bomb probably put out by an Antifa person. And then in another video, you can see Antifa gearing up. They're wearing these Halloween masks, which I actually bought for my Halloween costume, but apparently one woman's Halloween costume is also an Antifa person's riot gear. So they're starting to gear up there, and some of them have bats, metal bats, and police are trying to disperse them. So we're going to pay close attention to how the tension is rising throughout the night, especially as President Trump is looking a lot better in the polls and a lot better in the results.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Cassie. And now we're going to give it back to Jeremy and all of the guys. We promise the War Room is still here, still working hard. We'll be coming to you guys with more information as soon as we get it.
Thank you, Cassie and Alicia. Cassie, you're very talented, but you're also very young, and clearly you don't recognize right-wing provocateurs.
Biden still leads Trump with 53.7% of the vote. Trump's still at 45%. As for Trump, he still is leading Florida and Georgia. Florida, 51.3% of the vote. Georgia, 55% of the vote. Trump still leads Michigan, 54.6% of the vote. North Carolina, Trump leads at 50%. Trump leads Ohio at 53.1%. He's looking good in Ohio, with Biden at 45.5%. Pennsylvania, Trump's still looking good, 55%. With Biden only 42.3% of the vote, but it's still 43% reporting. So they have a long way to go. Trump still leads in Texas, 51.3%. And Trump also leads in Wisconsin, 51.3%.
So that we can start doing the work that up until now only the left has been able to do. Don't get cocky, kids. The New York Times alone has 1,600 journalists, but we're going to take the steps that are important.
As for the North Carolina in the Senate, Tom Tillis leads with 48.7% of the vote, with Cal Cunningham, his opponent, with 47% of the vote. Montana, 29% reporting. Steve Bullock leads Steve Daines with 52.4% of the vote. Right now, John James leads Gary Peters, 55.1% of the vote in Michigan with the Senate. Montana, Susan Collins leads Sarah Gideon, 57.3% of the vote. Kentucky, Mitch McConnell won in Kentucky. In the Senate, Teresa Greenfield leads Joni Ernst with 54.2% of the vote, 53% reporting in Iowa. Raphael Warnock in Georgia, 64% reporting, leads Kelly Loeffler with 29.9% of the vote. So only like 200,000 vote difference. Mark Kelly leads Martha McSally with 55.1% of the vote in Arizona. And Tommy Tuberville wins in Alabama, 68% reporting, with 63.2% of the vote. As for the House,
the point is, you ain't going to fool me again. And the legacy media has fooled us more than once, but certainly in 2016. Yeah. And it looks like they fooled us again. And so it is just...
Yvette Herrell leads Uchachi Torres Small, 61.5% of the vote in New Mexico. New Jersey, District 3, and Andy Kim leads David Richter with 55% of the vote in New Jersey District 3. Nebraska District 2, Donald Bacon leads with 50.3% of the vote against Kara Eastman. Minnesota District 7 in the House, Michelle Fishbach leads Colin Peterson with 50.3% of the vote. Maine District 2, 38% reporting. Dale Crafts leads Jarrett Golden, 50.4% of the vote. Iowa District 3, Sidney Axney leads David Young, 53.4% of the vote in Iowa District 3. Iowa District 2, Rita Hart is leading with 61.2% of the vote in District 2 of Iowa. Iowa District 1, Abby Fichtner leads Ashley Hinson with 61.9% of the vote in Iowa District 1. Indiana District 5, Victoria Sparks leads. Illinois District 13, Rodney Davis leads. Georgia District 7, Carolyn Boudreaux leads. Georgia District 6, Lucy McBath leads. California, first results expected soon.
All this chaos, the violence in the street, the masks, the lockdowns, the dying, the crazy Trump rallies, the crazy won't condemn white supremacy at least 17 times a day. If you hate all of that, we could just go back to nothing.
Yeah.
You don't have to have any opinion of Joe Biden. That's his actual strength. It may actually be enough to carry the day. Listen, Trump's having a wonderful night. I think no matter what happens, the pollsters were actually wrong. Yeah. They were actually wrong in this election in a way that they weren't even wrong in the 2016 election. And that's even if Biden manages to pull this out at this point. There is still a chance that Joe Biden could be president on a platform of nothing. A nothing man on a platform of nothing who held no events and stayed at home in his basement, held no press conferences, could win because that is his actual value. In this moment.
You know, I was at a Jesse Lee Peterson town hall last week, which I always enjoy doing. And one of the guys there was this very far left guy who calls himself Destiny, and he's on YouTube. And I don't want to rag on the guy because he showed up at this very, very right-wing event, and I admired him and respected him for that. But he was talking about Joe Biden in these glowing terms. And it reminded me of the people that even Knowles has held at arm's length, who sit around and talk about, oh, Trump is a pious, godly man who's doing, the people we say, well, no, that's not what's going on. He was that guy for Biden. And I think that there are people who are just willing to jump into that ship, who he was saying, oh, Joe Biden's going to bring back the rule of law. I thought, it's going to be Chinese law, but, never mind. And I thought it was amazing what people will believe if they think they can get what they want out of it. And I still think he believed it. I don't think he was lying. I thought he believed it.
Well, that we always talk about Biden's best pitch is a return to normalcy. I think the Biden campaign is making that pitch, that it's a return to normalcy. The thing is, something about normal was wrong. The reason that Donald Trump won the nomination, the reason he won the general election, is because normal was wrong. Right. By the way, the looting that we're having, the arson, the tearing down of the rule of law, the threats to the judiciary and to the Constitution, that is all part of normal. It's the party of normal that's doing that, right? It's the party that's promising us normal. And so I just think we are trapped in this system of what normal was, obviously in the media and technology and politics and bureaucracy and all of that. And the wise people have pulled themselves out of it and said, wait a second. This normal thing, it's not the mainstream anymore. This is not representing what people want. This is not representing reality. And we you said it very wisely last time. I can't believe there's one wise thing you ever said. I was drunk. And you were drunk. It was the bottle talking.
It was dark, yeah.
But you said, I don't know if Donald Trump is the beginning of something, but he is the end of something. He is marking the end of some era that has run its course. And who knows what comes next? That remains to be seen. But whatever was coming before it, that does seem to be over.
It wasn't the people's normal. It was the elite's normal. And the thing about it is until they actually form a global coalition that can crush the American people, they're not as far ahead as they think they are.
They thought after 2012 that they had formed an unbeatable coalition.
Yep.
A coalition that could not be defeated, right? That coalition would win for all time. And then Trump won. And their assumption was that was a transitory moment, and it was brought about by a bunch of extraneous factors ranging from Russian interference to the predations of Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook. And it turns out, nope, all that crap was real. And honestly, I think there's a big question for the Democrats here. The big question for the Democrats is that if they win narrowly or if they lose narrowly, either way, are they going to turn further to the left, or do they learn a lesson? Because let's say that Biden wins, but he wins very, very narrowly. Does he turn to his woke left and say, you guys got to go because you almost cost me this election? Or does he say to them, I need you that much more because I have this slim a majority? And if he loses, does the Democratic Party say he lost because we rioted in the cities and because of COVID and because of a bunch of other factors? Or are they going to say we lost because we didn't skew far enough to the left? And we need to tack to the Bernie Sanders, Ilhan Omar left. And I don't know the answer to that question. I don't think they know the answer to that question yet. But the best organized group in the aftermath of chaos usually is the one that wins.
You know, AOC has easily won her district again, and I think it's really, it makes you thankful that the Electoral College is in the Constitution.
That's right.
That it has to be gotten rid of by constitutional amendment. They can't just vote it out like the Supreme Court, which they can do. Because I think there are these pockets of leftism, but that's not what the country is about still. I don't think it's about this in Manhattan. I don't think it's about this in parts of Brooklyn, the heart of darkness. I think it's about these pockets of belief in this system. The thing about socialism is it's the oldest system in the world. The only thing that is new in politics is the idea that freedom should reign, that individuals should reign.
Socialism is essentially the value system of Cain, right?
Yeah.
It's,
certainly a pharaoh, you know.
Well, if you did something, that something had value, I want that something.
Yeah, I think it's even further than that. Whittaker Chambers, you know, the great ex-communist, he wrote Witness, one of the guys who brought Ronald Reagan over to the right. He said, people think of socialism and communism as this 150-year-old idea. It's the second oldest religion in the world. It began when the serpent in the garden said, "Ye shall be as gods." You know, this is it's a gospel of envy, you know, as Winston Churchill called it. And you know, the sad thing is, it's not new, but it's also not going to go away. It's going to crop up in various forms again and again, and we have to beat it.
Is this woman, what's her name, from the 1619
Yeah,
project?
Nicole Hannah-Jones, she's a nut, yeah.
One day after this election is over, I am going to write a piece about how Latino is a contrived ethnic category that artificially lumps white Cubans with black Puerto Ricans and indigenous Guatemalans. And helps explain why Latinos support Trump at the second highest rate.
It is. It is a contrived category.
She'll win another Pulitzer Prize. Listen, back with us right now, we have our friend Governor Ron DeSantis of the great state of Florida. Governor, what on earth is happening in your state? Why haven't they called it?
Well, I think it speaks more about their bias than any of the facts. I think if Biden won every vote outstanding, he still couldn't win. The president's got a 400,000 vote margin.
Wow.
Not only that, we took out two Democrat U.S. congressmen in southern Florida.
Wow.
2 flips there. We had Eric Holder spend $15 million to try to flip the state house in Florida, and we gained 5 seats.
Wow.
We're likely to have gained a seat in the state Senate. So, I mean, this is up and down the ballot. This is a great performance for Republicans. And the fact that you have these networks, some of whom called Virginia before a single vote was counted, still not be willing to call Florida when the die is completely cast. There is no doubt about this. I think it's really frustrating. I think people have a right to be upset. And quite frankly, you know, you guys are probably getting more viewers leaving Fox and coming to watch you guys. So it's probably good for you.
So you're saying it's not just a red mirage, as they've been trying to warn us about all day, but Florida is solidly going for Donald Trump.
Oh, yeah, no, for sure. I mean, he won by 115,000 votes in 2016. He's tripled that margin at a minimum. And remember, CNN, NBC, all these polls said he was going to lose by 5 to 7 points. Same old stuff year after year. They haven't gotten election right since 2012, and yet we kind of do this all the time. So at some point, there should be a reckoning for this political media complex, putting out their phony polls, doing their bogus analysis, and maybe hold somebody accountable for it. Because it's one thing to miss one, but when you consistently miss in the same direction every time, you know, we think that there's an agenda at play there.
And Governor DeSantis, worthy of noting that one of the factors in Florida that continues to be a big win for Republicans in that state is the increasing share of the Latino vote that is being won, prompting Nicole Hannah-Jones to, of course, declare that Latinos are now white, which is exciting stuff. And that apparently is holding true across the country. Starr County, Texas, is the most Latino county in the United States. It is 96% Latino. It went for Joe Biden by a margin of 52 to 47. So we are watching a historic realignment among Hispanic and Latino voters across the country. What do you make for that, and what do you make for that in terms of the future of the Republican Party? I mean, Florida may be what the future of the Republican Party looks like.
Well, I think there's two things come to mind. One, kind of a larger issue of the Democrats going so far left, left on cultural issues, left on against religion, anti-American in many respects in terms of some of the causes they've embraced. And then I also think more specifically, Biden was the lockdown candidate. Okay, locking down, stopping businesses, closing schools, that hurts blue collar folks. Obviously,
That's
Hispanics are a big portion of that. It's not limited to that. But I think when he's talking about a dark winter, saying we can't have school, he literally did a video saying someday we will be able to have friends over to our house and go to the movies and have kids in school. I'm thinking to myself, in Florida, we've been doing this for months. I mean, what are you talking about? But I think it really spooked people because it's, the media, they like lockdown. So Biden thought that was popular. I think it worked against him in Southern Florida in particular. As I mentioned earlier, we have every county in Florida has school in person, and that's just so important for working class people. But I do think you are seeing a realignment. This is more of the working class base. It's a more populist base for the Republicans, somewhat similar to Reagan and Nixon in '72. But I think it may be, in some respects, more durable because I think it does cross racial and ethnic lines more so than we had it there. If you notice in Dade County, obviously he did very well with Hispanics, but some of the African-American precincts, you see movement. It ain't winning a majority, but if you win 15% and you keep building off that, even if it's 1% a year, that hurts the Democrats. They can't find those votes anywhere else. And so I think that, it's interesting. Donald Trump was viewed when he ran in 2016 by the media as a racist, and they kept saying that. They always said it. And yet here he has, more than any Republican president, brought in people from all walks of life into the Republican fold.
Governor DeSantis, they're talking a lot about the sort of shifting image of the Republican Party, that when Mitt Romney ran in 2012, this was a college-educated, largely white party. A lot of talk now about the idea of a multiracial and working-class party, as opposed to what the Republican Party was largely perceived as, the party for the rich and white. What do you make of that? And what does this say about the future of the Republican Party? Whether Trump ends up winning or ends up losing, the polls have been dramatically wrong here. And there is no shot that this thing is anything but a very nail-biting close election.
Well, a lot of the upper income areas vote Democrat now. I mean, we see that the areas around Washington, D.C., the most affluent counties in the country are all heavily Democrat. Obviously, the New York City suburbs and whatnot. And then I think you get into those exurbs in the rural areas, and man, Trump is blowing off the doors. Now, part of that, I think, there's going to be an economic component that Republicans, are going to need to tend to. And if you notice what Nancy Pelosi wanted to do, she wanted to put the SALT deduction back in. That's a tax cut for the rich. And so it's interesting how those dynamics work out. But I also think just on these core issues of patriotism, culture, and I do think the lockdowns, being against the lockdowns, I think that really connects. And I think Trump is somebody, I think he was able to do this to a certain extent because, I think I told the president the other day this. It's like, Mr. President, if someone had asked me when I was 10 years old who's a rich guy, I would have said Donald Trump. He was just so known by everybody. So people in my generation in their 30s and 40s and 50s, we grew up with Trump. We knew him. He's not just a politician. And so I think now that people have a different frame of reference. And so I think it appeals
right
to
now,
folks beyond the typical
Biden
Republican
is still
vote.
leading
It obviously repels some of the more upper class who consider themselves so highly educated and whatnot, and the more elites. But I think he has a real strong connection with kind of the heart of the country. And look, he's won Florida, he's won North Carolina, he's won Georgia, he's won Ohio.
Biden's
now we're
also
at the point
leading
where,
in Iowa,
if he wins Arizona, and I think that the election day vote's going to be 2 or 3 to 1 for him, so I think he has still a good chance of that. He's still he's one state away, just like we had anticipated.
Biden's also leading in
all the media,
New Hampshire.
It wasn't a question of Biden winning. It was, could this be a Reagan-esque landslide? They were talking about 400 plus electoral votes. They were talking about a 10-point margin in the Electoral College. That ain't going to happen.
Governor, you make such a great point here on the frame of reference, because the media, they play the same old story every time. Whoever the Republican is, he's a racist, he's a sexist, he's a bigot. And then when it's Donald Trump, you say, wait a second, I know Donald Trump. I know that he's none of those things. And so it makes you question the media. But when we don't have a nominee who is a billionaire TV star that we've all known for 30 years, when we have someone who's a little more in the usual line of political nominees, do you think that will be able to carry over, that voters will remember, wait a second, the media do lie about these guys, they don't tell the full story, or do you think their power is going to creep back in when you don't have this unique type of Donald Trump candidate?
Well, I think it's a choice. Do we build off what the president's done? I can tell you, since I've been governor, I've tried to do that. I mean, we have places in Florida, for example, Gadsden County up here in North Florida, the most heavily African-American county. I show up in Gadsden County and work with the local officials. We work on different issues together. I mean, they're probably 100% Democrat, but we work together on common issues. And I think showing up and letting people know that you care, that goes an awful long way. And once you show up and they see you and they know you and they talk to you, not all of them may end up voting for you, but man, it's sure hard for them to accept a caricature media is going to try to do at some point, in the future. And so, some of my strongest Democrat allies in the legislature are African Americans, representatives. I mean, we work with them. They help pass school choice for us. They support us on, we did a parental consent for abortion for minors. And they were lining up with us. And so, there are a lot of issues that that we can work together on. So you just got to be willing to show up, and you got to be willing to make the case. And I think for so long, Republicans have said, well, we're going to lose 90%, so why even bother? But you know what? If you lose 85 to 15, that does matter. And I think what Trump showed in Florida was in these Democrat counties in southern Florida, he didn't win Dade, he didn't win Broward, he didn't win Palm Beach, but he did better than he did in 16. And that probably was 150,000 votes in those three counties, improvement in terms of his margin. And so I think it was really good. And, in Florida, we have a good opportunity for this because, not only these are Hispanics from all over Latin America, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, you name it. We also have a strong African-American community. But also includes the Caribbean Americans. I tried to put the first Jamaican American on our state Supreme Court. We had some litigation in that, so it didn't quite work out. But I mean, you have Haitians, you have Jamaicans, you got a lot of stuff down here. And my sense is that, we have a chance to make inroads if we keep showing up.
Right. Governor, I think you also personally deserve a fair bit of credit. You took an enormous amount of flack from the media for months. You were there whipping post on everything COVID related. You were the guy who blew it, even though you were the only person who was actually looking at the data and trotting out rational policy. And the voters of Florida, this has to be taken, at least in part, as a referendum on your governorship. I mean, the fact is that it's not just that Trump won the state going away. It's also that a couple of congressional districts that were not supposed to shift Republican did in fact shift Republican, including a likely Democratic district that was shifting Republican. Republicans pick up a couple of seats. They win Florida 15, Florida 18, Florida 26, Florida 27. And frankly, I think that a lot of that has to do with the fact that the people of Florida just don't believe the media's lies about you and the way that you've handled an issue like COVID. I mean, I live in your state now, and the fact is that that's the way it is.
And, we did two things that we focused on. One was voter registration. So we went into 2020, 200,000 more Republicans vis-a-vis the Democrats than in 16. 16. And, we had to put, a lot of money into that. But I think that was good. And then I think also the registration increases because people move here because they want to be governed in a better way than some of these really liberal states. And I do think that once you push to have society open, people don't want to go back to that, Ben. I know the media wants to shut everything down, and you could probably fashion a poll that will say people want everything shut down, but that's not how they behave, and they want to be able to live their lives, and we've given them that opportunity.
The average American is not rich enough for the shutdowns. The most disgusting thing about these shutdowns, in my estimation, is that the people who call for them, the political elite, the media elite, these are all people who can work from home, who can continue to make six-figure and higher incomes working from their homes, and then they act as though they're the champions of people who need to go to work, who put bread on the table for their family. It's a disgusting thing they've done. Thank you, Governor DeSantis, for standing against it, and thanks for being with us again tonight.
Thank you. And one thing I would just add to that, you actually have people who support closing schools who turn around and send their kids to private in-person education. That is a disgrace.
You must be talking about our governor.
You didn't say it, we did.
Thank you, Governor. And
God bless. Thank you.
God bless you. I think that on that note, after wrapping with the governor of Florida, we should turn to our Daily Wire war room and see what's happening in the state of Florida, one of the most important states in the country. Elisha.
Jeremy, you've been talking a lot tonight about that legacy media, and legacy media seems very afraid to call Florida, and the governor there rightfully calling them out. So we're going to do something that we've never done before in Daily Wire history. We got the editor-in-chief, John Bickley, right here. Bickley, what are we doing?
We're doing something very fun for me as a Florida boy. We're calling Florida for Trump. So let's look at it. This is an easy one.
And why is it easy here?
We've got over 95% reporting. He's up by 3%. There's no way that Trump loses this. It's actually, It is absurd that it's not been called, just like the governor was saying. What that does, if we look at the electoral map here, is we see a lot of wins building for Trump.
Okay, so we're going to look at the electoral map. We want to see where the tally is. We have this tally of Joe Biden at 209, Donald Trump at 141. This is where we sit right now with all of the states that have been called by the Daily Wire and members of the mainstream media. Tell me what's happening in Georgia and North Carolina.
Yeah, so we're seeing him build this heartland deep red base here. Georgia, North Carolina, like we said, trending his direction, almost positively going to win those. Ohio, he just keeps pulling away more and more in Ohio, an absolutely pivotal state. He's doing well there. Pennsylvania is still too far off, we can't tell. One of the things that's developing, though, that's not great for Trump is that Arizona is looking bad for him.
Okay, so if Arizona is looking bad, but he can pull out a win in those states that you just mentioned, we're going to look at a potential pathway to victory. What does that pathway to victory look like in this scenario of Donald Trump and Mike Pence losing Arizona?
So when we did our initial analysis, actually our number 2 scenario was him losing Arizona. We thought there was a chance that would happen. If that does happen, how does he make up for it? There's actually an easy way to make up for it.
Okay.
Iowa has always been something that was very attainable for him. We think he's going to get Iowa. All he needs then is to make up for the deficit there, which is really only a few points. He could pick up Nevada. If he picks up one of these states here, like Wisconsin, which is actually he's trending well in, beyond far beyond expectations. He was way behind in polling in that. There's some hope there. So there is a way that he could win still. Again, this scenario, which we thought was by polling data the most likely, would give him 273 in the win.
Okay, and I mean, Ben talked about earlier, there's a fear that could we be at 269, 269. This is you guys laying this out. And I have to tell the audience and like giving credit to the War Room and all of the editors and everybody gathering information here at the Daily Wire. We're not just like copying and pasting what other politicos are saying on social media and on television. These guys have worked really hard. These guys have been crunching the numbers, and this is why we have all of these scenarios kind of laid out of what what Trump's pathway to victory is going to be and why we're not rushing to call balls and strikes here, in the words of Ben Shapiro. We really want to make sure that we're giving everybody the right information when we get it, and revealing that, once again, like 2016, win, lose, or draw tonight, polling wasn't 100% accurate.
Right. The gap here in Florida is like a 3% gap.
Yeah.
Some of the other states, it's looking like a 5% miss by pollsters. This is another devastating night for pollsters. No matter what happens the rest of the night, it's already devastating for them. And again, we've heard a very consistent narrative, and it's a sort of a depression of the Republican vote. And I think that's why they're not calling Florida. I think it's pretty obvious. We need to call what's happening and seeing how it develops. This is what's happening. There is a trend here. It's a good trend for Trump. It's not that he's cleared out for the rest of the victory. He's got a battle, but it's looking good.
I, earlier in the day, had the final countdown in my head, and now I need to come up with a new theme song because it looks like we could be here for a while.
Right.
But the only reason that we are able to be here is because of our amazing Daily Wire members. So I wanted to give you guys some questions from them. This question goes to Andrew Clavin. Historically, have presidential elections given any indication of gubernatorial races? For example, I and many in my social circle would very much like to see the governor of Pennsylvania deposed. What do you think, Drew?
That the presidential actions have an effect on gubernatorial races. So in other words, during the Obama administration, you saw state Democrats wiped out. People liked Obama. He was appealing to them. They thought he was a good guy, but they didn't like his policies, and they registered that by voting for Obama, but voting against everybody else. And I think also, you know, politics is local at that level. You know, I mean, that is local politics, and some of the things that are happening in a state may not be reflected in the national average. I think that if Trump wins this, it's the end of identity politics. I genuinely believe that. I think that the identity politics is what the socialists use to replace class politics.
Yeah.
Because in America, we don't really have class warfare, but we do have racial tension. And so they used racial tension where they used to use class politics. If Trump wins this, that strategy has failed. And that is going to have an effect on every single race in the country for a long time to come, because they have not got really anything else. We don't have class battles here in the way they do in other countries. And I personally believe, and have said this repeatedly, that the racial panic that is going on is a panic about the fact that blacks are now accepted as part of America. Wasn't always true. I grew up in a bad time for this. But it has definitely become true. The path to assimilation, to becoming part of America, an accepted part of America, is wide open.
Yeah.
And that's why this kind of panic has started, this kind of violent panic. If that goes away, if blacks reject that, if Latinos reject that, that's going to have an effect on every state in the nation.
And so you're never going to have class politics here, class warfare.
Yeah.
Right, because we don't have classes. You may not have racial warfare, and you'll never have a war between the sexes because, of course, everybody's sleeping with the enemy. So then you have to wonder, what do you move to next? And it seems like they've run out of options.
It will be true. If identity politics falls apart, they are going to have to come up. They will come up with a new strategy. Yeah. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't matter, because this is a.
I don't know if they can let it go that easily.
Sorry?
I don't know if they can let it go that easily.
Well, they probably can.
And that's the big question, because the people who are most invested in this particular point of view are not black and Hispanic voters. The people who are most invested in this point of view are the white woke liberals who actually run the party.
That's right.
Meaning the people who work at the New York Times, the people who decided to give Nicole Hannah-Jones the editorship of the flagship of that newspaper.
Yeah.
Right? The people who decided that they were going to infuse anti-racism bullcrap propaganda into every single aspect of your corporate American world. Do you think they're just going to recede that easily? I really wonder if they are. If they lose narrowly, I wonder if what they say is that it's just because we nominated an old school, non-crazy person like Biden, and if they win narrowly, it's going to be because Joe Biden wasn't woke enough. Otherwise, he would have won by 1,000 votes.
But if that happened on our side, we would call them out for their stupidity, and I think that would be true if it happens on their side. In other words,
maybe.
In other words, they may cling.
I hope so.
They may cling to the strategy, but the strategy has failed.
Yeah, I
Fox
agree
News,
with that.
by the way, is calling Joe Biden winning Arizona, which is just devastating for Trump, obviously.
Who's doing?
Fox. Fox is calling.
Fox called Virginia too. Is Virginia still in play?
Virginia's out of play. They're calling Biden for Arizona. which means that it's now down to basically Pennsylvania and the blue wall, and we're back where we were last election cycle. Trump has to flip now, not just one. He has to flip one of those. He has to flip Pennsylvania and another one, or Pennsylvania and Nevada, or he has to flip Pennsylvania and Nebraska's 2nd district.
What is going on in Nebraska? Because on the map here, all the experts have it red, but I know that it's this kind of a weird situation where it's split.
Well, so Nebraska splits by congressional district. It is allocated along, some states do this, Maine does it as well. They don't allocate it winner takes all. Instead, they split it by congressional district. And so right now, I think most of the pollsters are saying that Trump wins 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska. He would need to win 4 of the 5, or 5 of the 5.
I mean, I talked to a pollster, a Trump pollster, I don't know, maybe 4 weeks ago, who said Omaha is going to decide this election. And that could very well be true.
Yep.
They have called Ohio for Trump. So Trump has won Ohio. Biden apparently has won Arizona, is what they are suggesting, which gives, again, Biden has a much healthier pathway to the presidency if Arizona is in fact in his column. It means that he now only has to win a couple of those blue states, not all 3.
Yeah. Well, the fact that they're calling Arizona this early at Fox News is not a good sign. The fact that they won't call Florida, though, means that I want to actually withhold judgment on Arizona and see what happens as they bring in a few more of those votes, especially because of what we're seeing in Florida with the Latino vote, see if any of that winds up translating into Arizona. I also want to get a few more questions in from our dailywire.com members. They're the reason this show is free for everyone out there tonight, because they support us with their subscription, and we try to provide for them great value for that subscription. We've added a lot of value tonight with Candace Owens starting a show, the PragerU Library coming online. We're bringing on this new morning show. We're bringing on new investigative journalists. We have one more announcement that we'll make later in the evening. But those members tonight have the opportunity to get their questions in, and Elisha is bringing those questions to us. Elisha, what do we have?
Yes, sir. And speaking of, you talked about the Latino vote in Florida. A Daily Wire member has a question for Michael Knowles. Do you think the difference between Arizona and Florida has more to do with Mexican immigrants versus Cuban immigrants?
Groups do vote differently. Whoever, Nikole Hannah-Jones, when she said that the idea of Hispanic is contrived, or Latino is contrived, that is true. That moniker is a creation basically of the 1970s and late 60s through the 80s, because liberal activists wanted to try to replicate what they felt was a successful civil rights movement based on racial identity among other groups and try to bring them to the left. And so they did it with Hispanics. They then did that with Asians. They tried to do it during the Obama administration with Middle East and North Africa. They called it MENA. It wasn't a great name, so it didn't catch on, but they're going to try it again eventually. And so these are different groups. These are different nations. You know, Cuba is different than Mexico, is different than El Salvador, is different than Guatemala. I have not been on the ground in Arizona, and I've not been following Arizona as closely as Florida, so I can't give you the top reason, with anything more than a guess. But it is the case historically, Cuban Americans, because they've fled a communist country, have sided more conservative and sided more Republican, though generationally that has fallen off. And so you've seen recent immigrants, strongly conservative, next generation a little less so, and the next generation even less so. So we'll have to see what happened this time around, because the Cuban vote certainly went pretty heavily for Donald Trump this time. But it may vary on age, and then you won't be able to use race as quite so easy an identifier of political belief.
All right, the next question is to the God King. Jeremy, where is the #1 place in culture that conservatives cannot take right now that we should be trying to?
The #1 place that we cannot take that we should be trying to. I think we have 3 places in the culture that we simply cannot take, not quickly. The left didn't take them quickly. They had a generational plan, and they executed it to perfection. We're going to have to do something much the same. Academia, obviously, one of them. Conservatives have 0 representation in academia. You may be able to think of that one conservative professor you had. That actually proves the point. That's the exception that proves the rule. Academia, of course, is propped up by government money. Academia is propped up by conservatives who hold to credentialism and believe that they're purchasing for their child a credential that will do them well. I had a conversation once with Secretary DeVos, our education secretary, wonderful woman, and yet I think she had a blind spot in this particular area. We were at this very hoity-toity fundraiser, and people were asking her questions, all very well-to-do, And the question was always, don't we need trade schools for people who just aren't right for college? Don't we need a place for people who just aren't the college material? Don't they need to go learn how to weld or learn how to be garbage collectors? I actually found the whole thing distasteful. I mean, first of all, the trades are where all the money's at in the culture right now. If you want to make a good living, learn how to weld because there's more welding jobs available that pay six figures than there are in, for example, gender studies, where there are no jobs that pay anything. But that's not the only reason I found it objectionable. I found it objectionable because, well, frankly, more than half of all the small business owners in the country lack college degrees because some of the richest men in the world, Mark Zuckerberg, Michael Dell, lack college degrees. I don't think we should be telling kids, you're not college material, so we want you to do something that we kind of look down on. We should be telling kids, you can do whatever you want. Drop out of college and be rich. Drop out of college and get some life experience. Drop out of college and start a business. Drop out of college and, yes, go to trade school. But that's only one of the options. But the main way that we're going to defeat the left in academia is to stop sending our kids there, stop letting them take on debt that they will never be able to repay for a credential that's utterly meaningless so that professors can train them to believe things that you raised them not to believe. The second, of course, institution is the media. I actually think we're doing better there than in any of the three, but we're still so far behind. Yes, the Daily Wire was the #1 publisher, or the #1 most engaged publisher in the world on Facebook for the last 3 months, according to Newswhip. But that's still nothing compared to the reach that the left has. They control almost all of the engagements, almost all of the impressions on social media. And of course, they have their own media channels that are worth, billions of dollars. We have so much work to do there, especially in the investigative realm, which is why we announced we're hiring 3 investigative journalists here tonight. The third place where obviously we have an unbelievable hill to climb is in entertainment media. And in entertainment, I include music, I include television, I include film, basically all the things that we might call popular culture. Here, the left's domination of us is almost complete. You can count on your hands the films that have openly represented the worldview of conservatives. And you can even point to some successful ones. American Sniper, the #1 best-selling, the #1 box office generating rated R film of all time, which actually unseated the former #1 rated R movie of all time, The Passion of the Christ. Both very similar stories in the sense that it was a story that Americans wanted, that Hollywood would never give them, that required a superstar actor turned director who works outside the system to bring us. Hollywood, did they learn any lessons? Of course not, because that's not a lesson they want to learn. They like the polarization. They don't want your money, and they know you're a chump, so you'll give them your money even if they don't do anything to earn it. How much money? Well, Netflix alone spends $20 billion. That's $20,000 million on content every single year. That is one single network on the left. All told, the production budget of Hollywood, I don't know if it's even knowable. It's probably well over $150 billion every year. This is why you wind up with Cuties on Netflix. This is why you wind up with all the anti-Iraq war movies when George W. Bush was president. It's why every single election cycle of my lifetime, we've gotten feature films about how bad the Republican is. We've gotten documentaries about how bad the Republican is. We've gotten documentaries about how great every leftist figure is. Why does everybody know Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Because she's a cultural cult figure, because Hollywood will spend billions and billions and billions of dollars promulgating their worldview and selling you their point of view, whether you want it or not. So what are we going to do where Hollywood is concerned? Well, that's where we have, I think, the biggest hill to climb, and that's the next announcement I'll make about the Daily Wire and the ways that we're going to bring value to you in exchange for your subscription. In 2021, the Daily Wire will be producing fictional content. We're going to be the first in our space with an SVOD platform to really go at this in a major way. We've already acquired the rights to our first feature film, which we will be announcing to you in the coming weeks. We are working on a script with Andrew Klavan for our first series. We are going to, again, can we bring you $20 billion worth of content the way that Netflix can? Well, not today. It's a 40-year path if we're going to do what the left did and assert ourselves in all of these areas. But we're going to lead the way. We're going to get out ahead of our comfort zone. We're going to start making the content that we know has to be made. And we're trusting that you guys will follow, that you'll become subscribers over at dailywire.com, that you'll use the promo code election tonight and get started. You'll get 25% off. You get the Leftist Tears Hot or Cold Tumbler. But listen, it's not about charity. It's not about the Leftist Tears Tumbler. It's not even about the amazing community that you'll get to participate in with our other Daily Wire members. We want to bring value. We want to say these are the things that you get elsewhere. And while we may not be able to compete with them in terms of the amount of content that they can give you, we can at least start moving into those areas. And over time, we can build something really amazing together. So please come be a part of that with us tonight. DailyWire.com. Click on the subscribe button. Use the promo code ELECTION. Get 25% off. We're going to be making movies. We're going to be making morning content with Morning Wire in the style of sort of NPR, sophisticated morning content. We're going to have investigative journalists. We're going to bring you the entire library of Daily Wire, of PragerU, who's competing in academia, and we're going to bring you a brand new, one-of-a-kind show from Candace Owens, shot in front of a live audience. Drew.
Can I just say that I think you're absolutely right about the Academy, that's a big hill to climb, and it's going to take a change of attitude. You're absolutely right about this. On entertainment, I don't think we need their billions of dollars. I think we can beat them in the same way Rocky beat the Russian boxer, because all we have to do is produce the content that people want to see.
That's right.
And they'll come. If we build it, they will come.
It's not charity. I don't want to make movies that people feel like they're supposed to go see.
That's right.
We want to make content that you want to go see, but we do need you to be in our corner as we do that. We're going to take one more question from a Daily Wire member in that spirit right now from Alicia.
Awesome. And this question goes to our very own Ben Shapiro. If Biden were to win, would we reverse all of the progress that we have made in the last 4 years, more specifically when it comes to international policy in the Middle East, and continue with an armed conflict there?
So my guess is that foreign policy is the area where the president has the most power, because he's the commander-in-chief. He has the most power to shape policy. He doesn't really have to worry about Congress there, as Barack Obama showed when he launched an illegal war in Libya and then just maintained it. So that sort of stuff happens fairly regularly. Will Biden be able to dramatically reshape the Middle East without any sort of senatorial approval? And the fact that Republicans have been holding the Senate, and I do not think are going to give a green light to that sort of thing, is definitely going to provide some sort of check. I think he'll try to renegotiate something with the Iranians and with the Palestinians. I just don't think there's a lot of regional interest in that right now. So, no, I don't think that Biden has the capacity to walk everything back. Will it be a lot uglier in the Middle East because Biden is president, if God forbid he wins? Yeah, it'll definitely be a lot uglier. But some of the realities on the ground have simply shifted. And because those realities on the ground are the new realities, I don't think that we're going back to a time when all of those Arab-Israel deals that just got made fall apart. I don't think that that's exactly what's going to happen here. I think that there is a high likelihood the opposite is going to happen. That reality is now reality, and Biden is going to be going up against reality, and not much is going to end up changing, despite Biden's most fervent efforts to the contrary.
All right, well, we are still here. Bickley and I are going to head back into the war room. Guys, next time we see you, this map could look a little different. I sure hope it looks a little different. We don't know if that'll be trending in the blue or the red direction, but we're going to head back and toss it back to you guys.
All righty. So, welcome back. We're in this room again. And now we are joined by Eric Weinstein. Eric, of course, is the founder of the intellectual dark web and a heterodox thinker who's no longer welcome in his formerly leftist circles because of his heterodoxy. So you're welcome here. So welcome.
They told me this was a meeting of the workmen's circle, so it's a surprise.
So you've been watching the results come in, Eric, and you're as a heterodox thinker and somebody who's been sort of touting the fact that Trump has unique appeal to crowds that, you know, historically have not been Republican. You've been sort of sounding the alarm on this for quite a while. What was it that folks on the left, you're of the left in terms of your policy position?
Well, I'm of the intellectual left, not the current Democratic Party version of the left.
Right, you're not of the woke left.
I don't understand.
Right. So what is it that everybody missed about Trump here? Because regardless of how this election goes, it is a hell of a lot closer than it was supposed to be.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody's been lying. And so
that's a good reason. Right. Yeah.
You know, the point is it's very difficult to keep talking about preference falsification when nobody listens. It's very difficult to talk to the left about the fact that scolding people that they should feel guilty because they resemble people who hundreds of years owned other people. And you're not winning friends, hearts, minds. You're not making sense. So to be blunt about it, I just don't understand what the post-Clinton Democratic left is doing institutionally, because this isn't what left of center politics are supposed to be. This is completely incoherent. It's a repudiation of everything that we know about. I mean, the heart of being a progressive is the word progress. So at one point you could have been a progressive and thought that communism was going to be progress because it hadn't been tried. But, you know, a few unmarked graves later, you have to reevaluate whether or not you wish to tie your wagon to Stalin's star. In this situation, we're just seeing people lying continuously about Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And the idea that every person who doesn't go along with you is a white supremacist, whether or not that person is black or Asian or Jewish, this has never made sense to anybody who isn't part of the cult. And I guess what I had a tweet a while back about I will be very surprised if there isn't a stronger than expected Trump surge. And while it's too early to call the election one way or the other, it's certainly not too early to call the fact that once again it appears to be off.
Mm-hmm.
So with that said, right now it seems like there is still a good possibility that Biden wins, albeit narrowly, because Trump would have to, at this point, if he ABC has also called Arizona for Biden. That means that Trump needs to win Pennsylvania and obviously Iowa, and he needs to win Nevada, or he needs to win another state in order for that to manifest, a victory for him to manifest. Let's say that Biden wins narrowly. Do you think there's any reckoning at hand for the Democratic Party? Do you think they rethink this thing, given the fact that Trump has pulled outside support? They thought that they were going to walk away with this thing with 350 electoral votes.
When you decide to go with somebody who's 78 years old at inauguration,
right,
you probably know that you don't have a deep bench to go to. And I would say that what you're looking at is the last gasp of the gerontocracy. It's very hard to find somebody who's willing to step into these shoes who's younger. Now, at the tail end of regimes that end badly, like the Ceausescu's, you usually have some guy who you make president for 2 days.
Yeah.
Here, you're the prime minister, you're the president. Good luck to you, sir. What I believe is that it's been very hard to attract young people to sign on to a failing ideology. Now, I'm very disturbed about Donald Trump, but I will say that the right has been getting more reasonable as the left continues to portray it as getting more insane.
What does intellectual leftism look like at this point?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I'm worried that you guys aren't getting it. I'm worried that you're going to lose capitalism because you're not realizing that you better deal in Gen Z and the millennials at a minimum if you want people to continue to care about the American experiment that I think that I'm interested in fighting with you guys about over decades. In other words, we have a situation in which if you look at the way in which the millennials are experiencing their lives in terms of home ownership, family formation, they're not part of the American experience at an appropriate rate.
Right.
And if you guys don't wake up to the wonders of a little bit of socialism in order to make sure that everybody is still trying to make capitalism work, good luck keeping...
You mean in the sense that some people put off buying a home, they put off having kids, they put off getting married because they don't have enough money or they don't have a stable job or something like that?
Yeah. I mean that if you are 35 years old and you don't have a home and let's say you're female, so your biological clock is of concern to you, you're in a situation where you're about to, your life plan that you might have been planning on, if it was generic enough, is about to be frustrated. And what's worse is, like, let's say you have parents who have a second home or a third home, and you can't even get your first home, and then there's some story about how they had a paper route, and that paper route made everything work, and they put themselves through college because, Lord knows, they didn't have any debt when they graduated, blah, blah, blah. These young people have no concept of what this capitalist American experience is, left or right.
Yeah. No, I think you make a great point here. I would probably dispute that the issue is primarily economic, though I think there is a major economic element. And I think you're totally right that this issue of how we live our lives, how we form families, how we settle down, how we integrate into a community, if you lose that, you're going to lose the whole system.
Well, and the question is, how do you get the Gini coefficients that measure the amount of inequality in a society to go down without the barrel of a gun pointed at anyone. So
when you talk about a little bit of socialism, the word has come to mean almost nothing. Originally, it meant the state taking over the means of production. That's not what people mean anymore.
No, I think what they're doing is they're abstracting to a layer of indirection where socialism in its meta kind of guise is that you're going to have to recognize that the market's distributional mechanism under the political economy that we currently experience and under some of the intensifying effects where a small number of people can capture almost all of the value in a space from a small difference in quality, there's an implicit morality to the market. And when you can't say that that person is wealthy because they contributed $4 worth of value on average to every American, when you have to say, well, that person is wealthy because of something involving reverse loans and trusts and the Cayman Islands, then you have a new problem, right? Which is, what does success mean? And then you get the word success replaced by the word privilege. And I can tell how much you're all enjoying that word.
What happens, though, are we talking about a failure of capitalism, or are we talking about a corruption of capitalism? Are we dealing with what they call crony capitalism, which is really just cronyism, so that the free market is now so slanted that
it is worth pointing out here, Drew. The term capitalism was popularized by Marxists, so it's already kind of a loaded term.
But just to play with my conservative friends here, if I were to say, the problem with communism is it's never really been tried, you guys would all laugh. Right?
That's a great.
So my point to you would be, right back at you.
It's the same thing with capitalism.
You want to know what the problem is with real capitalism?
Well, it depends on what the solution that's being proposed is.
That's what I was just about to ask.
Because if the solution is government subsidization of particular groups at the expense of other groups, which is, well,
you guys
a certain level of redistributionism, that's one thing. If what we're talking about is relieving the government from providing subsidies, then that's precisely the opposite.
Well, let me get to an earlier point. I don't know why I desire to help the loyal opposition, but in some sort of Stockholm syndrome or bridge over the River Kwai moment, I did notice that you guys were talking about the difficulties of attracting professors. You guys have a very easy road if you want to, which is stop treating professors as people looking for government handouts because due to your precious tax dollars. Get smarter, realize that you've effectively made it impossible to claim intellectual property rights from basic discoveries, and say, you know what? We're going to poke a hole because we recognize that market failure is a real thing. The markets are fantastic, but they don't do everything for you. And what we're going to do is we are going to commit to people in STEM subjects to make sure that they get their academic freedom back, that they're not worried about grants, they're not worried about being humiliated. And then you can have professors again. But the place that you guys went wrong is that you started treating professors as, and famous quote is, welfare queens in lab coats. But that wasn't a winner.
I'm all for that, Eric. I am totally for winning. But my only issue is, did we ever really have the professors? I'm reminded of God and Man at Yale by Buckley. He says, even back in the 50s, all his professors were pinkos.
Well, but the problem is that you guys tend to see things a little bit black and white. So what I talk about is...
You're talking about in STEM fields. That's not quite the same thing as the North Campus majors at UCLA.
Well, but you guys think that universities are about teaching, and great universities are about research. And we put a fig leaf of teaching on the front of them because of Vannevar Bush. That's not really the issue. There's always been a mixed thing between Democrats and Republicans. You don't need to worry about real Democrats and people who are really of the left. What I always say is that the Tom Lehrer left and the P.J. O'Rourke right can get along just fine.
Right.
The problem is the batshit crazy Charlottesville right and the ridiculous Antifa left need to get a room and leave the rest of us the hell alone.
I think that's right.
But isn't it? I always say that the thing with the far right, no one in this room is for the far right. The far right is on the comment section of Breitbart.
That's not the issue.
But the far left is in Congress.
Yes, there is an asymmetry. But to be blunt about it, there are norms that prevented the far right from finding each other in the, as they did at the beginning of the Trump administration. I don't want to call them the extreme right. I want to talk about them as the bigoted, really ugly right.
Yeah.
They thought they had a carte blanche.
Yep.
And then they got shut down. And the question is, would the same thing happen in a Biden administration in which the far left thinks, okay, cool, we've been part of the big tent?
This to me is the big question. I wanted to ask you about it because this is what I've been considering, is that the future of the country at this point, it seems to me, is really more about whether mainstream liberals decide that they are more interested in opening up the Overton window wide enough to have discussions with people who are not of their political persuasion, but they have in common a belief in individual rights and freedom of speech and freedom of conversation, or whether they're so wedded to their policy priorities that they believe they can more easily achieve those by dumping over all those things and making common cause with the woke left and sort of the Antifa crowd. Because it seems like that is the question. Like the Harper's Weekly letter that they put out, where there's all these mainstream liberals, all of whom voted for Joe Biden and none of whom voted for Trump, talking about how the Overton window needed to be widened. On the one hand, I thought, okay, that's a good thing. On the other hand, I thought this would be so much more effective if you had one person who voted for Donald Trump on this list. Because it's like you want to open the Overton window just wide enough to let you and your buddies through, but not quite wide enough to actually have a conversation with anybody who disagrees with you.
But you guys are, the way that the modern left is formulated, you're not just people with whom I disagree, you're all evil.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you, sir.
In my particular case, that's true. But
Well, I could tell by the lack of hair. Clearly Lex Luthor.
But in fact, nothing you're saying, at least for me and Knowles, I would say, nothing you're saying is so far out there that we couldn't find some place of common ground.
That's what Ben once said to me. Ben, I once asked Ben the question, what happens when the market can't reach the median non-remarkable individual? And he says, then we'd have to consider other measures. I say, Ben, why don't you say things like that in front of the world? He says, because you, Eric, are highly specific in what you're complaining about, and the left tends to be very, like the 1%. So you're going to go after the
That's why
sons of bitches.
When I ask you for a solution and you say things like, okay, we need to not put, that we need to strengthen patent law for people in STEM and protect their, like that. Everybody recognizes since the founding that patent law is a place where markets actually experience failure, because otherwise there'd be no actual rationale for discovering anything, because if you don't protect intellectual property is a form of property. That's
especially during the founding, actually, right?
Well,
during that era.
It's literally in the Constitution that the federal government has the power of patents.
Yeah, I don't want basically have the world's greatest deal by ensuring that our research scientists give us stuff for simply being immunized from the market. Right? If you're immunized from the market and you're given academic freedom, you don't have $1 billion, but you have the security of a guy with $1 billion, right? It really matters that I can go into my work every day and know that no matter what I say, I have a job tomorrow.
Right. No, all that's fair enough.
Yeah, sure. But it wasn't fair, because then the whole point was when the right at some point badly misgauged the situation in academics and went into this kind of market purity thing. Remember market purity?
Yeah, that was like the 80s, though, to me. I sort of feel like we were moving out of that.
I know, but that's what my point is that you guys have an easy path to victory in the academy. You're not going to win the whole academy, but if you get 10%, if you get a beachhead, then you get enough to allow people to have both perspectives in terms of the political parties, and you have a discussion, but it's a retroactive continuity, and you can't even manage that.
It's funny because we've been talking all night about how if President Trump makes inroads with the black vote, he's not going to win 50%. He's not going to win 60%, but he might win 15%, and that would be a huge deal because that really hampers the Democrats. It sounds like you're saying a similar thing with professors. You might not get 50% of the professors, but if you made some roads into academia, you've really got a place from which you could form a new.
Well, I mean, look, the reason that I really, in the modern era, can't stand the Republican Party is that in part on your watch, under Ronald Reagan, you came up with completely disastrous ideas for figuring out how to tamper with the wage mechanism for American scientists. And my feeling is that you guys are anti-market manipulators who completely destroyed the crown jewel of American intellectual life, which is our research complex. And well done, gentlemen. But,
it seems to me that something else.
If I knew what the hell you were talking about, I'd totally be with you.
No, let me be. I'd love to do this on a big program. In 1986, there was a guy named Eric Bloch who was the first non-academic head of the National Science Foundation, and he realized that we were going to have to pay more money to scientists because the demographics of the baby bust were going to mean that the supply curve came in. And so what he realized is that if we flooded the market with foreign students who are not actually students, they're workers, that we could push out the supply curve and you could get the wage to go down. And then what they did in order to disguise the fact that they were manipulating a market is that they removed the demand curves and claimed it was only a demographic analysis. Right? Now, that thing is what led to the Immigration Act of 1990. Now, you guys don't even know wants to talk about this, and the right of center media hasn't caught on. Now, what I'm trying to tell you is there's so much soul searching, real conservatives and real progressives can do together, because to be blunt, you guys also want to see the progress of the human race, and I want to see the best aspects of our world conserved. We're just not sitting down and having those conversations. Instead, we're having moronic conversations about either the market solves everything or everyone's a white supremacist.
See,
I don't want to have either one.
It frightens me that I completely agree with you about this.
I know. I have to leave the set.
Yeah, I know. We're gonna, but it also
Come
seems
to the
me
dark
that,
side.
it seems to me that there's another aspect of this, another flow of information coming in, where you start with guys on the cultural side, guys like Edward Said proclaiming Jane Austen an imperialist, and those people start to infect the STEM people in your universities, where suddenly they're saying to you, well, if you make certain discoveries, you're fired. And that's the kind of thing that we wind up arguing with. We wind up arguing with the cultural left, and maybe not hearing what's happening.
Why not spend less time with grievance studies people and more time with the people who actually make sure that the bombs don't go off prematurely and that they land in the right place?
Because there's a barrier to entry.
That's right.
Because the culture wars are a barrier to entry. Meaning you and I can have this conversation because we have a baseline, and we can all have this conversation because we already have a baseline agreement on certain fundamental values. And this is, I think, the entire problem. And I think it's also behind a lot of what is going on right now in even the discussion about the demographic shifts and the new voter coalitions. I think a lot of people are putting a lot of weight. I know Henry also, we've had this conversation a lot on this particular sort of backstage show. Henry Olsen puts a lot of weight on the sort of Donald Trump economic program, immigration restrictionism, and trying to boost wages either with subsidies or in other semi-artificial ways in sort of dying towns. And I really kind of believe that Donald Trump's actual appeal to most of the folks he's winning over has very little to do with that. I think it has very much to do with the fact that the left is refusing a baseline level of conversation, and so foreclosing these conversations. I think that if we had a debate, a public debate right now between Joe Biden and Donald Trump over how to properly fund higher education in STEM, right, I think that the American people would go to sleep because they recognize that, number one, it doesn't actually apply. They think it doesn't. It's a second order question. It doesn't apply to them in their immediate life. What does apply to them in their immediate life is the fact that when they go on social media, they are in fact called white supremacists for saying they might vote for Trump, or they are suggested to be religious bigots if they go to church. And so for the better conversations to happen, and I think this is what we're watching right now, for the better conversations to happen, there has to be a baseline agreement on values that is not in evidence right now. And I don't think that Joe Biden is going to put that back into evidence. So there needs to be a better way. Oddly enough, the supposed threats in the institutions, Donald Trump, the supposed fascist Donald Trump, he seems a lot more willing to have those conversations with people on the other side than the left is willing to have those conversations with Trump. Plus, Trump is more likely to sign a deal along the lines of what you're talking about.
The left wants to oppress you guys, right? So the idea is social justice is actually about social vengeance.
Right, exactly. This is the fundamental problem.
I understand that, but I don't want to oppress you guys, and I don't want vengeance. What I do want to do is impress upon you that you started the destruction of the American science and engineering enterprise on your watch, and it would be really great to get right-of-center people to be more patriotic, to be more individualistic. I feel like you guys aren't sufficiently individualistic.
I certainly am not. No.
I'm on board with all of that. I have trouble taking blame for a thing that happened when I was 2.
No.
But
the question is going
forward
Think
again.
of it differently as an opportunity. You have an opportunity to stand up for academic freedom.
That's all.
I think what you're describing is important. I think that it's narrow, but that it's important. You said something early in your remarks that I think goes to why that conversation is difficult. And you rightly corrected yourself. You said in the beginning of the Trump ascendancy, there were the radical right, and then you corrected yourself and said, well, I shouldn't say the extreme was your word. I shouldn't say extreme right. I should say the bigoted right. I think that's fair because I would think of, for example, an extreme Christian as someone who really, really, really believes in Christian doctrine. The extreme right, the alt-right, the America First chumps, they don't believe in like an extreme version of conservative ideology. They believe in this sort of
something very different.
Something very different, this bigotry. So I think that was a correct. But there is another side to that, which is what I think Drew was alluding to. There is an extreme left, which is engaged in a sort of revolutionary movement in this country right now. And unfortunately, the extreme left has mainstream power within the Democrat Party. I actually don't think that Antifa is the extreme left. I would compare them more to your bigoted right. They're more like the strangely bigoted left. The extreme left is
Nicole
the main.
Hannah-Jones and AOC.
That's
you know,
right,
are,
AOC.
and-
They want to change the fundamental structures of our society.
They want to reframe.
They want to reframe the country. They're the new framers.
By the way,
And because of that, it's very difficult for us to even engage on these sorts of issues. I mean, it's difficult for me to engage in these issues because I don't know what the hell any of you are talking about. 'Cause you've all got about 20 IQ points on me each. But it's difficult to have these conversations with anyone because on the left, the extreme movement has actually all the power right now.
Quick update. I mean, since we are doing election night, quick update. Joni Ernst is projected to win in Iowa. This means
fantastic.
Republicans hold the Senate.
That's big.
Republicans are
Right.
going to hold the Senate.
That's
Tom Tillis wins in North Carolina. That's being projected. Joni Ernst wins in Iowa. That's being projected. Cory Gardner loses in Colorado. Martha McSally loses in Arizona. Republicans win the seat in Alabama. It is extremely likely at this point that Republicans hold the Senate.
Terrific.
They would have to, in order to lose the Senate, they would have to lose both the Collins seat as well as the Dane seat in Montana.
Divided government is the best government unless we control everything. I want to get your numbers.
Also, by the way, Chip Roy did win his race in Texas.
Oh,
good.
fantastic.
Good news.
Nobody deserves to be in Congress less than Wendy Davis. Chip Roy, I mean, take him or
Pink
leave him.
sneakers.
Or leave him.
Pink sneakers.
So Joni Ernst leads Teresa Greenfield, 51.3% of the vote, and it's 91% reporting. Thomas Tillis leads Cal Cunningham, 48.7% of the vote, 93% reporting. Michigan, John James leads Gary Peters, 54.9% of the vote in Michigan. Oh, Tom Tillis leads Cal Cunningham in North Carolina, 93% reporting. Also, in Georgia, there will be a runoff election that will be scheduled between the candidates Raphael Warnock, Kelly Loeffler, Doug Collins, Deborah Jackson, Matt Lieberman, Tamara Johnson, Shirley, Jamisha James, Annette Jackson, Derek Grayson, Wayne Johnson, Candace Taylor, Joy Slade, a bunch of people running for Georgia. So it's going to be between Raphael Warnock and Kelly Loeffler.
Most people, even who think that he should pack the court, most people, even who think maybe Puerto Rico should be a state without a filibuster on a simple majority vote, they actually live their day-to-day lives in much more conservative ways. They run their business like conservatives. They raise their children like conservatives. It's when they're asserting their values in the social world in which we live. Something has happened in our culture where you are a bad person if you don't. If you
preach what you practice.
Well, but this is
Yes,
where, this is where
that's
the
right.
Harper's letter comes into play.
I
The
agree.
Harper's letter is really this very weird story where you had a group of people doing the hiring in newsrooms, let's say, or at various sort of center-left publications, and they said, hey, you know what? To appeal to the kids, let's get some of this woke stuff. The woke reporters will go after other people, and they won't turn on their masters because we hired them.
Yeah,
right.
For a period of time, this idea of playing Tiger King worked, and then you keep feeding these tigers, and suddenly they view their trainers as a source of protein, and these people are saying, "Wait a minute, you can't come after us. You're supposed to go out and get them." And that's what the Harper's letter was all about. It's basically saying, "Hey, we may have goofed by playing with this in order to get some buzz and some energy, and suddenly this isn't feeling that much fun.
But in the analogy, who's that bitch Carol Baskin? So I do want to share my extraordinary news, and it's not my extraordinary news. It's actually the find of our very own cat tumbler for what you are about to behold.
Well, I have an update for you. It seems that the left is starting to get a little bit anxious, especially over at the Young Turks. So I have a video for you that I think you will all enjoy. So let's watch it.
Get out of the way. Both Jake Tapper and Nancy Pelosi and all those, and every editor at the New York Times, cakes with them. How many elections are we going to get to a razor's edge with a monster idiot fascist like Donald Trump? One last thing, I swear to God I'm going to go to Ida, but one last thing on this, guys. Forget him being a racist, forget him being a fascist. The total moron, and you couldn't figure out how to crush him in an election? Man, the corporate Democrats and the mainstream media suck at this. They absolutely, positively suck, and they brainwash smart people into compliance. But that's not what we do. Get out of the way. Both Jake Tapper and...
He's like 80% right.
You know, he looks like he's having a good time over there. Like I said, we are not in full meltdown mode right now. We are in lukewarm meltdown mode. So there's a few other things going on Twitter as well. A bunch of blue check marks are really getting nervous. One of them's talking about our entire Earth is on the line. You know this. We don't have 4 more years to gamble with. Another one is saying that you shouldn't be shocked. Half of America is racist. And then we have AOC, who said she's not going to comment on today's election results, but that she's seen this coming for a long time, the Latino community with going red, so she's also mad about Florida. And then Jimmy Kimmel said, this is like being awake during your own surgery. So it seems they're having some lukewarm meltdowns, but I will be here giving you guys updates if we have anything else interesting. So thank you.
It was, hang on, just 1 second. Just 1 second.
Nice little...
By the way, I do enjoy I do enjoy Cenk doing a takeoff on the electoral stupidity of losing an election to Donald Trump. I will just remind you that in 2020, he did run for Congress, right, in a special election.
2018.
In 2018. No, it was 2020.
Was it?
Because it was to replace Katie Hill after Katie Hill resigned. So
You're
special
right.
election.
He had to drop out.
And he came in 4th in the primaries. Not second, 4th in the primaries. He won a grand total of 6.6% of the vote. After, you'll recall, Bernie Sanders endorsed him and then unendorsed him. So, yeah, there is electoral genius Cenk Uygur really doing yeoman's work on behalf of...
I said that I thought you would enjoy it, because how could you not enjoy it? I mean, this isn't Cenk is not a guy with whom you're going to have conversations about how to remake the country into some sort of better left and better right. It's a guy who, well...
Here's some good news. Oregon, where Portland is happening, Oregon has now decriminalized possession of all drugs, including coke, heroin, and meth.
About time.
All right.
About time.
They
Good times in
They
Oregon.
need some more drugs.
These DMT Reese's Pieces are...
And also breaking, Joe Rogan has moved to Oregon.
Yeah. He just turned his car around, actually, on the way to Texas.
And Ruben just said he was staying in California. How does decriminalization work, by the way? Did they just make it legal, or did they just remove all the penalties?
They made it legal. Well, decriminalization means that you can get fined, I think.
Yeah. See, this is what decriminalization is the worst kind of soft tyranny, because it leads to capriciousness in the government. If you're going to have a law, enforce the law. If we agree that the law is wrong, then change the law. The worst thing is to say we're going to have a law, but it doesn't matter very much, because it erodes the entire idea of equal justice, right? It erodes the entire idea of law.
Well, let's also agree that just the federal Schedule I designation of controlled substances is being wildly misapplied. There's 2 criteria that matter, one of which is that there's no medical value whatsoever, and then there has to be a high capacity for harm. And we have things on that list where neither of these things is true. And so there's also the question that you have to figure out how the law should be implemented once you've come up with a schema for it, and it's not even being implemented consistently. But I do want to get back to this issue about the idea of what do we make of, let's say, Kamala Harris tweeting out this cartoon about equity versus equality, where she manages to drop the G on the end of gerunds and things in order to get a black vernacular sort of a feel to what she's doing.
You mean our African American, Indian, Jamaican candidate for vice president?
Yeah. Well, it is interesting. We used to say things like, you know, I am a licensed physician, or I am a physicist, and now you say, as a Peruvian of color, you know,
please enlighten me. Yes.
That is the new designation of whether you have something to say. Nobody quite knows what to make of this mainstreaming of incoherent, beyond communism belief structures. So coming from a background which had plenty of communists in it, the aphorism I always thought was from each according to his ability to each according to his needs. And despite the fact that that uses a third person gendered pronoun, the other problem with it is, I can't believe you guys are laughing.
Well, we're insensitive. Deeply. That's the way it works.
As I've known. The other problem with that is that it acknowledges that people have different abilities. And, right? So the idea is we are so far beyond communism, we don't even have language.
That's a great point. Great point.
And my feeling about this is I do think we're going to have to take care of people. The market is not doing a good job with distribution issues, and part of the problem is political economy gets plowed back into the situation, causing a positive feedback nightmare.
Yeah.
However, I think that what we have to do is we have to repudiate ideologies that do not compile. And the great benefit of far left ideology is that because it doesn't make sense, it's very hard to argue with something that gives up on consistency at the outset. And you remember the principle of explosion says that in any intellectual system, if you allow a single contradiction, anything can be deduced. So largely, the left, who is beyond where any place I've ever been, is trying to smuggle one contradiction through airport security so that they can have everything on the other side.
Didn't they actually do that, though, with LGBTQ, right? Once you lump transsexuals in with homosexuals, you've created your contradiction. If the entire argument for the last 40 years is that
biological sex is immutable, right?
Yes,
I'm born this way.
I'm born this way. Biological sex is immutable. And then you also say that within that same framework, gender is a social construct. Yeah. Haven't you baked that fundamental contradiction in?
No, there was a big headline that came out. This is a real headline came out last week, that a woman realized she was a lesbian after her husband realized he was really a woman. So nothing has changed in their marriage at all, but they've both fundamentally changed their sexual preferences and identity.
So look,
hot, man.
It's hot.
Yeah.
I saw the picture. It was
great. So that's what you guys get off on. Look, there's a bigger and better issue. The fact that the far left can't play its cards properly doesn't mean that they don't have a point. And what part of the problem is that you guys have to steelman if you want to understand what's going on. So is there a difference? If I wear a lungi or a kilt, are you telling me that that is feminine, not in South Asia or Scotland, respectively? On the other hand, a skirt is gendered inside of the constructs of the United States. So you guys even will admit to the idea that there is some variability, that these things aren't set at the factory. There's nothing intrinsically masculine or feminine about the concept of a skirt.
Right, but all of those cultures also recognize the difference between male and female garb.
That's true, but on the other hand, you have lots of situations. For example, the Ayatollah Khomeini allowed for sex transitions in a fatwa.
Right,
in South Sulawesi, you, I think, have 5 identified genders. Intersex is the one thing which I always reach out to my conservative friends, which is you guys should start steering on the basis of intersex. We have dudes who have uteruses. I always bring up persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, and you can.
But that's an actual biological syndrome.
That's exactly right.
That's not the.
There's still biological reality.
Like an objective outside viewer of the situation could tell that there was an objective thing happening.
This is my point. This is our opportunity to come together, which is. You have to recognize, for example, that the third person singular pronouns in English are inflected for gender, unlike in something like Turkish, where they are not. So what you don't do is you never have the third person singular and plural pronoun be the same. So using they is ridiculous.
Right.
On the other hand, you could imagine a one-time, backwards incompatible change in the language as we did when we
So-
inflecting the honorific for females with marital status.
Donald Trump just went.
The OED does define
Trump
he as gender neutral. As
wins
well as
Ohio
gender, and
with
man, the same way. In the beginning, God created
53.5%
man,
of the vote.
Both male and female, he created them. And
Trump
then the women,
wins Ohio with
WINN, or however they spelled it in
53.5% of the
70s,
vote.
took umbrage at this fact. But
With
it was understood in the English language. It was
3,005,993 votes.
It had a particular bias. But if you want to make fun of these people for not making sense, that's not the place to do it. You can say, look, there is a version of this story in which we have neglected people who don't fall neatly into a sexual identification category, either in terms of who they're attracted to or what they
no,
are.
the thing that's mockable is the statement that there is no such thing as a biological dichotomy between male and female. That is mockable. That is mockable on its face. And the idea that sex is so malleable and gender is so malleable that a man being fully biological male can call himself a female, and we are all supposed to pretend that that person is now a biological female. That's absurd on its face.
Yeah, but you know, Ben, even there, and I don't want to reveal too much about our conversations, but you and I have talked about the fact that when you've been faced with somebody who's in a great deal of distress over your particular comments on pronouns, that you take a compassionate humanist view and you don't want to irritate that person. Your point has been that I don't want to give up this argument if that's what we're discussing. If what we're discussing is pronouns.
Public treatment of issues is mercy is a part of human life. But that does not mean that the broad standard shouldn't be justice.
Yes, you slipped from one point to another. I've made the speech that you're making right now in college.
Did you do it better?
So much better. I was brilliant. It was amazing. No, I mean, look, nature is messy, and the dots that go with masculinity, they generally collect with men. They are spread out in this weird way, but everything you're saying is taking place within a context of male and female. It's taking place within a context, a basic context, a norm. Let's call it what it is. It's a norm of male and female.
It comes out of nature, and I want to be able to, science is sort of an absolute defense. You can't ask me to negate the science as a scientist when it contradicts political ideology. All I'm trying to suggest is that we had a lot to do that we could have done on intersex and on separating gender from sexuality, just doing it in an intellectually rigorous and respectful fashion. And then we could get to this issue, for example, of the umbrella category. The reason that trans is so controversial is like stroke. You can get strokes from clotting, and you can get strokes from having blood that's too thin.
Right.
So the fact that you're talking about a stroke doesn't give you enough information. You need extra information because the term is overloaded. Well, the trans category is overloaded.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is I think, interesting and worthy of conversation. The biggest problem is we keep coming back to is that literally these conversations are not possible. They are not possible. I've literally had these exact conversations with people on the most popular left-wing podcast in America outside of the podcast and said we should do a crossover because there'll be huge numbers.
Yeah. And
the person I was speaking to, I won't mention any names, specifically said, your people would be fine with having that conversation publicly. My people would literally kill me. Well, that's where it lies. I know that we have to do more election updates because I know this.
There is a presidential election on, and people are like in our chat room right now saying, "Stop talking about things that matter. All we want to know is what Cabot says is happening in the Rust Belt." So, Eric, thank you so much for being with us.
Thanks for
We're going to
stopping
see what
by.
Cabot has to say about the
Okay,
Rust
well,
Belt.
good luck to you all.
What does Cabot think about intersexuality? That's what I want to know.
What do they think in the Rust Belt about intersex? Cabot.
What do they think in the Rust Belt about intersectionality? I don't know about that, but we do have some updates, and kind of piggybacking on that AOC tweet. Yeah. Unfortunately, she's not the only Democrat now that's using this talking point that we're not going to know who the winner is tonight, guys. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
Yep, and I will say that my bingo card, the last word I needed was the guys downstairs saying intersexuality, so I just got 5 in a row in bingo, so I'm set. I'm sure some other viewers are as well. There's a tweet coming out, to your point, from Bloomberg. There's a Bloomberg reporter. She says, according to sources in states, this is state officials she's referring to, Wisconsin says there's no way they are announcing a winner tonight. Michigan officials say they need until Friday. Pennsylvania said they aren't coming out anytime soon either. So if you had champagne ready on either side to expect to be able to celebrate tonight, you may want to hold your horses there. So to give a breakdown of what the numbers are in those states right now.
Yep.
Wisconsin, 72% reporting President Trump holding strong, 52% to Biden's 46%. 0.6%. In Michigan, where there's
Looks like Senate Republicans are going to hold.
it does look, based on the projections right now, if things go in the right direction, it's going to be likely around 51 to 52 for Republicans. But it's looking like worst case scenario right now is a 50-50 tie in the Senate.
So then the vice president would be.
Then the vice president would be presiding over any tied votes, which Vice President Pence, you can imagine him doing that. I'm already having terrifying images of Kamala Harris coming in, walking down the aisle straight up and letting everyone know that she's there to preside.
I'm sure she'd love that over her former colleagues. I could
might.
just see her like that really happy.
Right now is that according to Bloomberg reports, state officials are saying, hold your horses. Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, could be until Friday before we have all the results.
Okay, guys, we're going to keep seeing what members want to talk about on the ground. And thank you guys for working so hard. We're going to get back to the war room, and then we will get you guys some more information.
It's a mess. They're now saying that it could be tilting toward Biden again, so late votes coming in there. There's a lot of controversy over at Fox with some of the commentators. They're like Katie Pavlich, very angry at Fox for having called Arizona early, although the vote would have to come in very late and very heavy for Trump to still win Arizona. Minnesota has been called for Biden, which was kind of Trump's, that was his wish state. That was going to be the one where if he won Minnesota,
Iowa's been called for Trump.
That would help him. That leaves Nevada as the only
Ohio's been called for Trump.
At this point. Iowa, the polls were
Arizona was called for Biden.
One thing that I think we can bank on is
but
that it looks very much like
there's
Republicans hold the Senate. They actually pick up some seats in the House.
It's very critical.
You know,
There's a
we'll
lot
see
more
where Trump
votes.
is
There's a millions of
or
votes
the day
still
after,
haven't
is
been
what that
counted
looks
with
like.
Arizona.
So the good news is that the
So millions of votes in Arizona hasn't been counted, but it was called for Biden.
less heavy House majority is a very different Joe Biden administration than Joe Biden with a Democratic Senate and a Democratic House and no checks. And now, like,
well, it just means,
for example, the filibuster ain't gone.
Yeah.
Right? The filibuster sticks around. So
filibuster ain't gone, no court packing, no new states. I mean, that's
a massive, massive thing. And also, the next election cycle, 2022, very much favors Republicans. There are a lot of vulnerable Democrats in purple states in those elections. So that would,
also incredibly rare in a president's first midterm that he picks up seats.
Right, exactly.
Right.
So Senate. So that's the good news. That's the good news. That is the good news from tonight. The good news from tonight is that Republicans look like they're going to walk away with the Senate. By the way, I didn't make any predictions on the air. Drew, I told you this was going to happen earlier today. Did I not?
You did.
I did. I said that
Absolutely.
was going to happen. I said that people ask for predictions. Again, I have hesitated to make public predictions about the presidential
don't wanna
race.
give
I told you.
Wolf
I
any more
did
money,
say that. I did say that my gut was. I will say. It's hard to say this. I didn't say it publicly, but I did say that my gut was that Trump was that Biden was ahead narrowly on points, and that the Republicans would retain the Senate.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I did that. That was sort of my off-the-air prediction. So we'll see if that holds up. Obviously, I hope that I'm wrong about Trump. Losing Arizona is a major blow to his hopes because it means that he now has to win. He has to sweep Nebraska. That means Omaha, right? Well, Omaha is pretty blue.
Yeah.
Or it means that he has to pick up Wisconsin or Michigan, plus Pennsylvania. So he has to do really well there. So that's sort of where things stand. And we're not going to know anything the rest of the night. I mean, basically, we could call this thing if we wanted to, but we're not going to. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going for the next 4 days. I am just joking. We're not going anywhere, guys. Ever. For the rest of time.
So may I make a cultural comment here for a moment?
Absolutely not. We got to talk about Nebraska.
Sorry.
No,
I have to say, the thing that's been like just sticking in my head all night long is the level, obviously not among us because we're idiots, but the level of conversation of the people that we've had on a different level. But just the fact that we're willing to have these conversations makes us the go-to place. Not just the Daily Wire, but the Daily Wire, but also any place that's willing to have these conversations.
Yeah.
So, well, yeah. I mean, again, this is a much better. Let's put it this way: it's much better tonight in terms of the actual polling numbers. It's much better than anybody thought that it was going to be just a few hours ago, right? I mean, if you'd said at the beginning of the night that Trump was going to pick up North Carolina, Florida, Georgia, and that Republicans were going to retain the Senate, then that would have been considered a pretty good night going in, considering the broadest. By the way, Fox News just retracted their call for Biden in Arizona.
Yeah,
Did they?
what a mess. I knew it when they called it. I knew that was too early.
Honestly, these
Fox
outlets
is
have to
messed up.
stop. They have to stop calling these things so damned early.
And
They
Fox-
call them while the votes are still and they were doing it, by the way. Fox announced they were doing this based on exit polling plus early data. You can't do it based on the exit polling.
Yeah.
We've done
That's
this
right,
1,000 times. You just cannot do this. It's
Fox has
absurd.
really lost its way. I mean, there's no question about this. You know, when John Nolte is going after Fox, you know that they've lost their way.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that Fox has lost its way.
Really?
I think that our perspective on Fox has always been flawed. I think that we've always loved Fox because they are unique among cable news, right? In other words, the very fact that we have anything makes us happy.
Right.
No question about it. But to say that Fox is conservative is only true because of how far left the entire establishment media has gone. I mean, if you think about the golden era of Fox, the primetime lineup was, and it wasn't even, Glenn Beck actually wasn't in primetime, but I think you fairly would say that he was the beginning of their primetime coverage at 5.
Yeah.
You had Glenn Beck, you had not Brett Baer,
Brit Hume.
Thank you, Brit Hume.
Yep.
You had Brit Hume, you had Sean Hannity, you had Bill O'Reilly, you had Greta Von Susteren, and all day you had Shep Smith.
Right.
Yeah.
Shep Smith, as left as left can be.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Greta Van Susteren, of the left. Bill O'Reilly, not a conservative,
He would not call himself a conservative.
not going to call himself a conservative, not of the left, but more of a Trump type.
Right.
You know,
Or
precursor for
center
him.
populist.
A center populist, yeah. Hannity, certainly of the right, a Republican Party guy, Hannity. Brit Hume and his predecessor, and Brett Baer and Brit Hume, both. I think that's the best actual news show on cable news.
It's the best.
the best commentary.
Not
I'm
on
sorry.
cable news, on
any.
TV,
It's the best show on TV.
Yeah, for sure.
And Glenn Beck, who was a true ideological conservative at that time. So if you really think about that lineup, that is a far more diverse lineup than CNN has, than MSNBC has.
And their most important show on
This
Sunday.
is not my complaint. This is not my complaint. For me, the core of Fox News has always been Brett Baer or Brit Hume, that news show, which has just delivered a fair news show with a conversation at the end that slanted right, kind of like the Wall Street Journal, but included left-wing views, more left-wing views than you'd find right-wing views anywhere else. My problem is that they seem to have lost the capacity to gather information objectively. And the core of that loss is in exactly here, that they are no longer gathering polling information with restraint. And what you're saying, they're calling things too early. They're obviously getting bad information. They're trying to compete with the machinery of the networks without the machinery.
There's a lot of suspicion, by the way, in terms of who was actually making the calls at the Fox News desk, because the person is a registered Democrat, and so there was a lot of talk about how that person might allow their biases to creep in. My favorite image of the night is ABC News talking about Wisconsin. They said, well, you know, we have to talk about Kenosha. We have to talk about Kenosha. And they didn't mention anything happening in Kenosha. But somehow Donald Trump is absolutely wiping the floor with Joe Biden in Kenosha, like just killing him in Kenosha, which of course makes perfect sense because that's where those riots were. Also, this is a big night for House Republicans. Republicans are actually going to pick up seats in the House based on the latest stats. The AP has called Republicans winning Texas 22nd. That was a seat Democrats thought they were going to flip. And Ashley Hinson is going to defeat a sitting Democratic Congresswoman named Abby Finkenauer in Iowa 1. She's up nearly 4 points. So Republicans are poised to pick up somewhere between 5 and 10 seats in this election in the House. So they are overperforming in the Senate. They are overperforming in the House. And Trump is overperforming the polls. So it's hard to see where exactly this is picking up, where this ends up. But it's going to go for the next couple days. This ain't going to end tonight. This is going to go another couple days.
No question.
So we're joined now by Daily Wire editor-in-chief John Bickley, who's been down in the Daily Wire war room helping us.
He took my job.
We pay him a lot less.
Oh, okay, then it's okay. Fine. Enjoy your work. Go with God. So, how are things going, John Bickley?
They're going less well than an hour ago. I mean, there's big developments. There's a weird thing going on with the New York Times, this sudden shift, a dramatic shift in the chances for Trump with I think there was like 1% more reporting or something like that, and it's shifted from 78% Trump to 65% Biden.
Where?
Georgia.
New York Times projection in Georgia. I'm sorry.
Georgia, okay.
Georgia's not looking great. Arizona's been called by most folks at this point. That's a blow. Pennsylvania, when are we going to learn? How many days from now are we going to learn what happens with Pennsylvania? Trump's doing really well so far. It feels like a setup. It feels like,
it does.
look, here it goes. No matter what, he's probably going to go.
Well, I mean, their attorney general actually said no matter what, he can't win Pennsylvania.
He also gave out the Democratic phone number to people who were confused about how to vote. So that's not great.
It was an honest mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's looking tough. You know, he still has a path. I think Wisconsin's kind of stunning. The developments in the House are stunning. The Senate looks a little bit better than we thought. So that's good.
Yeah.
We thought, I've been predicting it's going to be 50-50, you know, but
yeah.
Who's predicting it?
Me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's Bickley's own prediction.
Yeah.
Really.
I decided to throw a dartboard. But, so that's there's some things that are positive developments. I think this idea of another major blow to the pollsters is big. And this is devastating. They put so much money into Florida.
Yep.
They put so much money. My home state, love Florida. Thank you, Florida. They couldn't get that wrong.
Best state in America.
But, and they botched it.
So good.
If you look at some of those polls, you look at the average is like a 3%. They have 3.5% maybe loss. Like they got it wrong to that degree. But then you look at specific polls and it's off by
10 points.
10 points. Yeah. Some of the polls. How does that happen? How do you just stay a credible pollster after this?
Right.
And I don't care who you are, everyone associates them with the mainstream media. It's very clear when you have this very homogenous narrative that forms with the polling that works perfectly in favor of the media's narrative. It blows any attempt to sort of have a sense of confidence.
Well, this was actually the argument that we had going in, Ben and Drew and I in particular earlier today, in which I'm going to claim a little credit here. My argument has been that the polling organizations actually favor their client, which is establishment media, more than they favor accuracy. In other words, you might say, well, they need to get it right or no one will use them. But I liken it to Hollywood producers making anti-Iraq war movies in the early 2000s that no, by signaling your virtue and reinforcing the narrative that we want reinforced, we will continue hiring you because you're saying what we want to hear. Right. The fact that it is the I keep using they're not mainstream, the establishment, the legacy media that actually writes the checks for these polls must have some effect, especially when you see them as wrong as they are tonight.
But the problem with that theory is that places like the Wall Street Journal, which skews left in their news coverage, but just a little left, does have a big investment in being reliable. They have a big investment in coming across as
I used to think that was true. I actually don't believe that that's
true. I think that what's going on right now is that polling in the age of Trump particularly, as we see realignments, is an incredibly difficult business and basically is reading chicken on trails. Sure. The coalitions were very steady. In 2000, 2004, 2008, they were pretty steady. The polls weren't particularly wrong there. 2012 even, they were pretty steady. But Trump really shook up the map in a major way. And they've never been able to grasp exactly how the map was shaken up.
Plus, technologically, it's tough.
Right. I mean, also the technological shift is being wildly underrated here, which is that they are not allowed. You're not allowed by federal law to cold call people on their cell phone, right? I mean, you're not really supposed to cold call people on their cell phone, I believe. So,
and you can be fined. I've been on campaigns that have been fined a lot of money for calling people on their cell phone, so they do shy away from it.
Right. So what that means is that you are going to tend to oversample elderly people who have. I mean, I don't even have a landline, right? Yeah. And a lot of people don't have a landline anymore, so it makes it very, very difficult to poll.
And who answers those?
Right. So it's polling's a difficult business. That's why people have been looking at sort of the average of the polls. But what was Trump's final margin of victory in Florida? 3? Is that they're saying 3 or 4?
2.5.
2.5. So the RCP average had Biden up 0.9. Yep. So they were off by about 3.4 points in the final average, which is a lot in an average of averages. The Trafalgar got it right. Right. Trafalgar got it right. They said Trump +2. And they were the only group to have it right, basically.
And this is the problem with, I love the RCP site because of their great editorial collections and their videos and all this. But the idea of an average of polls is kind of ridiculous because some of these polls are way wrong.
Well, the RCP's is better than 538. So 538 didn't even include Trafalgar. Right, 538 had.
They rejected it out of hand.
Right. They said that this is a partisan poll, so we're not going to include it. But some of these polls that are included are Quinnipiac, and Quinnipiac is basically wrong about everything. Quinnipiac
But this is my argument. This is my entire argument about the polling organizations and the media. I don't think that they any longer have to worry about their reputation for accuracy. I don't think the Wall Street Journal newsroom cares. I don't think that I think they have realized since Obama broke the media. Since Obama, they are no longer held to any standard except the standard of speaking the narrative, except the standard. I think that before Barack Obama, a reporter could be very biased. The media could lean 70-30 left because of the intrinsic biases, the fact that it draws a certain group of people. Nevertheless, if you were an individual journalist, even a journalist of the left, you by and large believed as foundational ethics that you had to speak truth, and in particular, speak truth to power. Then Barack Obama came along, and by the unique virtue of his blackness against the backdrop of America's history of slavery, Jim Crow, and racism, that actually made him a figure that could not be criticized by media. Also, because he's more of a religious aspirational figure, they didn't want to criticize him. And what Barack Obama said to the media is, no longer is your foundational ethic speaking truth to power. Your foundational ethic is helping to fundamentally transform the world into a better place. Comedy. Yes, comedy, by virtue of the people it attracts and their biases, always 70-30 left. And yet, Jay Leno couldn't have faced himself in the 90s if he hadn't made Monica Lewinsky jokes. Saturday Night Live, they couldn't have called themselves comedians if they didn't make Monica Lewinsky jokes. Then comes along Barack Obama. By virtue of his blackness against the backdrop of American slavery, I know I'm right about this because the head writer for SNL said he's like a large wall of obsidian. Because a pure, faultless slab of obsidian. In other words, because he's perfect and black.
Yeah, right.
There is nothing funny about him. And no longer was the job of a comedian to shine light on truth through comedy. Now the job was to promote the narrative. In other words, Barack Obama uniquely, same with academia, same with many of these institutions, he changed the foundational ethic of them. And the foundational ethic of a journalist in America today, the foundational ethic of a pollster in America today, is not to speak truth. It is to speak the narrative. And as long as they speak the narrative, they don't have to worry about people thinking that they don't have credibility anymore.
I agree with like 95% of what you just said. What I don't agree with is, first of all, the sweep of it. I don't think that, for instance, at the Wall Street Journal, I do think there are still people who are interested in telling some version of the truth, even though they...
Well, sure, there are some people.
But but I mean people in authority, which is the...
I don't know. To side with Eric, now read the Harper's letter. Now read Barry Weiss's...
that's the New York Times.
Her statement about leaving.
The New York Times has absolutely no interest in telling the truth. They will chase you out for telling the truth. They chased Barry White out for speaking different opinions. That doesn't really happen at the Wall Street Journal. The last time it happened was Bret Stephens, who left because he was too far against Trump. And that was on the...
Although Bret Stephens is on the editorial side.
And that was on the editorial side, exactly. But in the newsroom, they still... I mean, look, I can read the Wall Street Journal news side and discern the truth, which I can't do in the New York Times. I have no idea. When I read the New York Times, I know what the New York Times is selling me, but I don't know what the narrative is. There are still venues, even CBS has a certain level of commitment to the news that hasn't been entirely corrupted, even though everything you just said as a narrative is true. There are individuals in unique places. I think in terms of these pollsters, if they get things wrong, we stop listening to them. Yeah. They can't.
Well, I mean, that did happen this year. I mean, I can't tell you how many calls I took on the show from people basically saying, can you tell me why I should listen to polls? And me saying, because I can't tell you not to listen to polls. I mean, like, really, like, my answer is, I don't believe all the polls, but I can't, like, completely disbelieve the polls. I mean, I'm operating specifically in the absence of evidence, which I refuse to do. I mean, I'm going to say I doubt them, but because I do, but I can't say they mean nothing.
No, but the way
if they've been
talk about the polls now is so much different than the way you talked about them 4 years ago.
Oh, 100%. Well, 4 years ago they weren't off that much. I mean, as of 2012, with 2012 there was systemic polling error in favor of Mitt Romney.
Yeah,
that's right.
Like Romney actually got overpolled in 2012, and in 2008 they were pretty dead on. So by 2016 people were like, okay, they kind of know what they're doing. And then the bottom fell out on Hillary, and Trump is such an off-the-wall character that they had no way to pull that. They didn't know what they were doing. And so this time around, it's like they might still not know what they're doing.
Yeah.
By the way, it turns out that was a myth that Fox uncalled Arizona. They've recalled Arizona, or they never uncalled Arizona. That was a Twitter thing that was going around, apparently.
Wow.
And they've doubled down on the idea that Arizona is in Biden's category.
I have
Fox News
friends
also-
who are with the president in the White House right now saying there's a lot of confusion, even in the administration right now, about what's actually happening in some of these races.
Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin apparently Wisconsin is trending toward Biden, which is what we would expect. It looks as though Fox News Decision Desk is on the verge of calling Georgia in favor of Trump, even though the New York Times Needle is wobbling a bit, which means that we are where we were about 45 minutes ago, waiting on Pennsylvania or waiting on Michigan. And we're going to be waiting a while because they've announced that none of those results are coming in, and it's going to be quite a while. So it all comes down, as we suspected, to probably, now Pennsylvania and Michigan. It's going to be, apparently in the next few minutes, we are going to start getting some results from Nevada. Now, the reason that's important is because Trump lost Arizona. So if Trump lost Arizona, Trump needs to win Nevada. If he wins Nevada, then he's back on track, right? If he wins Nevada and the results from Nevada are shockingly good, which could happen, right? One of the outstanding theories about Nevada was that the early voting and focus on mail-in voting would really hurt Democrats in a serious way because their voter turnout efforts in Nevada are specifically geared at the restaurants and the workers and the unionized workers in the casinos. And none of the casinos have a lot of unionized workers working right now because of COVID. So that means that all those people are at home. And getting them from home to the polls is a different thing than putting them on a bus at the MGM Grand and busing them to the polls as part of their union to go vote as a block en masse. So it'll be interesting to see if Trump does have any durability in Nevada. If he were to pick up Nevada, that makes up for Arizona. Then all he has to do is win Pennsylvania and Nevada, and he still wins the election.
So breaking news right now, Joe Biden is about to take the stage in Delaware to give remarks. Let's go to Vice President Joe Biden and hear what he has to say on this strange and unsettled evening.
And declare victory.
Where Joe Biden is about to come out. And to me, it's reminiscent of what we saw in the primaries, you know, when states were not being called, like Iowa, right? And then we started to see people coming up on stage and giving sort of quasi-acceptance speeches that weren't acceptance speeches, but we feel really good about what happened tonight. And I think that's the pattern. I think that's what we're going to see.
There was a difference because then you were in Iowa and you were building towards New Hampshire. There was a reason. Here it's a little different. I think he's really doing it just so psychologically, if they end up in challenges, he thinks he looks stronger.
All right, here's the former Vice President Joe Biden with Dr. Joe Biden. Let's listen in.
Good evening. Your patience is commendable. We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we were going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. Yes. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon?
John Carney.
Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
Former Vice President Joe Biden and his wife Jill Biden saying this race isn't over, saying he feels good, count every vote.
So
he's going to go call it on the night and go back to sleep. That's exciting stuff. I'm sure we're going to hear something from President Trump based on this because it's going to go into the morning hours. That is where we are at this point in time. Reminder, if you've really enjoyed our coverage tonight, as opposed to the coverage of the mainstream media, which, as always, is pure garbage, then you should definitely come and check us out at Daily Wire. We have made a bunch of announcements about our big plans for next year because here is the deal. If Joe Biden is president, there's going to be a lot of work to do to fight back against the institutional media that basically, if Biden ends up winning and it's this narrow a margin, there's no question that the media were the margin. There's no question the media were the margin if Trump ends up losing this narrowly, especially in an election cycle where Republicans are going to maintain the Senate and maybe pick up some seats in the House.
Yeah.
And so that means we need a different media. We are that different media. We want you to be part of it. Please head on over to dailywire.com right now and use our promo code ELECTION. You get 25% off. It's the best deal we're going to have for a while. And we've been announcing big things we want to bring you all night long. Candace Owens is joining our team. She's moving with us to Nashville. That's how committed she is. We're going to be launching a brand new show with Candace. It's going to be awesome. We can't wait to tell you more about it. Live audience, the whole deal. Candace is a major cultural figure and maybe one of the chief figures in helping to shift the black vote in the United States away from the monolithic Democratic vote that it has been for so long. And we're going to be launching a brand new morning show to compete with the New York Times is the Daily, not just NPR, but the New York Times is the Daily, to bring you some actual accurate news every morning in short form so you can hear that and know what's going on in 15 minutes or less. We're bringing you 3 new investigative reporters who are going to be digging and digging hard, especially if Joe Biden is president. They'll be doing the kind of digging the mainstream media simply will not when it comes to Joe Biden. And we are going to be bringing you movies. We're going to be bringing you actual entertainment. I mean, I really cannot wait to tell you guys about the new entertainment options that we are bringing you. And we're not saying that you're going to have to get all your entertainment from Daily Wire, but we want you to start thinking about entertainment from people who you actually believe in and people who you agree with, as opposed to giving your money to outlets that actively scorn you and hate you. And we are going to be actively promoting that content. Seriously, this is like the people we're working with to make actual movies. It's not a BS ploy. It's not a rinky-dink minor league thing. These are serious films for conservatives and for everybody else. Because the left has decided that every film has to be a woke marathon. So we're not going to be doing that. We're going to be counter-programming all of that. You can be part of it. You can be part of that mission. This mission is going to last long beyond this election. We are in a generational battle for the soul of the country, for the philosophy of the country. We all know that in this room. I know you know that watching. So head on over to dailywire.com right now. Become a subscriber. We really appreciate it. We do. You can hear those big plans. They cost a lot of money. They're not cheap. And we use that money to make sure that we can bring you all of that, help shift the culture, help shift the country toward a conservative point of view, toward a constitutional point of view through culture and through news and through entertainment. In all the ways the institutions have been taken over by the left, we are going to fight back on every front. We need your help to do that. We're adding new people every day. We are growing, we are moving, and we are attempting to threaten an institutional structure that really puts in danger a lot of the values we all believe in. So check out dailywire.com right now with promo code ELECTION. You can subscribe for 25% off, which is the best deal you are going to get for a while, I promise you. So go check that out. We really appreciate all your help tonight. I know thousands and thousands and thousands of you have already subscribed tonight alone, and we want to continue that momentum, obviously. Plus, we're bringing you more results. Nevada should be closing any second. We're going to start bringing you Nevada numbers pretty soon.
Yeah, and right now, if we go to the Daily Wire War Room, we're going to hear from our very own Cassie Dillon, who has the president's reaction on Twitter as we speak.
So right now on Twitter, President Trump is responding. We just saw Vice President Biden give a speech, and now President Trump is saying he will be making a statement tonight, and then he said a big win. He also said, "We are up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after polls are closed." So it seems President Trump is going to continue covering this, and he's not going down without a fight. Now let's pass it over to Alicia, who's going to give an update on the numbers.
So we saw how President Trump just reacted to what Joe Biden was saying there. A lot of us in the war room, a lot of people that have been in politics for a long time said that his language was setting up the "we're not finished tonight, we're not giving up tonight." His rhetoric of every vote must be counted makes it seem like the update that Cabot had earlier from officials in those states of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania is also how the Biden campaign is kind of pivoting and making, that's their rhetoric too.
Oh, absolutely. Like, he's completely setting the stage for what is to be expected now, which is going to be, this is going to be dragged out for a few days. They're going to be scraping the barrel for every single vote they can find, in all likelihood, as both sides would. I think that's accepted. But the fact is, we simply don't know the data. You saw in his language, he wasn't really claiming victory. It was more just the importance of waiting. He's setting the stage for patient Democrats because time is good for them. And I think that's going to frustrate Trump, hence the tweet.
Okay, and so also we're seeing a lot of data, guys, just so you know, you've referenced it a little bit, but as you guys have been having some conversations over there, some really interesting conversations, by the way, we've been seeing that projections have been changing and shifting, and now states that were trending toward Trump-Pence, like Georgia and North Carolina, aren't the sure things that a lot of people were projecting they might be.
Yeah, I think the issue is it's just been so inconsistent. So I have some notes here, like Arizona, Trump 2020 senior advisor Jason Miller said that it's way too soon to be calling Arizona. Then there were rumors that Fox News retracted it. They haven't, but other places haven't called Arizona. Then there's Georgia, which out of nowhere suddenly started tilting Biden 67% according to the New York Times. And for us, that seemed to come out of nowhere. The data doesn't really seem to suggest that. Then Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all saying they're going to be waiting to count votes. And those, as we spoke before, they're the key states. So for an answer, we're just going to have to wait.
We're going to have to wait and see. And thank you to the audience and the members that are here with us, because we wouldn't be able to be here. Oh, and we're still here for you guys if it weren't for you. So I'm going to ask you guys some questions. The first one goes to Ben. People want to know, on several occasions, Ben, you have talked about Trump's win in 2016 being a reaction to their smear of Romney in 2012. If Trump ends up winning tonight, which, as we just discussed, nobody's going home a winner tonight, what will the left's retaliation look like in 2024?
Well, I mean, in 2024, the one thing that you can bet on for sure is that the Democrats are going to claim that whoever comes after Trump, and this is regardless of whether he wins or loses, is worse than Trump. Always. Right? They will always say this. So if Nikki Haley becomes the nominee, it will be, well, at least Donald Trump wasn't a warmonger like Nikki Haley. You know, Donald Trump was a racist, but at least he was clear about his racism.
Strange new respect for Donald Trump.
That's what we'll get. And it'll be, Donald Trump was a racist, but he was an obvious racist. Nikki Haley is much more subtle with her, you know, Indian background and not being a white person at all. You know, that's really what it'll be. It'll be Ron DeSantis if he's the nominee. At least Donald Trump didn't try to masquerade as a man of the people. He was a gilded. Like it'll all turn into this revisionist history, because this happens with every single Republican. This is why you get the strange new respect for George W. Bush, who they all thought was Hitler back in 2006. So you'll get a lot of that. If Donald Trump wins, they have the opportunity, the Democrats do, to sit with themselves for a little while and learn some lessons. But they've shown themselves utterly unwilling to do that. I mean, in 2016, they could have learned some lessons. I said in 2016, all they had to do was not be crazy, and they literally could not do it. They decided what would be a great idea is to riot in the streets and to talk about how if you didn't vote for Joe Biden or celebrate rioting in the middle of COVID, that you were somehow a vicious racist and you ought to be fired from your job. And a lot of people, you know, if it's not a silent majority for Trump, it's certainly a silent majority that rejects wokeism. I think that's pretty obvious. The woke mentality, but I don't have a lot of faith in Democrats that they're not going to react to either a Trump victory or a narrow Biden victory with anything remotely approaching rationality, because they haven't been rational about any of this at all, like in any way, shape, or form. Anyway, so Donald Trump, they're going.
We obviously just lost Alicia. I don't know how that happened.
No worries.
We are going to get to more Daily Wire member questions as we go throughout the evening. But what we're waiting on right now is Nevada. I mean, all eyes on Nevada.
Right. If Trump is able to somehow flip Nevada, then the loss of Arizona becomes less of a looming problem for him. You heard Joe Biden say they weren't expecting Georgia, but they were more optimistic about Georgia. Georgia's still a little bit up in the air, but likely to go for Trump. At this point, if you had to ballpark this thing, you still say that Biden is probably a 60-40 favorite to be the president after all this is said and done, just because the numbers don't seem to favor Trump heavily. At this point, if he has to win Pennsylvania plus, that puts him in not a wonderful position. You want him to be in a
not impossible.
Not impossible. He could win Michigan. Mm-hmm. John James is outperforming the polls there, apparently, by a pretty wide margin. So theoretically, you could have a shocker in Michigan or a shocker in Wisconsin. He doesn't seem to be performing in Wisconsin quite as well as he is in Michigan. There were a lot of folks in Michigan who were sort of saying this. I was hearing in Michigan that the polls were just wrong in Michigan, not as much in Wisconsin. Nevada, they have some hope held out. President Trump, of course, tweeting out about, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We'll never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. He did, in fact, spell polls, P-O-L-E-S. So we have to make sure.
He meant the actual.
Well, what I like about the president, what I like about the president is
we all know.
He wants you to know it's him tweeting. It is not an aide. I am the real Donald Trump. It says it right there, real Donald Trump. Twitter, by the way, breaking news. Twitter has suspended Trump's tweet. So that very tweet that Ben just
really.
I'm not sure if it's the one that says up big or the one where he says big win, but one of the two tweets that Cassie just brought us.
He deleted the misspelled polls tweet.
No, there is one that is now censored.
The we're up big.
The we're up big, but they're trying to steal the election. He did respell polls though, so now it's P-O-L-L-S. But it does say some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed by us and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. There's another warning here. Learn about U.S. elections. And you can't view it on his timeline. You have to click through another link to see what it actually says. President of the United States.
Unbelievable. That's how much they don't want you to get any information that counters their narrative. And this goes to my point about the media. It doesn't even change. The voting is mostly over in every place that matters right now. They're not censoring him for the outcome. They're censoring him to show everybody else who thinks like them that they are virtuous, that they are noble, that they're on the side of what's right and what's good and what's holy.
I mean, this could be just an absolute bleep show, right? I mean, like that most obvious problem. This is why all votes should be on Election Day, except for very rare exceptions.
I agree.
Because the fact that this is now going to drag out probably for another 2 days, I would imagine at a minimum for another 2 days, it means that Trump voters are going to believe that Trump legit won the election and that it was stolen from him if Biden takes it. And Biden voters are going to believe precisely the opposite if Trump takes it. And if it gets appealed to the Supreme Court, we're going to get a bunch of talk about how Amy Coney Barrett and Kavanaugh and Gorsuch all have to recuse themselves because they're Trump appointees.
By the way,
it's just a mess all the way through.
Think about what the president just said, for which Twitter has penalized him. And then think about what Joe Biden actually just said on the stage during his remarks, where he said, we're going to win Pennsylvania. I mean, he has it on good authority from the Attorney General of Pennsylvania that he's going to win it in Pennsylvania. I mean, he made very declarative statements, but there's no censorship when you're on the left.
No.
Because there's no virtue in showing censorship to the left, right?
Well, absolutely. And Twitter is an absolute Democrat project, or leftist project. I wouldn't even say Democrat. They're a leftist.
True leftist. I want to go back to Alicia and get a few more questions from our Daily Wire members. You can become a member by going to Daily Wire, hitting the subscribe button. Promo code ELECTION gets you 25% off. Alicia.
Yes, the next question is for Michael Knowles. People really want to know, and Ben just said there, is it going to be a couple more days? But Knowles, what do you think is a realistic timeline for when we have an election result? As we know from the War Room, we apparently have until December 6th. Is this going to be a post-Thanksgiving thing?
A little nervous to say it will go on that long. I mean, there have been people who joke that it'll go on until January, February, or March. I don't think that's the case. There's just too much pressure on it. So it looks like it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. We already know because the Attorney General told us that it's over for Biden several days ago. So that's fine. Actually, that tweet, though, will be grounds for some of the lawsuits that are guaranteed to go on there. You had the Biden campaign, by the way, bragging months ago that they had hired 600 lawyers to battle out and try to win this election in the courts. The Trump campaign lawyered up as well. The best lawyers. You'll never see lawyers like this, folks. So, that will go on for a while. And who knows? I mean, it could work all the way up to the courts. And as Ben said, you'll get arguments about how any judge, whoever met a Republican's got to recuse themselves. But I don't think it's going to go on for 2 months or 3 months. As we mentioned earlier, Antonin Scalia said what was so humiliating about Bush v. Gore, the greatest democracy in the world, that couldn't resolve its own election. Here, we're not going to have Bush v. Gore times 3 or times 4 or times 5. It doesn't look that way. So if it does become a matter of Pennsylvania, I suspect that they'll be able to resolve it relatively quickly. But there's a huge world in which we don't know tomorrow, and maybe we don't even know Friday.
All right, Drew, this question is for you. Is voter turnout so
Joni Ernst. Joni Ernst from Iowa wins again and beats Teresa Greenfield with 51.7% of the vote. John Hickenlooper beats Cory Gardner with 54% of the vote. So Colorado flips a Senate seat. John Hickenlooper, Democrat Party, flips a Republican Senate seat, flips a seat in the Senate with 44% vote. Tom Tillis still leads against Cal Cunningham with 48.7%. Steve Daines leads Stephen Bullock with 51.7% of the vote in Montana. Tom Tillis still leads Cal Cunningham with 48.7% in North Carolina. Maine, Susan Collins leads Sarah Gideon, 50.4% of the vote. Mark Kelly leads Martha McSally, Republican Party, with 54.1% of the vote in the Senate.
There shouldn't have been any votes. Even if you believe that one day that we should have a voting week or that we should have a voting 3 days, the debates were weeks ago.
Right. Yeah.
And already 40, 50, 60, 70 million votes had been cast. Well, listen, we have swapped out Daily Wire editor-in-chief John Bickley for another tall, handsome dude who's also a PhD, who's also intelligent and also has a deep voice, and that is the young Clayman.
You'll barely notice Bickley was gone.
Yeah, but only one of you has a square beard.
This is true.
A
This
very
has
square
become my
beard.
trademark. In the pandemic season, I just decided to rebel by growing a square beard.
I like it.
Yeah.
Spencer, you put out a video with the Daily Wire this week about how what's really happening on the left is a revolution. I was sort of inspired at a breakfast that I had with you. You brought up this same point, and I've expounded on it and thought about it in my own way. But I wonder if you could give us just a little bit of that here. What do you mean a revolution?
Absolutely. Well, there's 2 points to make. One is it's not an election about which way we're going to take the country. It's an election about whether the country is good or evil. And that's, this is the meaning of the phrase systemic racism. It's the fundamental just definition. No matter how much you protest that you're moderate, that Joe Biden is the one who's going to stop all the riots, right? If what you're telling people is that fundamentally in its systems, in its structure, your country is racist, which is an evil thing to be, people are going to start rioting and tearing statues down. There's no logical conclusion other than that. So when you say, as Joe Biden has said, that there is systemic racism, that you have a plan to root it out, it doesn't matter how you present yourself. It doesn't matter what else you say to the contrary or whether you just pretend you're trying to reform things. You're actually staging and abetting a revolution. So that's the first thing. Second thing is that it's not a popular revolution, right? It's not a popular uprising. It's not oppressed people. It's all this stuff that they claim about, these poor, marginalized, whatever, black Latinx, whatever, black people that are rising up. This is an elite, PhD-driven, CEO-funded, right? Jack Dorsey's funneling tens of millions of dollars into people like Abramics, Kennedy, university professors that are overthrowing our republic in the name of their own corrupt oligarchy. And that's what they are doing. And the whole idea that this is this kind of uprising from the ground up is a classic Marxist technique. It's this, you take all this popular unrest, which exists because you generated it by locking people inside their homes for however many months and making sure they had to wear masks and conceal their identities, dehumanize one another, and drilling into their heads over and over and over again that your countrymen are racist, your countrymen hate you for whatever reason that we invent today. And then you just tell them, and now you have to riot. Now you have to take to the streets. That's Marxism. It's just the Marxism.
It's amazing how they use that playbook. So the term racism now is just a synonym for evil, right? So it's not enough to not be evil. You have to be actively good or anti-racist. And this idea that when blacks or Hispanics don't vote the way that they're supposed to, that they're exhibiting a false consciousness. This Marxist.
Oh my gosh! Today, Nicole Hannah-Jones, one of the foremost ringleaders of this entire thing, right? The architect of the New York Times 1619 Project, tweeted, the day after this election is over, you cannot make this up. The day after this election is over, I'm going to write a little article about how the term Latino is made up because it lumps white Cubans in with, oh my gosh, those white Cubans, right? It lumps them in with all the actual brown and black, the real true black. It's like, after this election, traitors will be stripped of their preferred status.
and there will be racial purity.
Exactly, and we will, well, it's like you couldn't ask them to state it more outright.
Right.
We refuse to believe them. We just imagine that they're trying to kind of, I concede some good points to you. You may be right. No. They're trying to destroy us. They want us dead.
Bright spot in California, just as an election update. It looks like California is set to vote down that idiotic ballot initiative, getting rid of the anti-racial preferences language.
Thank goodness.
Good.
So it looks like Republican that the Californian public will vote that down. It also looks like the proposition that was set to get rid of Uber and Lyft in the state was even too much for California voters. So it looks like they're going to vote down.
Uber went all in. You couldn't get a car in the last 3 months without being told how to vote on Prop.
Well, I mean, they had to, right? Otherwise, they literally would not exist.
Yeah,
Their
that's
company
right.
would just not be here anymore.
It shows you what would happen if you were to take all of the apparatus that they've been using to remind us to vote, right? Which is all vote for Biden, right?
Right,
Every time you open Instagram, every time you tweet anything, if you just took that apparatus and directed it toward one Republican policy. So these business people, they get incensed about the fact that they're going to have to fire all of their people. And suddenly you can't get an Uber without getting reminded about this.
Yeah. Right.
It works. Why isn't the right doing this?
Right.
Why don't we do it more?
Well, because they control so many of the levers of influence, and even the ones where we get a foothold, they try to actually strip us of. I want to pick back up on the revolution thing for 1 minute because there's an aspect of it that I've been hitting on that I think it goes right along with what you're saying, but it's a slightly different color. And that's that historically we vote over policy preferences. I don't like listen, policy preferences can have extraordinary consequences. Abortion is a great example. I vote Republican because I'm pro-life. I don't want to see abortion, which I believe is the taking of a human life. That's a very consequential issue, but it is still fundamentally an issue of policy. I want taxes to be lower. I think that's better for the economy. You want taxes to be higher. You think that's better for equity. This is a policy disagreement. This particular election is not about policy. The left isn't running on a policy platform. They're running on the idea of changing the structure of the government itself. They're essentially saying the Electoral College, fundamentally unfair, we're going to do away with it. They're saying the Supreme Court, as currently constituted, fundamentally unfair, we're going to change it. They're saying some of this isn't constitutional changes, it's changes to the norms, like the filibuster. The filibuster, which protects minority rights, has gotten in our way. We're going to get rid of it. Once we've gotten rid of it, the 50-state structure that's held for the last half century or more in this country doesn't favor us in terms of senatorial representation or votes for the presidency. So we're going to alter it by simple majority and add states. They're saying that the First Amendment should be mitigated. The Second Amendment should be mitigated. Due process should be mitigated. They're saying that equal justice is, as Eric Weinstein said when he was here, somehow a sign of white supremacy. The 14th Amendment is a sign of white supremacy. What they're saying is they want to have an election that's post-policy, where if we vote for them, policy will actually never be on the docket again, because you won't be allowed to talk, you won't be allowed to defend yourself, you won't have any protection from capricious overreach by the government, you won't have any representation, meaningful representation in the Senate, and the Supreme Court will exist to validate anything that they try to cram down your throats. In that world, it's foolish to talk about abortion. It's foolish to talk about taxation. Yeah. It's foolish to talk about any of our Green New Deal, even as sweeping as that is, becomes foolish because all policy disagreement goes out the door when you reframe the country. As we said earlier, as you said, they're trying to reframe America. That is a revolutionary concept.
Yeah, we're voting on the context within which we're going to have these conversations. We're not voting on one side of the conversation over another. Do you guys remember when those football kids, those high school football players, got suspended for flying the
Blue Lives Matter
for the Blue Lives Matter flag, right? And what the superintendent said, I think it was the superintendent, it was whoever suspended them, said, we didn't want them to be making a political statement. right? So what counts as political, right? When we say the word political, what we typically mean is, I mean, what we should mean is the structure of our lives together. But what we typically mean is the things that we're fighting over right now and the things that are outside of the Overton window. That's the stuff that you can say and be considered apolitical. So you can post a black square on Instagram.
You have to, actually.
You have to. It's compulsory. And the reason it's compulsory is because it's not political. It's the background of the regime. And that's what they want. They want their way of life to be the background of what.
It sort of has to be that way. They have to be so right that we're evil and can't speak because their policies don't work. I mean, this is an important point. When you look at San Francisco, one of the most beautiful cities, I lived there many thousands of years ago. It was one of the most beautiful cities in the country. It is now a cesspit. And yet, if you say, hey, something's wrong here, there's something evil about you. Yeah. And it has to be that way because otherwise you are just faced with their policies and the results of them.
You know, this is a conversation we've had for a long time, which is, I think we often get the conversations over free speech or censorship or political correctness. We get it wrong because we're just fighting narrowly over the banned tweet or the word you're not allowed to say, when really what the battle is about is the way in which we view the world, the kind of background of the world. There are always these norms, there are always these standards, and what the left has done is overturned all of the old standards and replaced them with the new ones, such that, what is the meaning of the black square? The meaning of the black square is this country is horrifically racist. Yep. There is an epidemic of racist cops slaughtering innocent black men. As LeBron James says, black men can't walk out their doors without being hunted down. That is the explicit meaning of that black square. Yep. And if you don't believe that, you will be ostracized.
Yeah. Did you guys have any of these conversations that I have had in the last couple of weeks leading up to the election where you said, you know, I think these polls are catastrophically off. I think they're profoundly off. And because they're off because they're first level premises. And not only did people say, well, I think you're wrong, but they reacted with indignation, with deep appall, this sort of sense of offense, because you've threatened not just their idea about what's going to happen, but their entire ethos of how political life is done. And if you believe, as they do, the people that I'm having these conversations with believe that democracy is effectively obsolete because the mechanism, the algebraic mechanism of the input that you're going to feed in and the output you're going to get has been 100% calculated like atoms bouncing off of one another. The same way they believe that the whole world is just matter bouncing off of each other, they also believe that that's what democracy is and how it can be best optimized. And when you tell them that you think that they've just, seen the world wrong, they respond with the kind of moral just shock that they would also respond with if you said, I think systemic racism is a lie. It's all part of one attitude, and it's the attitude that you're outside the
Although I will say that I think that there is a bit of a difference between the two attitudes. So the attitude about polling, I think, comes from, it just goes to show that logic is not consistent among Democrats. On the one hand, if you say, show me the evidence of systemic racism, because that's a very miasmatic and unclear argument, so you need to actually show me the evidence, then they get very offended that you're asking to see evidence. If you say, I think the polls are wrong, then they will say, well, evidence matters. I mean, haven't you seen the data in the polls?
Yeah.
And so it's almost whatever is useful, whatever brick is at hand is what they are used to using. Listen, I get the discomfort. I do. I've experienced it myself. I get the discomfort with people saying, I don't believe the polls. Because, okay, well, what is there to believe or not believe? Either they're right or they're wrong. It's not a matter of belief. It's either they're correctly modeled, they're not correctly modeled. They'll be what they are. So I get that level of discomfort. What I don't get is the wild ire at anybody who says that we should take the polls with a grain of salt, right? Because the polls themselves are supposed to be taken with a grain of salt. There is a thing called margin of error in the polls.
They're predicting the future, which we actually don't have the science to do. There is no science to predict irregular events in the future. And so when it's the same thing with climate change. Climate change is a guess. It's a reasonable guess, but it may be wrong. And every time, the whole thing about science is you compare your guesses to reality. And then when reality contradicts them, you change your guess. And the fact that you could actually object to their guesses tells you that the guess is motivated by ideology.
Well, so I'll tell you what it's like. In the evangelical world, every 6 years, 8 years, there probably is an actual number, I don't know it, someone comes along and says that the end of days is going to happen, and they name a date. Right. And they do this because the Bible explicitly says no one knows the date except this one chump who's going to show up in 2020 and bilk you for $10 million.
They name him, I think.
They name him, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So the Christians fall for this time and time and time again. I remember being at the South Plains Fair in Lubbock, Texas, when I was 8, 9, 10 years old, and I saw this painting of the tribulation, and it was supposed to happen that year, which was like 1988 or something. They had all this signs and wonders, and if you read the Bible backwards in Latin and convert it into digits and put it on a metric clock, and they really pin it down. And people get swept up in it. People I know, people I love, people who are intelligent, successful in business, people with good families get swept up in it. Some people I know have been swept up in, not every one of them, but multiple of them across the course of the 41 years that I've been on the planet. And when you try to talk to them about it, even just to say like, well, what makes this one different than the one in 1988 that I remember you were also, committed to? They show that same level of indignation. And it's a religious indignation, which is why I bring it up. You are now challenging their religious belief about what is going to happen. Yeah. And the reason that I've always said, I have this little home church, and I've been doing it for, 18 years or some version like that, and no one comes to it, right? It's a small, sort of decidedly small group. I always say, if I ever wanted to explode the numbers, I would teach about Revelation and the end of days, because everyone wants to know what's going to happen. Everyone wants not only the security of knowing, but they want the special knowledge.
Yeah.
They want to be the ones that God chose to reveal special knowledge to. They want to know what you don't know. And if they like you, they want to tell you. And if they really hate you, they might also want to tell you. So, but if they're indifferent to you, maybe they don't want you to know, because then they wouldn't be, right? They want that special secret blessing of knowing the future. And I'm always reminded that all of the people who in the Bible claim to know the future are wrong. And it's not that they don't know the prophecy. It's that they don't know the purpose of prophecy. That biblical prophecy isn't so that it's not God telling you the future so that you will know what's going to happen. It's God telling you the future so that when the future arrives, you will know that he was God.
Right, so you can tell the truth, right?
So that you can tell the truth. God doesn't give us the future, because if you had the future, there'd be no need for faith. Now, that's a sort of religious way of thinking about it, but in much more practical terms, maybe for our purposes, you're not smart enough to know the future. Nothing that you're ever going to learn is going to tell you the future, because if you knew the future, you would be more than human. And you are not more than human.
Right. No,
you're just another
and when you object to it, you're actually, they feel that you're objecting to the underlying belief. And that's the thing you see when you say these polls, I'm not sure about these polls. What you're really saying to them is, you don't have any special virtue.
You don't have special powers.
You're not special.
And their whole claim to authority is based on those special powers. It's based on, and the people who have claimed to those special powers in my entire lifetime have thoroughly beclowned themselves. All their predictive powers, all their special insight, all their fancy credentials, all turned out to be false and wrong. And the whole
all their 5-year plans, all their end of histories, all of their
right. And this is, so there is something I will concede, agonizing about not knowing what's going to happen 5 minutes from now, except that it's the entire human experience. I was sitting backstage with, you guys had Dave Rubin on, I was sitting backstage with him, we were watching this whole thing unfold, and we were both sort of thinking, this is the funnest country in the world. I can't believe Biden was up 15 points, and now every state is like this toss-up, and there is, it's nail-biting, but it's super fun if you believe that God is in charge, right? So the thing that makes it fun is if you actually have some, overarching faith that it's a story with a narrator. If you don't, if you just think it's atoms bouncing off of one another, of course, all you're doing is just trying to get control.
This is you said something very intelligent the other day, which shocked me, and I had to do a double take.
Wait, I obviously wasn't there.
No, you said something very intelligent on this point of basically breaking out of the system that does not have this predictive power and that is totally corrupted. And we hear it with the woke, but it's happening a little bit on the right too, even in the language that we use to describe this.
That's right. Yeah, I think that when people, you notice on the left and the right, this language of getting woke or getting red-pilled, right? Getting red-pilled is waking up out of the matrix. That's the same. It's the same thing as getting woke. And both of them just mean I was living in a simulation. We talk also about the simulation. And the simulation is there are these two flavors of thing on the table in front of me. One flavor is called Republican and one flavor is called Democrat. And I basically feel like both of them have been offering me the same thing. Conservatives feel like both of them have been offering me this kind of, limp-wristed libertarianism, basically.
That was homophobic, by the way. You're not allowed to.
I'm not, but I'm already an ex-gay, apparently. Or an ungay, I think is how it works. Yeah,
Double plus.
I'm not a Latino anymore either. But so that's the thing that basically I think a lot of the really hardcore right-wingers think that both Republicans and Democrats were offering that. And a lot of the Bernie bros feel like both Republicans and Democrats were offering this kind of neoliberalism that just benefits the upper class ultimately. And, a lot of it has to do with immigration, but it has to do with, the middle class and so forth. And so this whole idea that you're trying basically to get something that transcends that system. My shtick now is like, the only actual thing that does that, because all of the other stuff that people are offering is basically just atavism. It's just tribalism. Like let's divide everybody by race. Let's lift weights a bunch and be super buff or whatever. Like the only thing that actually does this is to genuinely do and say what the American Constitution does and say. Yeah. So like, for example, freedom of association, a radical thing. Like if my employer could actually fire me for being gay, like the Constitution says he should be able to do. Like, not that I think he would ever do it. Not that I think really anybody would do it at this point. But like that is the most insane red-pilled woke thing of anything. But we're all looking for that, right? We're all searching for something that breaks out of that scripted system.
I think an important piece of this, and we talk about it sometimes on our backstage show, it's probably worth saying here now as this night begins to wane, and as it becomes more and more clear that we're almost certainly not going to know tonight who is the president. Millions of Americans are going to go to bed tonight in a kind of distress because obviously the stakes truly are quite high in this election. They're always high. They're probably uniquely high in this particular election because we've been worked into a frenzy by the media over the last 4 years and really, I would say over the last 12 years because the Obama years were so inciting to Republicans because we were being told, you have no future, it is not your country, your day is over, this is the end of history, as they always believe that it's the end of history when they win. Yep. Even on the right, we're saying if Joe Biden wins, it's the end of America as we know it. If the left ascends, it's the end of America as we know it. I think it's worth probably mentioning. I mean, and we don't know. When will we know? You could go to bed tonight and miss it and wake up in the morning and somebody's the president and you didn't even see it happen. Or you could wake up tomorrow and we're still a week away from now. I mean, it's a very distressing time. But I think it's worth observing that while the stakes are high, the stakes are not ultimate. That who you are ultimately, your ultimate future, is not held by the government. It's held by God. God unfolds history. Whoever wins the presidency, God did that. And God's ways are not our ways. That's one of the first. You haven't even scratched the surface of wisdom until you know that God's ways aren't our ways. Even when we say things like America will be over if Joe Biden is president, we're assuming that we know a bunch of things that we don't know. That's right. Joe Biden could be like in California, we had a governor named Jerry Brown, and he was a radical leftist governor. And then he goes away for a generation, and he comes back 180 years later, and he's our governor again. And he's our governor again. Only the second time that he's governor, the Democrats in this state have become so radical that they've left his radicalism behind. And while he still does many things that I dislike, there are real consequences of his governorship, he actually serves as a kind of bulwark against the radical left because he simply won't sign the. It's possible that Joe Biden will actually prevent the radical left from being able to get the kinds of victories that they might otherwise get. It's possible that Joe Biden wins the presidency and because of his age and health, never even serves one day as president, or he serves a year or 2 years or 3 years and isn't able to conclude his term, and Kamala Harris becomes president. Not only would we get the just unbelievable joy of knowing that the first woman president wasn't elected, which would just be like the funniest thing that's ever happened. But as our friend Jonathan Hay has observed, we would be ascending someone so unpopular, even among Democrats, that she could not win a single vote in the primaries and had to drop out, not even able to carry her own state. And then a Republican could ascend again in 4 years.
The thing that occurred to me this morning was every time somebody says, this is the most important election of our lifetime, he's actually making a prediction. He's actually talking about something he doesn't know because it may be completely irrelevant election because we don't know what's going to actually happen.
Well, also, again, that comes down to the arrogance of control, the feeling like, okay, this election matters so much because I'm involved with it right now. And it's also such a meaningless statement because elections that happened in the past are by nature in the past, and the ones that have yet to come are by nature not happening right now. It's like saying the most important moment of your life is this one, and this one. And this one, and this one, because it's literally the moment that you are in, right? I mean, there happens to be a currency bias, but I tweeted earlier today, you should vote, and then you should go do something much more important than spend time with your kids. And the truth is that the future of the country is going to matter a lot. It's going to depend a lot less on how people voted tonight, and how much time we spend on our kids is going to matter a whole hell of a lot more, and the kind of institutional changes that we push for, which we've been talking about all night and pitching all night, that's going to make a lot more difference. People have a habit in the United States of thinking that they get to sound off once every 4 years and then just abdicate the rest of the time. The left never sleeps, which is one of the reasons they've taken over so many institutions in American life. You voting is not the end of your civic responsibility. It's the beginning of your civic responsibility, and maybe not even that. It's just kind of a moment.
Right. The actual truth is your civic responsibility fundamentally is to think less about politics. Think more about your family. If you're not married, get married. If you don't have kids, get kids. If you don't have a job, get a job. And actually be a productive. If you are on social media too much, turn it off. Go meet your neighbor. If your neighbor has a need, help them meet it. If they aren't worthy, help them all the more. If you loan somebody money, don't expect them to repay you. If they waste it and 5 years later they need more help, and you can do it in good faith without contributing to their problem, help them, because they're real humans. They have warts and flaws just like you. That's where a citizen engage. A citizen, his fundamental responsibility is to engage with his community and to be a good citizen.
I always ask leftists when they're telling me, oh, Donald Trump is the worst thing that ever. I always say, how has he affected you? What right have you lost? How is your life constricted? What has gone on? And they always have this idea, well, we go back to what we were talking about with Dennis about humanity. Well, humanity is suffering. And I think, are you suffering? Because if you're not suffering, then live your life and vote for your best life. Because if everybody votes for his best life, we'll be fine. Somehow we'll be fine.
It's so important that this includes if Donald Trump wins. Because in 2016, we voted Donald Trump in, and we were like, yes, now we have delivered this stinging rebuke to the sort of deep state and the woke system and all these things. And all we have to do is just have Donald Trump be president, right? And all the stuff that we said about put not your faith in princes leading up to the election, we just completely forgot. And in fact, all that happened is that the stony sleep was vexed to nightmare by a rocking cradle. There was a beast that rose up in the last 6 months, basically, that just reasserted itself. We had no idea. We had no idea that we hadn't even begun to do the work. If Trump wins, we got to start doing the work.
The work doesn't end.
Right.
And sometimes I see people who are in their 80s. My grandfather, whom I love dearly, a true patriarch of my family, a real inspiration. He 8th grade education, starts a business in his 40s after making a very low workman's wage and raising 7 kids. He starts a business and builds it into a success very late in life. He gets this amazing act. And over the last few weeks, he's suffered some real health crises. He's been hospitalized twice. He battled Parkinson's and diabetes and COVID-19 over the last few weeks. It was very touch and go. We weren't sure he had a future. Now, thank God he's home and seems to be well recovered from his bout of COVID. I say all of this to say, as I watched him suffer over the last few weeks, it's been painful because I love him. There's also been a bit of inspiration in it. And I don't mean inspiration because of how he's faced it. No, he's very old, and you don't actually face things heroically. Death, old age, they're humiliations. By design, they're humiliations. The last thing that you will do as you leave this mortal coil is soil yourself. In the moment that your spirit leaves your body, you will defecate. As just God's way of saying, yes, death is the ultimate humiliation. All of your dignity is robbed from you. So it's not that my grandfather's been this inspiration going through this. It's that you get to watch and see, oh, God's not finished with you. Even now, there are things you must suffer. Even now, there are things you must learn. Even now, there are things you must endure. And even now, there are things that you can teach the rest of us, not by your wisdom, but by your experience, by watching your experience.
Great.
And that is how we should approach every day as Americans, is saying, the battle is never over, because God's not going to give us a victory. What he gives us is opportunity. Opportunity again and again and again to learn, to grow, to try, to fail, to to get back up and try again.
It's such a great point. I have seen several people die. I've been with people in the moments of their death and the moments before their death. And the thing that always amazes me is that they're still them. And that, that what they have to say by being them continues to be said. And death means nothing. I mean, death, when they say death wears thy victory, that's it, that you remain who you are. And I believe you remain who you are even after death. But the fact that you are facing these things as yourself is everything you have to teach. We are all, the left always says, well, you're performing masculinity. And I think you bet I am. Because I want you to see what masculinity is.
Doing it the best I can.
Yeah, I want you to see this flesh, this body, this failure, this miserable sinner. I want you to see masculinity in me. I want you to see all the good things in me, in this lousy, broken person. And that happens right up until the minute they cart you off. And I think that
Speaking of carting them off, just a quick note, Joe Biden has called a lid. For the rest of the
Wait, for tonight or for tomorrow?
For the night. He's called a lid for the evening.
That's terrific.
So there's that.
Spencer, I want to say thank you to you for joining us.
Pleasure.
If you're not listening to the Young Heretics, you're missing out and you don't know nothing. Yeah. I know because every time I listen, I realize that I don't know.
We can fix that.
A truly fabulous podcast. Great insight. Thanks for joining us tonight.
Thank you guys.
We're now going to go to the Daily Wire War Room where Alicia has updates for us.
Hey everyone, and I do have to say real quick, if President Trump, like he tweeted, comes on and starts to talk to the American people, we will totally cut away from our War Room coverage right now to carry that for you live. So stay tuned. You won't miss the president. Everybody wants to hear what he's going to say. It's a very interesting night. Another interesting tidbit, as our very own Ian Howarth talked about earlier, there had been this report that maybe Fox News had decided to retract that Arizona had gone to Biden. Fox News never retracted that, but they are the only network out there, in the mainstream media network out there, that called Arizona early. And we're going to talk to Cabot Phillips about what Fox News' own Katie Pavlich is saying about this.
Well, we can now report that Kanye West has won Arizona. No, I'm just kidding. That has not happened. Just making sure all of you are still paying attention. No, we actually have a tweet coming out from Katie Pavlich at Fox. I'm just going to read it verbatim. She says, quote, I just spoke to Arizona Governor Doug Ducey's office. There are at least 900,000 votes outstanding that haven't been counted. About half are Maricopa County. With every update, they say it's breaking significantly toward Trump 2-1. Does not mean a Trump win, but that's still a lot of uncounted votes. So we're just putting that out there. That is something that Katie Pavlich from Fox says happened when in her conversation with the governor's office. So people upset about it being called early still could go to Biden, but there are still a lot of votes out there from the data we're seeing. And that could be one reason we haven't seen Arizona called by other outlets.
All right, so we do have a map update, so we're going to head on over here. And we still have Arizona grayed out, guys, because, of course, as we know, Fox News is the only outlet that has called this. And we just don't want to give it to anybody right now when you have a lot of other networks and a lot of other statisticians out there saying isn't 100%, especially because it was a light red in 2016, but President Trump and Mike Pence were able to take Phoenix, which is right in the center of the state, the metropolitan part of the state that tends to skew more to the left, but they won it before. Could they win it again?
So we're going to walk through the map here, just go to some of the bigger states. Georgia here, President Trump jumped out to a big lead. New York Times projections getting up into the mid 80% that he would win. There was a huge voter turnout in DeKalb County, Fulton County as well, around Atlanta. That has gone heavily towards Biden. The projections are now looking much better for Joe Biden in Georgia. North Carolina, much more of a toss-up. President Trump, again, jumped out to an early lead there. Projections were into the 90th percentile from the New York Times that he would win. The vote counts, again, have started to even out. I think you could call it a pretty clear 50-50 toss-up in North Carolina. Now, we spoke earlier about how Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, we might be waiting for a little bit. Their state officials reportedly telling Bloomberg News that, hey, some of our states, and Michigan specifically, you might have to wait till Friday.
Wow.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, they're saying give us a few days. And it's not like it's a national election we've been planning for 4 years or anything, but I digress. So to give the viewers a feel for where we are, because in the next few days, you're going to be hearing a lot about Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, a breakdown of where we stand right now. In Wisconsin, President Trump leads 51.3 to 47.3 with 85% of the vote reporting. In Michigan, President Trump up 53.8 to Biden's 44.6 with 62% of the vote in.
And real quick, Wayne County, which is the Detroit mecca, always goes blue. Has that reported yet?
Always goes blue. We're still tracking just how much of the results are coming in.
Okay.
It does look like we're waiting for a pretty healthy amount of votes from Wayne County, as well as a good number of early votes, absentee votes as well. And finally, in Pennsylvania, President Trump is leading 56.6 to 42.2% with 64% in. These are the big three states. This is what everyone's going to be keeping their eye on. Right now, President Trump does hold commanding leads on paper. It's just going to come down to what the voter turnout was in some of those more urban areas that many times are late to report, and what happened with those early votes and absentee ballots.
And the president, as he tweeted, thinks that he is doing very well and that it's just not getting covered, and he wants all of the votes to be counted. And he said he's going to be speaking to the American people soon. We will be sure to have that for you and any other updates, guys.
Elisha, thank you. And if you want to help keep our war room running and chugging for the next 4 years, we're going to invite you to become dailywire.com subscribers. Give us your measly $10, and we will continue to give you not only the kind of coverage we've given you for the last 4 years, but also beginning now, the Candace Owens Show. Candace announcing that she's moving with us to Nashville to bring you a show like no other that's ever happened in conservative new media. That's a show filmed in front of a live audience. The entire PragerU library, which we're pleased to be able to partner with PragerU to bring you now on our SVOD platform. Our new morning show, The Morning Wire, which is going to go head-to-head with the New York Times The Daily, with NPR's Up First. 3 investigative journalists who we're hiring. And as we announced, we've just acquired the rights to our first feature film, and we're in the process of developing our first scripted series to bring you in 2021. We are the replacement media. The media, no matter what happens in this election tonight, the media has gone all in for the left. And not just for Democrats, but for truly a radical revolutionary left whose utopianist ideal is to reframe the country. You can help us stop that. Become a member today. dailywire.com. Click the subscribe button. 25% off if you use the promo code ELECTION. We could use the help, and we promise to deliver to you the value that you need in exchange for that. We're joined tonight now by my very good friend, one of the first people with whom I began to engage politically, and he was with us last year for some of the most hilarious and drunken parts of our election coverage. Bill Whittle, you remember those halcyon days of 2016 when we thought everything was so calm and history was over and it was all going to be smooth sailing and dandelions from here to the horizon?
Well, let me begin by saying hello, Jeremy, and hello, Mike, and hello, Ben, and hello, Clayton. 2016 felt like a roller coaster. Now it's just nuts. I'll tell you how it feels right now out there, you know. Right now it feels like I am watching my beloved Florida Gators in a national championship game against Florida State. There's 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter. We're up by a safety, and they have looked like they fumbled the ball, but they've gone to the instant replay, and now the refs are looking in the picture, and the feed got cut. That's where we are. It's this state of limbo, and this is the world that they structured. Everybody knew coming into this that there was no way we're going to know this. There was no way that Americans were going to know a result of the election on election day. That was the design.
That's right.
And then we lawyer it up.
Well, you know, Dick Morris just said his analysis was Biden has fallen apart, meaning 300,000 votes behind in Michigan, 750,000 behind in Pennsylvania. But Dems and the media allies want to create the impression that there's no winner in this race so they can litigate it, and it looks like they'll just be reaffirming.
Right.
And that's where we are, right?
So Trump is up by this enormous, when I last checked, it was like 15-point lead in Pennsylvania. In any other election in American history, that would have been called 4 hours ago.
They still haven't called Florida.
4 hours ago. Right?
There's one guy wandering around Florida. I don't know who I'll vote for. They haven't called it.
And speaking of which, by the way, tonight we can definitely say that we watched the destruction of whatever audience Fox News may have had left, you know? I mean, the commentary out there is just nonstop.
It's brutal.
It's brutal.
And they earned every second of it. You know, they earned every second of it.
So we haven't actually been watching Fox. What did they do?
Well, they waited till the Florida count got to 104% before they called Florida. And they called Arizona instantly for Biden. I have to tell you, I started feeling good about the election by watching Young Turks and watching Scent have that kind of death march look. And by the way, I think this is really, really important, because we're talking about the culture and things changing on a fundamental level. I'm watching the Live Turks feed on the Live Turks channel, and 50-1 the comments are pro-Trump. 50-1.
Wow.
It's like, MAGA, we're going to win, we'll start crying for us. And we're seeing this everywhere. We're seeing Republicans coming out of this Stockholm syndrome. When you have a Trump rally in Beverly Hills, when you hear a Biden bus is coming to Texas, and we're going to meet that, it's like there's this open willingness to fight back.
Yeah.
For the first time in my memory.
That has certainly never existed.
That's right. That's right.
That's right.
That's a Trump benefit.
That is a Trump benefit. I will say this, Bill. You know, you talk about Fox News falling apart. Obviously, we haven't been watching and can't speak to it. I think a lot of Americans still have cable, so that they can have Fox News. The average cable bill in America today is almost $271 a month. You may not know it, but every time you pay that $271 to the cable company, CNN is getting some of your money, even if you don't watch them because of carriage fees. MSNBC is getting some of your money, even if you don't watch them because of carriage fees. You are paying people who want to destroy you so that you can get Fox News, who may not want to destroy you, but certainly isn't telling it to you straight. They're certainly not giving you the information that you need. They're certainly not giving you the kind of firepower that you need to be able to stand up against the woke left. Save yourself some money. Go become an all-access member at Daily Wire. Give us $20. Go over to The Blaze and get Louder with Crowder and Glenn Beck and Ali Stuckey and Lauren Chin. Give them $10. Go sign up at BillWhittle.com. Give Bill $10. Make a $10 donation over to PragerU. You've spent $50 now. You can put $220 back into your pocket. And don't get me started on what happens if you stop paying for your kids' lousy college education that won't even give them a job, but will cost them their soul and cost you your family. That's going to cost you more than a Ferrari, and your kids are going to be paying for it for the rest of their lives. Your family's going to be paying for it for the rest of your life. You have to stop funding the people who want to destroy you. DailyWire.com is the first place to start. BillWhittle.com, a good second place to go.
Funny you mention that because I put together a kind of a video like, you know, think it's going to go well, but if it doesn't go well, then what do we do then? And I've been thinking about this a lot. And the analogy I made was to say that if this were election to go against Trump, then the way I think about it is I look at the country as like the Saturn V rocket, because I look at everything like it's a Saturn V. But seriously, it's like when that mission lasted 11,000 minutes, of which the first 2 minutes were the first stage. And once those first 2 minutes in the first stage is gone, it's nothing but dead weight. It's just dead weight. You cut it loose and it goes crashing back into the ocean. And that's how I feel about the country right now. I feel like the working half of the country is carrying all of this dead weight. It's carrying all of these horrible philosophies, all of these horrible schools, all of these horrible universities, all of this corrupt media, all of it. I feel like it's time just to cut that loose. And if you could, then what that upper stage would do would be just accelerate like crazy, and you just keep going. You know, it's just dead weight. I'm almost at the point where it's like arguing this. Since we've been doing this for a while. It's kind of like somebody's got it's kind of like grabbing the flag, the pennant at the back of the Titanic and trying to hold it, you know, and tread water and stop that ship from going down. You know? And there comes a point when you have to really say to yourself, all right, look, this thing's going to the bottom. Now, the only question is, am I going with it or am I going to let it go and let it go? And so what you said a minute ago about our own schools and not paying people $100,000 a year to teach them how to hate you is what I mean by letting go. I'm not talking about...
You're not talking about letting go of the country. You're talking about letting go of the institutions that are so corrupted. Yes, that's right.
Cut it loose. We finally have seen what it is, and by any reasonable election counting, Donald Trump won the election tonight, given the point spread he has in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But if he's reelected, I would trade the border wall. I would trade new aircraft carriers. I would even trade getting the election system in place if I could get the Department of Justice breaking up big tech. If I could get that one thing from the second term, that's all I want.
I'm with you.
Because we know that the mainstream media is obsolete and dinosaurs. But when big tech...
They're censoring the president right now.
The Hunter Biden laptop story is the Rubicon. That is the suppression of a news story by big tech, and it may cost us the election. If it had been covered the way anything else had been covered, this would be a blowout.
So,
a blowout.
I mean, I am not up enough on the breakdown of the mail-in ballots and the absentee ballots to say that Trump's lead right now in these swing states holds up, because you have 67% of the vote in Pennsylvania, 63% in Michigan, 78% in Wisconsin. I'm frankly not enough of a precinct level knower of the vote tally to say that Trump's lead would hold up there, because early on, you know, there was talk about how Joe Biden was going to walk away with Florida. So it really depends where
there
the
was talk about Joe Biden walking away with Texas.
Right, exactly.
As recently as today.
So I'll wait to see what happens. I'll tell you what does scare me is that Pennsylvania's rules are not clear about what happens when a ballot comes in not postmarked after the date of the election. Right, that scares the living hell out of me.
Yes.
And I'll tell you what's truly amazing. Yeah, not to brag on Florida some more now that I live there, but I will say that Florida's election system is actually excellent. We knew the result tonight because they know how to count their damned votes.
Right.
Okay, why is it that Florida, which was a laughingstock in 2000, knows how to count their damn votes, but nobody else knows how to count
that's
their
actually
damn
why,
votes?
right? Because they were a laughingstock in 2000, they've had to do the work.
Okay, but it's not that hard, right? I mean, it's obviously doable. They had all the votes counted tonight in a battleground state that was expected to be extremely contentious, and they had it all counted, and they were done. Right, and we know the result in Florida. So why is it such a grave ask for the American people to say to Pennsylvania or Wisconsin?
For the same reason, it's for the same reason that YouTube doesn't publish clear terms and policies. For the same reason that Facebook changes their rules continually. For the same reason that Twitter won't tell you their process for blacklisting someone or for suspending someone. And if you get suspended, they won't tell you why you were suspended. If you get demonetized on YouTube, they won't tell you why you were demonetized. It's because the ambiguity allows people to be capricious. These states don't want to have clear rules because they want to be able to make up the rules when they need to step in and change a result.
Right. So
that's the only reason.
Here's one good piece of news. So Philip Klein, who's the executive editor over at the Washington Examiner, he just tweeted that Fox says Milwaukee, so they expect to have returns in by 3 a.m., which is the last remaining big batch of Biden votes because that's Dane County, Madison, which is nearly all in. Trump right now has about 107,000 vote lead. If that holds after the Milwaukee dump, then he takes Wisconsin. So it is possible that we know by tomorrow morning. And if Trump takes Wisconsin, the chances are that he wins the election because him taking Wisconsin but not taking Pennsylvania would be a little
We could truly wake up with an answer to our question.
Right. It is possible that we wake up in the morning and we have a much clearer answer as to where things stand.
A much different ending to the night than what we experienced when we were all together 4 years ago. We have a clip of what happened when Bill Whittle was on the show 4 years ago with us. This is so much whiskey in. I was slumped over in my chair for hours, and this is what happened.
He's the president. He's not trying to get it anymore.
Sorry, you just like.
Oh my God, what is this country? Oh man.
See, now. You know what? All this time, I was afraid that I was going to go over to Ben's point of view. He's come over to mine.
Why is so funny?
No, you President Trump.
President Donald Trump. Yeah. Donald Trump is the president. Oh, yeah.
You finally, Ben. You finally you finally see things my way.
That's the funniest that I've ever heard.
That's like that old story of the Buddha, teaching a sermon, and all he had to say was President Donald Trump.
Sorry,
Did you learn the
guys.
lesson?
It could have been President Hillary Clinton, and it wasn't.
Well, that wouldn't have been funny.
I will say that I do feel deprived that we don't get a result tonight because of something like that. Because the fact that we're all together and we can't watch what would happen on MSNBC if they had to announce that Trump had won re-election, and it was the full-fledged opening of the Ark at the end of Raiders, and just face melting, eyeballs falling out, heads exploding.
Well, they want everybody asleep. They want to do what they're going to do in the dead of night. They want us not to be able to watch it. This is how everything nefarious happens.
Obviously history is 2020, but there are hills that we should have stood and died on, and we didn't. And the Al Franken election, where they show up with 200 ballots, all for Franken in a 50-50 election. Statistician says the nearest whole number is 0.
Yeah.
But the one we should never, ever, ever have agreed to was the 2000 Florida election. The rules are very clear. In that state election in 2000 between Gore and Bush, you have a mechanical count of the vote. Bush won that count.
Yep.
If it's within a certain margin of error, you can do another mechanical count of the vote. And Bush won that count too, and that should have been the end of it. And the fact that we let that thing go on for weeks and months, and they're holding up the Chads, and they're doing this whole thing, that is where we should have said, look, a vote is not an opinion, it is an action that you have to take. It's not a difficult action, but if you don't actually take this action in the correct order and put it in the right box and mark the right things, then that's not our fault. to try and figure out what you really wanted to say.
Yeah.
And we didn't. We just let it go on and on and on. And from that moment forward is when the left started saying that George Bush's presidency was illegitimate.
Yeah.
They did the same thing with Trump, and they're going to do it now.
Well, this is the George Soros philosophy, basically. It's not who votes, it's who counts the votes.
Yeah.
And that he's been placing the attorney generals. This guy...
He tried it with Brexit.
Yeah.
He tried it. He lost with Brexit even the second time.
It is amazing that he figured out that it doesn't have to do with reality. It has to do with the guys who announce reality. And he's funded them. He's funded the DAs who are allowing all these riots to take place. Almost all of them are George Soros.
I can't believe that you're...
$34 billion with a B.
Yeah.
$34 billion with a B.
I can't believe Drew's spouting these anti-Semitic conspiracy facts. Yeah, I don't know. That's
too much. Too much. Benjamin.
No, I will say that if Trump does end up losing narrowly, it is entirely due to the media.
100%.
I mean, 100%.
Yes, so the election is already pre-stolen, right? When the Hunter Biden laptop story is not only not covered, but you cannot share the link with a friend, then that is a stolen election. And that's also a pretty good definition of a monopoly, because if I decided to call you and say, hey, you know, I think Trump's doing, and I find out that the telephone company has cut off my service because they don't like my opinion that I'm sharing with you, then it's time to do something about that monopoly.
So, Bill, you'll remember, I can't remember the name of the Newsweek editor who I believe in 2008.
Evan Thomas.
Evan Thomas, thank you. Was it 2008?
He said, no, it was 2004.
2004.
Because he said in 2004 that media bias was probably a 15-point swing. And I did a video about that a few years later. I took the electoral map of the United States, which would have been the Obama election, 2008. And I took 15 points and just swung them from one column to the other, just what the news media bias put into the map. And the Democrats carried D.C., and they carried Hawaii, and then McCain wins 511 to 9.
So if he was saying in 2004, when the media still had the veneer of objectivity, that the media was worth a 15-point swing in favor of the Democrats, what must it be now when they literally will just stop your ability to say things?
But theoretically, it could be less, because there is this movement against obviously, what we're seeing is a movement of people disbelieving what the media is telling them. I mean, how much can you lie before people start to say, oh, you're lying?
Yeah, you do also have to wonder, you were asking what the purpose of some of the polls are before. And I don't think that everybody is nefariously oriented in order to get Democrats elected. But if you were going to nefariously orient the polls in order to depress Republican turnout, what you would do is put out a bunch of push polls suggesting that Joe Biden was up 17 points in Wisconsin the week before the election.
I don't think the Chinese created COVID-19 in a lab, but if they were going to, a disease that primarily kills people in the age demographic who vote for Trump, and that give everyone the opportunity to shut down the American economy, wouldn't be a bad start. I guess my thought on the pollsters, it's not that they have to be actively serious. It's that they're all so in the same bubble, that they all think so exactly the same, that they all spend so much of their effort reinforcing one another, that I don't think that they would even subject their own beliefs or their own polling processes to the kind of scrutiny that would be necessary to make them accurate or fair.
So here's a question for you, Jeremy. What do the 2020 election, the COVID-19 pandemic, and global warming have in common? All three of them have large majorities of people who believe the computer models over what they see with their own eyes. All three of them are the result of computer modeling, and so is the projections, and so are the polls. There are numbers of people out there who, if you tell them this number comes out of a computer, then they believe it. And when they say they follow the science, when you hear Democrats saying, "Oh, we're the party that follows the science," you're not the party that follows the science. You're the party that follows the scientist. You're the party that follows the expert and the authority, but you're not the party that's following the data. And this reminds me of the classic joke about liberal intellectuals, which is they say, well, yeah, sure, it works in practice, but will it work in theory?
Does it work in theory?
Yeah. It's absolutely true, and a great point that they, famously with climate change, if their model says that on November 3rd, 2020, the temperature in Los Angeles will be 93 degrees, and today is November 3rd, 2020, and they're in Los Angeles, and it's 87 degrees, they will not update their model.
These are guys.
Reality is wrong.
These are guys that sit in a map room, they draw a map, and they got the coastline and the rivers. Then they go up to the bridge, and they look out the window, and a coastline is predicted there, and they see all of these cliffs, and they're predicting a river basin, and they look at the coastline, and they look at their map and say that the coastline must be wrong.
Yeah.
Right? And it's just that simple. And that is a kind of a mental illness. But it's real. And they really are the kind of people who say, well, if there's a disagreement between the atmosphere and the data, then the atmosphere is wrong.
Yeah.
If there's a disagreement between the poll numbers and the actual voting, then there's obviously actual voting.
Well, this is actually the hallmark of the left, is that no matter what fails, the underlying premise is still correct, right? And so this is why I do think that the polling, it's not that it's nefarious. I think there's probably some nefarious things that happen. It's not that I'm saying that it's all nefarious per se. It's that I'm saying that their system is so flawed that no matter how many times they fail, they have no incentive to correct it. Because to correct it would be to acknowledge that what they're wrong about is fundamental and not just around the fringes, it's not something that can be tweaked.
A couple of quick pieces of news. One, the White House press pool is going to be assembling in the East Room, so we should probably hear from the president. Shortly. Also, the Montana Senate race has been announced for Steve Daines. So Republicans will, in nearly all probability, retain the Senate. Because with Daines winning in Montana, you expect both Georgia races to go to the Republicans.
Yeah.
You expect that, honestly, this is the first time I've ever rooted for Susan Collins, but Susan Collins retains her seat in Maine, and that is a major comeback because she was down 5 to 7 points.
And
supposedly.
speaking of Georgia, let's not forget this is the second time we've vanquished that utter liberal contrivance, John Ossoff. Remember, they made a big deal out of him. They poured all the money.
The amount of money they poured into the Senate. I mean, the amount of money that the Lincoln Project blew. Those grifters, my God, I hope they enjoy. I hope they enjoy their yacht because they're not going to get a lot of repeat business after this one.
They're actually in the little dinghy that Mike Bloomberg tows behind his big yacht.
Between Mike Bloomberg dumping $100 million into Florida to get his ass kicked, and them dumping $100 million into South Carolina so that Lindsey Graham of all people could kick their ass.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
And then Mitch McConnell beating Amy McGrath by 1 million points after it cost $90 million into that race, and they just set their money on fire in the Senate. It is pretty impressive. Georgia is still up for grabs, apparently.
Yeah, that's a little distressing.
It's a little too close for comfort there because the late polling numbers are still coming in, particularly from Atlanta and some of the metro regions. And so if Trump were to lose Georgia, the election's over, essentially. I mean, if he loses Georgia, there's pretty much no way he can come back from losing Georgia and Arizona if he were to lose both of those.
Arizona is still in play.
It is. He would have to. Everything has to break for Trump to win Arizona. The only network that is called Arizona remains Fox, I believe. I don't think anybody else has actually called Arizona at this point.
But he's up 65% in the votes that are just now coming in.
Right. The question is how many votes there are and does it retain it? I think he has to win 67% of all outstanding votes, and there have to be over 900,000 of them. So I believe there are over 900,000 of them. The question is whether he comes in at 61% or at 67%. So it's a lot too close to call in Arizona, which goes to show that, I mean, I like Martha McSally as a person, but you have to have a special kind of skill to lose both Senate seats in the course of 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, that's right. I want to take a few questions from our DailyWire.com members. I keep saying they're the reason that the show has been free all night tonight, and that's the truth. We typically reserve this kind of content, or at least large chunks of it, for our DailyWire.com members, but tonight we felt that that the kind of community we've built, they would want everyone to be able to participate in the show. We're grateful to them. So let's hear a few questions from them. Alicia.
Yeah, and real quick, guys, I just wanted to let you know that we're hearing from multiple White House press pool reporters that the president could be speaking any minute, probably in the next 10 minutes. So we'll try to get to as many member questions as possible. And we will definitely be going to the White House to hear from President Trump because he has said that he's going to make a big announcement and that he thinks that he is winning bigly. We shall see about that. So this question is for Andrew Klavan. How much voter fraud do you expect?
How much voter fraud do I expect? Voter fraud always comes in less than we fear it will, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And in Pennsylvania, I'm genuinely worried. I think that they have genuinely put forward an idea. You know, when the Attorney General tweets that when the votes are counted, Biden will have won, that's suspect. And I think that Knowles is right that gives Trump a way forward in the courts. That's a good reason to sue. But I'm not expecting the kind of I'm not personally expecting the kind of voter fraud that can turn an actual victory into a defeat, except in Pennsylvania. I think Pennsylvania has shown signs of being utterly corrupt.
You know, it's worth pointing out in Pennsylvania, a local news affiliate there did an experiment early on with the mail-in ballots, and they set up a dummy mailbox and they sent in the mail-in ballots, and they received 2 birthday cards to the mailbox, so obviously some wires got crossed there. But three of the 100 ballots went missing. 3%. More than enough to swing an election. That's just one news affiliate, but on top of all of the evidence, and it's pretty significant evidence of fraud and corruption there. That's a lot to be worried about.
There are going to be a lot of lawsuits, by the way, in Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
And there should
be. It's just going to be crazy because essentially the governor of Pennsylvania decided unilaterally to change the rules, and the status quo ante, which was that they were all supposed to start processing the mail-in ballots at 7 a.m. on Tuesday morning, but 8 counties said they were going to wait until tomorrow morning to start processing all of these ballots. And again, it is unclear by Pennsylvania process whether all of these things have to be postmarked or not. If they don't have to be postmarked, you literally have no way of knowing that the ballots were legally cast before the election or if they were cast after the election. It's going to end up back at the Supreme Court. And frankly, John Roberts deserves it. He deserves every single bit of it because that jerk, John Roberts, he's the one who turned down this case a week ago, thinking that he could avoid all responsibility for ever having to rule on it if Donald Trump would just lose heavily, like the polls were saying. And now it'll end up back at the Supreme Court, and he's going to have to rule on it. And then we'll get the specter of the legitimacy of the Supreme Court being called into question because John Roberts is a doofus.
It damn well will be if he rules the wrong way. It will be called into question by me and by conservatives. I love why is the court always so afraid of the left calling their legitimacy into question? How about we call their legitimacy into question when they make preposterous rulings?
Because we won't change the court. They will. That's
right.
why. That's,
You know, you remember only a few weeks ago when the biggest scandal in the country was that Donald Trump was going to destroy the post office so that people could vote.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I haven't heard enough people talk about is that when you use mail-in ballots, you turn the federal government, you give the federal government a role in state elections because we don't, you know, people like to say, oh, Donald Trump lost the popular vote in 2016. There is no popular vote. There's no such thing as a national popular vote for president because we don't have a national election. If you're going to let sort of pure democracy add up everybody in the country, divide it by 2, and see who got the most votes, if that's how you wanted to come up with your president, you'd have to have a national standard for elections. But we have unbelievable diversity of standards in all of these different states because we have 50 unique elections. When you bring the post office in, you alter that, and you give the incumbent president, I'm not saying Trump did this, I'm actually speaking to the concern of the left, you give the incumbent president, who is the head of the post office, that's an executive agency, he's the chief executive of the country, you give him power to influence in other words, what I'm saying is that one of the reasons that America has resisted tyranny is because our government doesn't do much. It's set up not to do much because of all these things we call checks and balances. And there is this, I don't think it was even intended, but there's this coincidental protection, which is that the chief executive doesn't have any real power over the thing that elects him, which is 50 distinct presidential elections around the country. So what they've done by going to this mail-in ballot system is they've actually made it possible. The left it's always projection with the left. They're saying, oh, they're realizing that this is possible. So they're preemptively accusing this guy of doing it. This guy obviously isn't doing it. The next guy will. We will see that the president will use the post office to preserve his own power now that they've made the post office and made the #1 mechanism for voting in the country.
Quick note here, just on a slightly separate topic. You know, President Trump gets a lot of credit, and rightly so, for getting out crowds and sizes that people haven't seen and for the high levels of voter enthusiasm. We need a slow clap for Mitch McConnell because that dude is just ice. I mean, seriously,
he is.
Cocaine Mitch, he brings it. For Captain Establishment, who we were all ripping on back during the Tea Party days, and I think with some good reason, the fact is that Mitch McConnell is almost solely responsible for ramming through hundreds of good judges. And not only that, he's going to retain his majority leadership in the Senate tonight after all of this. And there were a bunch of races that were knife's edge, and he deployed the resources properly.
That's right.
He's going to retain
and listen, it's worth saying,
huge
if Donald Trump loses the presidency and Mitch McConnell retains the Senate, then truly Mitch McConnell will have prevented the left-wing revolution.
And by the way, you can add Lindsey Graham to that.
That's right.
Because you have Lindsey Graham 0.1 and 1.0 and 2.0, and both of them were radicalized for freedom by the Kavanaugh hearings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They both saw what was going on and were so outright disgusted by it that it kind of blew that kind of outer shell of, kind of rhino crust away, like, and now all of a sudden, like, okay, so you really are bad people, the gentleman from the great state of whatever. You really are an actual tyrant, aren't you? And a character assassin.
Yeah.
And thank God for both of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, by the way, Republicans did pick up governorships tonight. So Republicans ended up winning a few more governorships, which is really, really important. State legislatures did not go the wrong way, widely speaking, which is a very good thing. All of that is deeply important considering redistricting is coming in 2020.
That's right.
So if that did not happen, that would be a big, big, big problem.
Bad time to lose. Alicia, we have time for another question from a DailyWire.com member.
Absolutely. And once again, if the president comes in, we'll be sure to go with it. Ben, of course, last week you did a show about the resume, or maybe lack of resume, of Joe Biden and how he's been in politics for longer than you and I have been alive. So a member wants to know from you, what do you think the first 100 days of a Biden presidency would look like?
At this point, not much. I mean, I think that if the Republicans maintain the Senate majority, it's going to be very difficult to think of what a Biden presidency looks like in terms of major ambitions. He was planning, immigration reform. He was planning Green New Deal. He was planning a giant COVID package. I think he proposes a giant COVID package. I don't think Mitch McConnell gives it to him. I think McConnell gives him pretty much what McConnell wants to give him. I think that's pretty much it. I think on immigration, he's not going to present a giant amnesty package. I think his agenda is basically stopped cold in its tracks.
What you will see is a resurgence of the regulatory state.
Right.
One problem with the way that Trump has approached government, and listen, he didn't create this, Obama really created it, that when you rule by executive fiat, when you do everything through executive action, the next executive can just undo all of it. So a lot of the great victories of the Trump administration have been through EOs, and there will be real consequences to rolling those back. A lot of the reason that the economy has surged pre-COVID or pre-lockdowns. I don't like to blame COVID. COVID didn't shut down the economy.
Right.
People shut down the economy. Before the COVID shutdowns, the economy was surging in part because of things that President Trump and his administration were doing at the executive level. Things that you don't hear about, cutting regulation, pulling back organizations like the EPA, getting out of the way of business.
I think you'll see Biden try to declare a national mask mandate by executive order.
Yep.
I think that you will see Joe Biden try to re-engage with Iran and the Palestinian Authority.
Yep.
But I think it's going to be not much of anything. And the good news about that is that I think that's going to radicalize the Democrats even further.
That's the genius of the American system, right? You need the and the presidency if you're going to do real mischief, right? If you're really going to mess things up, you got to have all three. And what we come out of this with tonight is exactly like you said. It's like there is a circuit breaker in there now.
Yeah.
And that keeps us from the worst of the worst.
I would like to throw some pessimism on this, though, because I think we're being too nice. Kind of to your point, Jeremy, though I will defend the executive orders, but it's the same problem that you're recognizing, which is that we are essentially governed by the executive agencies, by the administrative state. And so my defense of executive orders is when it's the administrative agencies that are running the country, the only way to rein them in is through the executive orders, which then get overturned the next time there's some other guy. So the problem is in that system, and there's no way really around that, because even when Congress passes laws, the laws mostly just empower the agencies to go do whatever they're going to do.
Remember when Elon Musk said he's going to open that Tesla factory despite what the California Board of Health said, and he did it?
Yeah.
And you remember how they didn't arrest him? I'm convinced that the reason they didn't arrest him was because Musk knew and they knew that they didn't have the legal authority to arrest him, that the whole thing is essentially a kind of an intimidation game. And he called their bluff, and nothing happened to him. He's going to Texas is what's happened to him. But they didn't, it was such a high profile case that I think if they had the legal authority to shut the place down, they would have, but they didn't. And that's just means it's an opinion on the part of Gavin
He can afford to fight them too.
Yeah.
No, he can afford the legal.
Yeah, by the way, the current House count is R+5 in the House. Republicans picked up 5 seats in the House, which nobody really saw coming. There were a bunch of flippable seats. Basically anything that was in flippable distance, Republicans flipped.
I want to make a quick prediction about President Trump's speech. I predict that President Trump will have achieved a flag density background unlike anything.
You'll be swimming.
Donald Trump
always dive into them, right? Like he's going to dive. He's going to swim around the flags.
I remember you talking about quite rightly how Republicans never understood the value of a background.
Yes.
Trump does not have that problem.
No,
Well, he understands TV.
Yep.
right? I
He's
mean,
a-
we complained for years about his
That's right.
about
social
Republican
proof.
inability to understand.
It's social proof. If people are behind you smiling and applauding, no matter how stupid or bad the idea is or how good it is, if you can see people nodding and agreeing, you are inclined to want to agree with
And if some of them are, if not everybody is a white male, if some of them are black, some of them are
That's
women,
right.
you know, he got all that. You talked about this a million times before Trump did it. And he does.
By the way, watch for the outrage to break out, because Joe Biden already declared he thinks that he's going to win.
Yeah.
Right? He says, I think I'm going to win, and let's just let all the votes be counted. And so Trump is going to come out and say precisely the same thing, but he's going to add an implication that voter fraud might be in play, and they're going to lose their damned mind. It's gonna be-
What Biden said was, he said it's not over until all the votes are counted. And there's a big difference there.
Well, that's true.
Because technically speaking, it's over when the polls close. But what Biden was setting up was he's setting up, no, it's not over until every vote is counted, which means that if we find a van full of votes, then we got to count those too. And it's just going to be a bloody mess this week.
It is going to be a bloody mess this week, unless we see bigger numbers in states like Wisconsin than we have anticipated. It is possible you could wake up tomorrow and this is really the problem. And Bill, I've actually heard you talk about this for years. Republicans don't have to win; they have to win beyond the margin of cheating.
Yeah, that's right.
Right,
That's
you
right.
actually have
The
to get
margin of fraud.
1, 2, 3 points ahead. So that,
And it's not looking real good for that right now.
That's right, especially in Pennsylvania, which is going to be the most important state,
Although
I think.
Trump is like 15, what is he, 15% up right at this point?
Yeah, he's up about 700,000 votes in Pennsylvania right now. But we're waiting for every major metro area in Pennsylvania to come in. So that's
I mean, the
why
whole-
everybody is not calling it yet.
Yeah.
Same thing in Michigan. He's up about 300,000 votes in Michigan right now, but they're still waiting on a bunch of votes. And Wisconsin, he is up currently about 112,000 votes. But again, they're waiting for Milwaukee to come in. So if Milwaukee comes in and it ain't that heavy, or Madison comes in and it ain't, I think they're still waiting on a little bit of Madison to come in. If he wins Wisconsin, and then of course everything shifts again. So it's a real seesaw out there, really because of Arizona. And so
that's right.